taking a knife to a gunfight. Or a prayer. So what am I supposed to do? I can't run. I can't fight. Oh, that's right. Abel will provide. Yeah? So where was Abel? Where was Abel when our son...
Jake! I'm in this place where I have nothing. Not my people. Not my forest. Even my father's bow is gone. All I have is my faith that this is the Great Mother's plan.
You have this family.
Walmart Express delivery comes in as fast as an hour, so new parents can travel a little lighter.
That's all you packed?
Mm-hmm. Beat us here.
That fast? Who knew?
I know.
Moms always know.
No about rolling in.
Rolling in the deep.
Okay. Gamers? It's gaming. It's gaming. It's gaming. It's gaming. Gaming. Ciao. Hi everybody, welcome back to another Space-tastic stream. My name is Antonius Drosera, Captain of PRISMA and Space Mafia. So today is August 8th, 2026, and today we are doing we're yapping and I'm playing some Ace Attorney. So it's not gaming? What do you mean? It is gaming. What's up, Rui? What's up, Kenna? Hope everybody's doing well on this beautiful Saturday evening. I'm sweating, dude. I'm sweating my balls off. Holy shit. It's hot as a bitch, dude. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. You remember that? Animal crackers in my soup. That's disgusting. Why would she do that? Why would you put animal crackers in your soup? That commercial was so confusing to me. Maybe it's just like before my time, but like who the hell is buying a whole like box DVD set? No worries, Kenna. Who's buying a whole damn box DVD set of Shirley Temple? Maybe I'm just a hater. I don't know. That's weird as fuck. Hello. I have fallen down the rabbit hole. This is my rabbit hole of the week on Twitter. Why am I not hearing the sound? Are you guys hearing them? I'm not hearing them. Are they playing for you guys? Because I'm straight up not hearing them. They are? Okay. I don't know what's going on, because I can't hear them. I don't know why. I'm not hearing them at all. As long as you guys can hear them. I mean, I'd like to hear them too, but... let me join. I've fallen down the QVC rabbit hole. For those who don't know, QVC is has been around for like a long time. It's I don't know if it's a thing outside of the US. But basically it's this like it's this channel that's live 24/7, and it just they're just like selling you shit. Like think TikTok shop, but like in the cable era, and they're still going. You know, I have heard stories like old ladies buy shit off QVC like it's like Robux, dude. Like it's crazy. Like I've heard I remember my great grandma would just like keep it on, and she would just order shit all the time. All you did was call in and say, I want to place an order for this thing that you're selling me right now. And then it would show up. And that's how it was. That's how it was. That's how it is. It's still, I don't know how strong it's going, but it's still going. And they got like all types of shit. You know, they got like clothes, they got kitchen stuff. How would you pay? I think the same way that you would pay like if you like called to order pizza, you know, you just like give them your card info. I don't know, I've never done it, but I assume you just do it all over the phone. But it's crazy. It's crazy. But apparently they go crazy on QVC, bro. They be doing some shit. And I've seen like clips here and there throughout the years. But I had no idea. I thought for pizza you would order, then you would go to pay and pick up. Well, no, I mean if you're getting it like delivered. I mean this was like this was before apps. I'm unking myself a little bit here. I think you could still do it, right? But this was before apps. You could like call, and usually they'd have like a card on file, but you usually would have to like tell them the first time around. You know, and then later they'd be like, is the 2739 card good for you? Don't try to scam. I don't have a card that ends with 2739. I just thought of a random sequence of numbers. Don't try to scam me. You're gonna get nothing. I'll tell you, I got like $19 in my bank account, so if you try to hack me, you're not gonna get much. You're not gonna get far, I fear. And that shit is under lock and key, bro. But I gotta show you guys. I have a $19 is enough to fill my belly. Amen, brother. Amen. But I found I compiled a list of some fun little not XQC, QVC. XQC is something different. That's the Cheeto. Dude, I'm on QVC, dude. Apple. Let's see. Okay, so yeah, I got this whole compilation for y'all, hand curated just for you. So, and some of these I have not watched. Some I have. The first one that really started this was, let me see. They were showing like a wig or something. This one's been like everywhere. So I'm gonna show y'all this one first, and then we'll get.
I love to show the texture and this wave pattern. Again, it looks like you went and got a blow job at your blowout at your salon. Oh my God. And it looks beautiful.
All right, so here's what's happening today. We're having a huge beauty sale. Everything ships to you for free, but that goes away at the end of the day. I will remind you that this is
Yeah, she said
a
blowjob.
one-time only price, where the price goes up.
You know what? I have to respect the maturity and like the grace that she had to just like keep it moving. And her cohort over there just like picking up where she left off. You know, and the thing about QVC, not XQC, I keep saying that. The thing about QVC is that it's all live, right? So this is just what happens. So that's that one. Then there was also this one also.
Chelsea's here, taking a spin. She literally had no training on this.
They really.
Are you okay?
And with the sub,
They're going crazy, dude. They're going crazy on QVC. All right, we'll start from this one. This one killed me.
The past couple of years, but we used to always let the dogs come and sleep with it on the air mattress too, or at the air bed, because it works.
Yeah, so this one is actually 40% more puncture resistant. So if
Yeah,
you've got pets who love it, and I have people.
The comedic timing. The comedic timing.
Maybe don't go on it with
Oh no, now we're gonna end up.
This one's actually 40% more puncture resistant. Automatically punctures it. Man, I mean that's terrible to imagine. You're like the company that's selling these, and then immediately like that's like your biggest selling point. Your biggest selling point, and then it's immediately just like blundered. This is an old one.
I have this ladder. It is awesome.
Oh, now
And everybody wants this ladder. I live in an apartment with vaulted ceilings.
Okay, we're gonna make sure that Chris is okay.
Let's try.
Let's look at how to use the ladder there.
Holy shit, dude. Sued immediately. Honestly, yeah, I mean, this is like, I don't know if I would sell my shit on QVC if there was like, if there was any like doubt in my mind that they could possibly, I mean, that's crazy. I mean, I hope he's okay. I think he seems fine. But like, damn. I'll tell you one thing, if I was in the market for a ladder, I don't think I'd be purchasing one from here. I mean, that's rough too. I hope he's okay. Oh, this one.
I wanted to tell you that I got
This one is classic, dude. I remember this one a few months ago, and this one might be my favorite, I think.
and with the submarine
I
story.
wanted to tell you that I got that peasant blouse with the tassels.
Yes.
And I used to wear the tassels on my pasties. You know what pasties are?
Okay.
Do you know what pasties are?
I'm gonna do.
Okay, well, I had tassels on my pasties.
Marianne, I just want to say this. You are my emotional support diva. Okay? You have just made my whole entire day. Mary's walking off. She's dead on the couch.
I'm having therapy with Marianne right now.
Marianne is my sister from another sister.
I have never, Marianne, you made my year.
Some people that.
And with the submarine
I
story.
wanted to tell you that
I want to tell you, I wore the tassels on my pasties. This one I posted in the Discord. This one's great. I mean, you know, this is why we need old people. We can't leave them behind, because where would we get clips like this? play? Why is it not playing?
Plus years, and the thing I really is.
Do you see I'm on the fucking phone?
It's a live television show, and Rosalie didn't want to be interrupted on the phone. So we're going to let her take care of whoever was interrupting. We're going to show you all of the colors available in our Denim and Company. I know Rosalie's on the phone.
How old are you?
Plus years.
Do you see I'm on the fucking phone?
Oh, this is classic.
That one's got it. Whoa!
What's your dish?
Oh, girl, let me give you a kiss. That is good. Whoa! That one's got it. Whoa! Oh, girl, let me give you a kiss. That is good.
What do you have coming up? This is Living Grace.
Living Grace.
Now, let me ask you, how do you like a woman? Do you want a woman to smell romantic, feminine? Smell this.
Yeah, that'll work.
That would work. That would work. That would work.
That will work.
It's not overpowering.
Is this 50 Cent?
Men like women to be natural.
I can't tell for sure because the quality is like
And like
Nutrigrain bar.
Wait till you see all the pictures that I took in those headphones.
He kind of feeling up Auntie though.
All the same people that you and I know together. I was so excited for you to stop by. Thank you very much. So we're gonna see you with Lisa Robertson coming up next hour.
Yeah, I just don't want to interrupt y'all.
No, you are not interrupting.
It's a holiday party.
It's your world. We're just living in it. That's all. That's all we're doing.
So the try not to laugh Vine's ultimate fan.
And great gifts.
Yeah, I love the purple headphones. They're going to finally be on sale today. I already told my husband what I wanted.
I love those headphones. That's so exciting.
Wait till you see all the fun. We have so many.
Everyone, Curtis Jackson, 50 Cent. 50 Cent, you already know everyone.
It's exciting to be here. I'm really cool, excited about being here for SMS Audio.
Well, I have to tell you, so this is a gentleman who is an entrepreneur. He's passionate about music. This is an amazing, amazing set of headphones from SMS, and we're going to be talking about them a little bit later on. And I know that we're not going to tell everything now, but literally going back to the drawing board and creating it from scratch to make the best sound possible. All right, so 50 Cent's going to be here. Thank you so much. How much do I love this man? Thank you.
Damn.
That's it. I'm never leaving. That's it. I love my job. Thank you so much. All right, so.
Is cream. These little balls of pigment. When you blend it on, the balls burst onto your face, and you get that beautiful, healthy, fresh dose of color every single time. So this is what you do. You take it, you put a little on your finger. Yes. You smush it. You can feel the balls inside. Yes. And then when you press it on, there go the balls. They're bursting, and you're getting that beautiful. What's wrong with everybody? I don't understand what the problem is here, people. Okay, well, there we go. So look at that beautiful blush.
Turn up just white.
What? I know. Look at it. Do you want to live in it? Do you want to get...
I want to pinch a tent in it. I want to get in there in the tent and eat that all day long.
I lost my words. That looks delicious, but please continue to share your pictures with us food-related, please.
It's a very easy situation to operate. You just push the buttons.
Oh, this is old.
Two sides. There are two little buttons. And all you do is push them in, and that will release it. And right here, push the button in, that releases it. And then after you let go, it locks firmly in place. So really, you're all set. And this is tough. It is? Listen, give you an example. Say you have you have to get up on the wall, high ceiling, vault the ceiling. Hey, listen, just walk right up. And I tell you,
Moments
it's very
before
safe,
disaster.
It's durable, and it's lightweight. Scaring me. So really.
Oh man. No. Oh.
Now it's locked in place. Okay. So really.
Oh, now it is. Oh.
God, Harold, are you okay? Actually, I didn't have it locked. You have to lock it.
Now why?
You're okay.
He should have known, like once it like.
To operate.
Once it already it gave him a warning. That's crazy.
I sure do, but which hole do you put this in? Which side? Don't start. Sorry, it's too early for that. I know, sorry. You do, girl. I sure do, but which hole do you put this in? Which side? Don't start. Sorry, it's too early.
Wait, what did she say?
You do, girl. I sure do, but which hole do you put this in? Which side? Don't start. Sorry, it's too early. I know, sorry.
Let's talk about your colors. This first is your royal blue, and there you have your royal blue with a camel. Do you know why there's a camel here? Because it was inspired by the nativity scene. So you think about the three wise men, they all arrived on camels. They were arriving to see and protect baby Jesus. Look at this camel. This is just so stunning in that it's almost sending a message of what's to come. And you know what was coming? Miracle.
What?
Miracle of Christmas. So that is your blue. Let's talk about your colors.
So there it
This
is.
first is your
Hope you
royal
enjoyed.
There you have your royal blue.
This was definitely
There's a camel here.
this was a fun little deep dive to take. Lots of fun. Apparently blowjob lady, she's fine. People were worried that she was gonna get like fired or something, but QVC stood behind her. So we love that. We love a happy ending. No, it's crazy though. QVC really, did she get it? Did she get the blowjob? I don't know about that. I mean, she definitely got something. I don't know. They be having fun over there, I guess. Maybe a little bit too much fun. Oh my, I'm sweating like a dog, dude. They need to turn down the sun. This is ridiculous, dude. I swear. They can't be doing this. What else? What else is going on? I guess the GTA commercial. I already kind of spoke about this the other day. You know, they're doing a GTA, or maybe I guess they already released it at this point. A GTA 6, their first gameplay trailer, they're locking behind a Netflix subscription for like the first few hours. Then they're gonna release it to everybody. And I gotta say, dude, I just this whole like the direction that video games are going in right now is very concerning. Like this whole thing with GTA, you know, apparently the guy, the CEO is saying like, you know, eventually they want to do like subscriptions for their games, which we're going to hell, dude. We're going to hell. We're going to hell. Like gaming is going to hell, I fear. If that is the direction that we're going in, where we're like, we're going to start charging subscriptions for games. I mean, I said this the other day with Final Fantasy 14 and how like I'm very hesitant to, you know, get their their subscription. Future boys won't even play games anymore. They're just going to be reading books. Well, maybe. I just feel, I said this on Twitter, but like I feel like the subscription systems are like top 5 worst things human beings have created. Because it is just so terrible. The fact that they're slowly, you know, I think I saw some people saying this too, like with GTA not having a physical copy, you know, we already know that game is going to sell like hotcakes, right? And I'm not here to say like that it should or shouldn't. I mean, listen, I enjoyed GTA 5, you know. I probably will get around to playing GTA 6 at some point when I am able to. But like it's crazy to me that this is just going to solidify this whole, like, you know, every game is going to be digital. You can't buy physical copies. You won't own anything. Everything's going to turn into subscription based shit. It's terrible. It's terrible. It's terrible. We like, and I don't know what we can do about it as like, you know, a greater group of people. But the bar is in hell. It really is. I don't know. I mean, Xbox made it even better. I mean, I will say, I have promising, like, the future of Xbox looks somewhat promising. I know that they did lay off, like, 4,000 employees last month, which was not great. But I do think their new CEO has, you know, I do feel like she is listening, right? I've said this in the past. I remember when she came out the gate swinging, saying she wanted to make a more AI focused approach to games, and then people were like, "No, please." And then almost immediately she was like, "You know what? I hear you guys. I get it. We're not going to do that." And I respect that. I do. I think that it does say a lot about a CEO. And this is not me like showering her with praise, right? She's still like a CEO. CEOs are gonna CEO, but I do respect that she is listening, right? Because I do think with AI, it's such a cash grab right now. And it probably won't be for long, but it's very clear that is not something that people want. And I'm glad that she's listening. I hope that this layoff that they had last month is going to lead to, you know, positive things, and that they're going to be rehiring those people, or, you know, opening up more positions once, you know, they hit the ground running. You know, because I do see, I mean, we're already seeing meaningful changes, right? I mean, I think the fact that they are they lowered their own subscription is great. It's cool, but do you know who is listening to Mayor of New York? Mayor Mamdani? Yeah, every time I see shit from there, good stuff is happening. I saw recently that he plans to cover a third of New York in trees, which that's pretty cool. That sounds nice. You know, who doesn't like trees? Who doesn't like trees? I like trees. Trees are great. But yeah, I don't know. The bar right now is in hell for gaming, I fear. I hope that, you know, I mean, the best thing I think that you can do as a consumer is continue to support indie devs, right? Continue to buy indie games that you take an interest in, and support, you know, support them, because I think now more than ever, I think people are turning to indie games. I think what's positive, he put AC on trains right after people complained and ran his own bicycle team. Hell yeah. That's crazy that they didn't have ACs in the trains. That's ridiculous. Yeah, I don't know. I don't remember. Now that I think about it, I don't know if we have ACs in our trains. I feel like we do. You kind of have to, like, you kind of need AC in trains when you think about it, because you're in a tube with a bunch of other people. It's just a petri dish waiting to happen. And the New York subways, from what I understand, it's like the majority of people use them. You know, we have like a decent metro system in Atlanta. But it's not nearly as complex and busy as New York's. Find the wildest things on my train in Toronto. Oh yeah, no, I believe it. I believe it. There, I feel like train stations do like attract the craziest people. One time I remember I got on the train and there was like this guy who called himself the tipsy bartender. And he was just like this guy that was just like hustling and trying to sell like loose bottles of beer on the train, which is not allowed. But he was like doing a thing where you know, he would like look around to see if there's anybody like, you know, any security or anything, and then be like, anybody want some? I remember there was this old white lady that was like, I'll take some. And he's got like this little like Velcro attached to like a stack of cups on his hip, and he pulls one out and just pours it out, and she gives him like $1. And then I remember then he was like walking down the train, and like he saw there was like a loose this was like before AirPods, right? There's just like a loose little, what would you call a little loose pair of like earbuds with the wire on them. He seems chill. He's like, does this belong to anybody? And he looked around and nobody said anything. He was like, selling earphones for $3. I was like, you know what? The hustle is crazy. But I've heard New York is a different level. Like, you got people hustling, you got street performers. It's wild. It's wild. I mean, we have street performers in Atlanta too, but I feel like New York is a whole different level in the grand scheme of things. It's wild. It's wild, love. It's bullocks. It's crazy. But I did enjoy it. The only thing that really pissed me off was when guys would just like start playing their music loudly on their phone, no earphones or anything. That always pissed me off. You're not really supposed to do that, but I'm not gonna be the guy who's like, excuse me, you know. But it was one of those things where I was like, bro, stop. What's up, Steph? Good to see ya. That was like the one thing that I hated. Y'all ever like y'all ever hold the like the metal bars, and then like when the train departs, you're like, whoa. That shit always happened to me. I'm doing good. How are you, my friend? That shit always happened to me. Even when they would be like, please stand by. This train is departing. And then I'd like, you know, I had my feet planted in the ground and be like, all right, I'm ready. I'm ready. I grab the pole with all my strength, and it still is like, boom. Especially when you're like a kid. If you're a kid and you're taking the train, you might as well just fly out the windshield, dude, because that shit is no joke. It goes 0 to 100 within milliseconds. It's a crazy feeling. And usually I would sit down. Like, usually I'll sit, because, you know, they got seats too, but they only have so many seats. So if it's like a busy day, you know, rush hour, then you're probably standing. You're probably standing. Got back from a furry meetup. I was on a really busy train. I had to stand for 2 hours with some friends. Let's go. Speaking of trains, I hope it was a blast. Sounds like it was. But it's crazy, dude. It's crazy. Riding the train is wild. But it's, you know, it's convenient. It's convenient to get where you need to go. And man, it's, I mean, in these days, it really is cheaper than anything else. Like Uber is ridiculous. I had to wait the other day to get groceries because like to for like a 5-minute drive, it was like $30. And I was like, I'm not paying $30 for a 5-minute drive. That's crazy, dog. That's crazy. Uber needs to chill the fuck out, dude. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it. $30 so to drive 2 miles. Give me a break. It's just crazy. It's crazy. I mean, if you want to take the train is like, it's like $2.50 for a round trip. Comparatively, that's a lot better. Now you get discounts the more that you get. You can get like 20 for like $40. Hey, trains for one reason, some are busy. People kept staring at my group for our personas. We started joking about people loving us as a joke. We have big egos. That is one thing. Yeah, I have friends, like, as someone who cosplays, I've never taken the train in cosplay because low-key, I'm like, even just to like go out into my car is already like, I feel like I feel the threat of the public eye the minute that I walk outside my door. The minute that I get in my car, I suddenly feel fine. And I think a lot of that is just because like I'm in a giant death machine, and it's like, you know, I wish you would say some shit. Not that I would ever run someone over, but you know, I do feel a false sense of security. Like, I have had friends go in costume and like ride the train, and that to me is like, maybe if I was with a group of people like you were, but people losers, if they judge and make a big deal. No, I agree. Mind your own business. You know, I hate people that it's like we're all just like taking the train. I mean, I get that it's probably like, you know, kind of weird to see somebody dressed up as like Lighter from Zenless Zone Zero or something, but like, what are you gonna do? You know? Is this making your experience any less pleasant or any more pleasant? Any less pleasant? Probably not. Get off your high horse, Gerald. Pissing me off. It's people like you that make my train experience uncomfortable. But like, I don't know. I don't think I could do it. More power to you. One thing I wish I knew before I started cosplaying, if you're on public transport, be careful if you have wings. That is true. I mean, I would say in general, if you're wearing wings, especially if you got the ones that like retract or like detract, I don't know, like spread out. Those, because you gotta be conscientious of everybody. When I make props, I always make sure that there's something that I can like carry around and not take up any extra space than my body is. Like if I can compact it into my little circle, my personal space circle, then I will, you know. Cause it's cool to have like big eccentric stuff like that, but it can also be a bit of an issue for everybody else around you. So, you know, I always try to make sure that there's like a way that I can condense it. Like if I have a scythe or something, you know, make like a hinge on it so I can, you know, retract it into itself or something like that. But you know, you do what you gotta do. Make it work. Make it work, divas. I made my own wings because I'm a fiction kin. I don't know if you know what that is. Yeah, I think you've told me. That's cool though. What else is on the docket? The docket. They're trying to get rid of USPS, bro. We need USPS, dude. We need USPS. Don't get rid of USPS. I know it sucks, but like it's all that we have. FedEx, UPS are expensive as hell. That's all I have to say. This is kind of old. This is kind of I don't know. This is somewhat of an like dated topic now. It's been a few days, but like this Perez Hilton situation is crazy, dude. I don't know if you guys saw. I would implore you, don't look up the video. Like, trust me on this one. I know you're gonna have like morbid curiosity. I'm telling you right now, do not look up the video. It's very like, it's very upsetting. Very very gory. But Perez Hilton, I guess, was like on TikTok a few days ago and had this like very like serious mental breakdown. And he was, you know, without getting into like super deep descriptives, because I know that like it's a little like, you know, your bat wings, I really love them. They're small, pink and white. Love that. I think I have some like angel wings from I used to cosplay Pit from Kid Icarus. I had some small little angel wings, but they were like really cheap ones that I think I bought from like Joanne or something. But yeah. Perez Hilton basically was his whole body was like cut up and it was just like covered in blood. And he was, you know, it was just very upsetting. It was a very upsetting thing to watch. I still don't fucking understand how TikTok even let that like fly for like multiple hours, you know? TikTok is just a fucking cursed ass platform. It really is. Perez Hilton is someone who has been around for a very long time. He's like the original like drama tuber almost. Like he would make all these really just like very fucked up videos about like celebrities, especially women celebrities, and like making fun of them, you know, making light of them having like mental health episodes, just really horrible shit, like very very bottom of the barrel human being. And I think that's why a lot of people are like very not like just like are watching this or hearing about it and feeling like, you know, well, that's what he gets, right? And I don't know. I don't want to be like two wrongs don't make a right. I feel like more than anything, I feel just like the fact that this happened, the fact that he was given a platform in the first place, I think is the biggest issue. You know, it sucks. It sucks that like, you know, I remember like, you know, I don't see this as much. I'm sure it still is a thing, but I remember when my mom would take me to go grocery shopping, you would see, y'all remember like all the, right by the, like, you know, the cashier, they'd just have a whole like shelf of magazines and shit. Sure, he done some bad stuff, but he's still human. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I hope that he gets the help that he needs, but also, like, it is hard for me to sympathize with somebody like that. Like, I think it's crazy. And also, like, apparently he has kids. I didn't know he had kids. And they were in the house while it was happening. He went on like a TikTok live with like other people, and they were like kind of goading him on, which I thought was insane. Like, first of all, if you're my friend and you're covered in like cuts and blood, and you're like clearly having like a serious like mental breakdown, you know, I'm gonna be like, all right, let's turn the camera off. You know, I'm coming over. This is not okay. We need to do something, right? So like the fact that, I don't know, his friends are just like not even supporting him, you know, that is also just like fucked up. I'm not saying I support him, I'm just saying he's human. I'm not supporting. No, I know. I get you. It's hard, right? It kind of is this weird like middle ground for me where I'm like, I don't know how I feel about it. You know, I streamed that in the first place. I agree. I mean, obviously for him, he's having like a mental breakdown, but for like all of his friends that are like doing like a group stream, it's just very weird. It's very weird. But hope that he is doing okay. I guess we'll see what happens. I don't know. I hope the kids are okay as well. Dude, I'm dying, dude. It's hot as hell. I'm gonna turn on the fan. Cause this shit is bananas, dude. Oh my goodness. You want pity? I wouldn't personally want me having a breakdown on stream. I already get hate on TikTok for being me. Oh yeah, TikTok is full of people like that. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I feel like if your support system is like, you know, engaging with you with the cameras on, that to me is just insane. 2 fans on window open, it's still too warm. It's crazy, dude. It's crazy. I already have 1 fan on. I might have to turn the other one on. Goodness. It's only 85 degrees too. That's not even that bad, but it's the humidity. It's the humidity that gets you. The humid titty. So yeah, I don't know. Best wishes. I don't know. I still think he's a horrible person. You know, 2 things can be true, right? 2 things can be true. I think he's a terrible human being, but also I hope that he's safe, you know. I don't know like what his recent history is, like if he still is doing the same stuff that he used to, but I just remember back in the day, I mean, there were stories of him literally like I watched a video of one girl who she was like 17 and Perez Hilton literally like put a camera up her dress and snapped a picture and then like posted it everywhere. Like just very, very disgusting human being shit. Very bottom of the barrel, horrible person. So I don't know. He doesn't really get any sympathy for me, I fear, but at the same time, it's like I don't know. I'm as someone who is a firm believer in like rehabilitation, you know, I don't know what his recent behavior has been like in terms of if he's still doing that kind of shit. So I don't know. I have good friends. We were streaming a few days ago. I started crying randomly. They all stopped streaming and came home for me, and then we filmed later that night. Hell yeah! See, that's how it should be. You got good friends. I don't know. Man, I'm not hearing that shit. Maybe hold on. Maybe my volume meter is weird. I don't know. Maybe I'll restart OBS later. Could be something with that. I'm not sure. It's crazy though. I mean, I remember like back in the day going through the grocery like the cashier and like just seeing all the tabloids of like Britney Spears is a big fatty. And it's like, what the fuck? This is terrible. Jennifer Lopez calls it quits on love. Like, man, this shit sucks, dude. Horrible. In mind, I called my friend a crow 15 minutes after he sounded like he was going call. LOL. Yeah. I don't know. Hi, Yuri. We're getting back to Ace Attorney. It's been a minute. We took a little Your Turn to Die break. I feel like it was needed because I feel like I'm going stir crazy with Ace Attorney. But does that count as teasing? I don't know. Probably. Ass Attorney. Your ass is grass, Attorney. Will you ever get to Minecraft without mods? Yes, actually. We were playing Skyblock. Well, I guess it's not really. It was like unmodded Skyblock. It was like in a server. I do want to do Minecraft with the boys at some point. Fire up the old server. Cause what cosplays have you done? Oh my god, so many. I haven't done a lot recently. But I did Prisma Craft season 2, like season 1. Well, I guess season one would have been me doing it. D-Luke from Genshin Impact. I'm trying to think, like it's been a year or so since I last cosplayed. I've been out of it recently because all my shit is in storage. Case study of Vanitas. Akashi from Haikyuu. I'm just thinking off the bat. Long time ago, I did Bakugo from My Hero Academia. Bakugo Discourse. A lot of things. But yeah, we're doing Ace Attorney, baby. We're doing Ace Attorney. The great Ace Attorney. Their fandom, yes. I think we're gonna do. So here's the thing. Like I said, I'm up to suggestions. We are gonna finish. We may finish the first Great Ace Attorney today. And then we're gonna just go straight into the second one. I'm gonna try to speed run that. Well, you know what I mean. I'm not gonna speed run it, but I'm gonna try to knock it out as quickly as possible. And then I don't know what we're gonna do next. My thoughts are potentially doing the 999 series, which apparently a lot of people have said a lot about a lot of good things about. It's made by Spike Chunsoft, who made Danganronpa. Because I do want to. The plan eventually, when Danganronpa 2x2 comes out, we're gonna play the alternate route. But it's not coming out this year. It's already been pushed back. An Angel Dust cosplay. Hell yeah. I will pass out eventually, so I just stick. Yeah, that is the thing about like fursuits. I mean, I've not worn one myself, but they look very toasty. I do have some fursuiter friends who like have like fans and shit installed because I live in the South, dude, and it's hot as fuck. Maybe if you were in like a colder area, it would be easier, but nah, bro, it's crazy. We are gonna do like a full recap of this case because it has been a minute. Fursuits are so cute, but I fear I'd turn into a puddle. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I remember. Oh, I cosplayed a Bakio, from JoJo's Part 5. Excuse me. They cost a lot. This is true. Well, the materials are very expensive. I mean, fur is probably one of the most expensive like fabrics that you can buy because of just how detail oriented it is. I have bought like fur for little decals and stuff for my cosplays, and every time I buy it, I have to go in to like Joanne, because like if you order online you have to get them by the yard, but at least I don't know, I can't speak for all Joanne, but my Joanne is chill. Every time I go I'm like, can you give me half a foot? Because it's crazy. Like I shit you not, like a yard of like quality synthetic fur is like $40. It's not a joke. So I always like, I nickel and dime it, dude. I have to do like, I have to get like the smallest amount that I possibly need, or else I'm breaking my bank. Made my own fursuit, head and tail, then my cousin made the paws. Oh, cute. Cute. Love that. But yeah, I was wearing, I cosplay a Bakio, and he's got like, if you've ever seen JoJo's Part 5, you know what I'm talking about. He's got this huge black coat, right? And so I bought a really nice fabric from like the home section of Joanne, which was a big mistake because that fabric has no breathing. Like there is no it's just a fully opaque like layer, right? And so I put it on. I finally made the coat and I put it on and I wore it to a con for a day. And then I remember when I finally like disrobed, it was just like a whole like puddle of sweat just went. Yeah. Like it was crazy, dude. I think about fursuiting, most of us have horror stories. Oh, I'm sure. Yeah. Gotta get some water. Stay safe. Walk with a buddy. You know, my usual convention checklist. All right. Let's see. I was working on my model stuff. I've been playing around with hexagonal designs recently, which has been very fun, very enlightening. Very enlightening. I don't know what I mean by that. Spiritually enlightening. Still working on that. New outfit dropping next month. Our fourth debut anniversary. Can you believe it's been 4 years? 4 years of me being a red-haired twink on the internet? Oh my god. 4 years of my life. That's a seventh of my life, dude. I've been an anime twink on the internet for a seventh of my life. That's a long ass time, dude. Good lord. Garbanzo's turning 9 in November. My big boy, my grown ass man. He's getting so old. He's grown ass baby. You're a grown ass baby. He is baby. He's a grown baby man. Where is the shit? There we go. A with a 9 to 5. Not yet. We're working on that. One day I was being myself, a happy fox. A few kids barked at me. I stood up showing them I was older than them and says I'm older 18. I need to switch to. I saw on the Switch byline, Fortune's Weave is coming out, and I didn't watch the direct, but I'm very excited. I'm gonna get so much FOMO, dude. I'm gonna get so much FOMO. I'm gonna be so bummed. I need to Switch 2 desperately. Maybe I'll put it. Maybe we'll make. Should I make a fund on my throne? Maybe. I don't have a lot on my throne, so I don't know. All right. What's the point of barking at someone who's having fun? In his 60s or 70s? Garbanzo? I think otter ears are similar to dog ears. They have similar lifespans. I'm pretty sure Garbanzo can live to be like 15. Around 15. Sometimes even 20. So his best years are ahead of him. But knowing Garbanzo, I mean, within the next few years, he's probably gonna invent like the cure to aging. So I wouldn't even worry about it, honestly. He's probably gonna be okay. Let's see. No worries, Steph. Thanks for hanging out. Alright. Let's get into it. I am going to... Thank you, you as well. I'm going to do like a full recap, because it's been a minute since we, did all this. Be in a retirement house with other otters eating fish and watching Coco Melon. The Coco Melon thing, I think, is I think that's a him thing. I don't know if other otters like Coco Melon. I might be. I'm a little worried to introduce him to other otters in that case. Alright. Let's take a look. So it's been like a week or two. Oh, we don't have the list of we don't have the lists of people involved. That's gonna be an issue. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna look to see what we need to do in this portion, and then we'll keep it moving, because I want to get to a point where I can like look at everything. This is case 5. We're in trial part 2. By pressing the 4 statements, which isn't mandatory, you will learn that Mr. Windibank came at the brothers from inside his storeroom, where we have been told Gina was too. However, Mr. Windibank was armed and shouted at them and to give him their gun, which they didn't. After hauling Ringo behind the counter and making all the items on it fall in the process, the victim rang a secret alarm underneath his counter to alert the police and went back inside the storeroom, locking himself in. This story has nothing to do with the version we had been told up until now and has a series of inconsistencies. Press statement 5, which is we had nothing to do with. I think we already did this part. Wait, this is different. Is this a different? Huh? Huh? Oh, I went ahead, my bad. Right, okay, we did this, we pressed statement 2, pursue Inspector Gregson, present the crime scene photograph at the new statement 3.
Objection.
Okay, cool. Alright, cool. Now we can look at everything. That's what I wanted to do. Because it's been a minute. I'm a little hazy on this case, and I'm sure some of you guys are as well. So, this is one of those cases that is very all-encompassing because it's like the last case of this game. Let's take a little bit of time to really walk through it. So, the beginning of this chapter, Herlock Sholmes had like a thing, I don't even remember what it was, but he had a thing that he was putting into the pawnbrokery, and I guess this is something that I did not know. Apparently pawnbrokeries, at least back in the day in old London, were used as like banks where you could deposit something and then you could take it back out after like 2 months. Still don't really fully understand the reasoning for that. I guess it's just like you can have a little bit of money. Yes. But that was the whole situation with that. The owner of the pawnbrokery is this guy, Pop Windibank. He was murked. He was found dead in his storage area, the storage area of his pawnbrokery. The door was locked, and laying next to him was Gina Lestrade, a young pickpocket who we first met during a trial 2 months ago. She's a defendant in this case and was discovered at the scene alongside the victim. So she's our client, our good client. She was found unconscious laying next to Pop Windibank. Now, there's a bunch of components to this case, and a lot of them are connected to like past cases, right? So Gina was part of another case, which he's not here, but there was a guy, I forgot what his name was, but he was this wealthy businessman who was the defendant in the third case, on a like a little trolley, I guess, who we were defending him. Seems like he actually did kill the victim in that case. But immediately after that case, they went to do some like post-court analysis inside of the trolley, and almost immediately the trolley was lit on fire. And so I think that's probably going to be really relevant in this case, considering they have made some mention of it. So I forget who his name was, but basically he gave this coat to Gina and was like, I want you to deposit it into the pawnbrokery, and no matter what, I want you to go back in 2 months. If I don't get it, put it in for another 2 months, I guess. So that's what happened with that. Eggert Benedict was this guy who appeared on the day that she was supposed to withdraw that coat, and immediately was like saying, oh, it's mine, right? We don't know where he's at right now. I think he's probably going to come up later. Iris Wilson is a young girl who lives with Mr. Sholmes. She has a degree in medicine and is the author of a popular series of short stories published in a prominent magazine. So she's also important to this case because she wrote a story about her father that for whatever reason Herlock didn't want published yet. I don't think he like means anything bad by it, right? I think that he's just like protecting her. Because what happened was, in the first case in this game, I think they're implying that it was her dad got killed. He was a visiting professor in Japan, and he got killed. I don't think Iris knows that yet. I think she still thinks that he's like out on, he's just like out doing detective stuff. Susato, she is our assistant, but she's currently, I think she left this morning. She left this morning to go back to Japan because her father is sickly. Tobias Gregson is the detective inspector. Oh, and what's really important about Iris is that this story, Herlock put in Windibank's storage for like safety, and basically Gina was like, I don't think that he did, he can't be trusted. So that night Gina goes to Windibank's facility and basically like intrudes and looks for it, and she does find it. It is there. So she's technically wrong. Unfortunately, she got mixed up in this whole situation. Windibank got killed, so now Gina is being pinned for it, if that makes sense. I'm trying to explain it in a way that makes sense. I'm sorry if like some of it's confusing. I'm kind of breezing through a lot of the logistics of it. But that's, this is a very, the last case of every Ace Attorney game is always very involved, very complicated, involves like a bunch of the other cases in the game. So, I'm sure it is a lot, and it is. This is a super, super long case. This, I think, is like the 6th stream that we've been playing it at this point. And that's why I'm trying to really wrap it up. Mael Strongheart, the Lord Chief Justice, who wields absolute authority in judicial matters, including the appointment of lawyers. He's a thoroughly intimidating man. He's basically our boss. Barrick Van Zeeks, basically the Edgeworth of this game, the infamous London-based prosecutor known as the Reaper of the Bailey. Further details about the man are not forthcoming. And then finally we have the Skulkin brothers, who were also present at the crime scene Now, they claim they have nothing to do with the crime of the murder. They were just there to do some light burglary. So who knows? Who knows where this is going? I don't know. But those are all the players at this point. Let's look at the evidence, I guess. Here's the armband, an armband I inherited from Kazuma, our late boyfriend. It identifies the wearer as a defense lawyer throughout the Empire of Japan. The pawnbroker's ticket box. Redemption ticket issued from the pawnbrokery owned by the victim, Mr. Windibank, in the form of some handwritten notes on the back of a photograph. There's a whole thing with this like binocular camera thing. I forget what it's called. They've gone at length to explain how it works, but basically it has like two cameras and you can basically look at things in a 3D scope because they take a picture of something from multiple angles. Gina's representation papers. Can I thank you for the stretch? Oh. Okay. I, the undersigned, agreed to legal representation by the lawyer named hereunder in regard to the following incident. Defendant Gina Lestrade, alleged offense, murder of Baker Street pawnbroker, date of trial 17th of April, 10 a.m. Attorney-in-law Ryunosuke Naruhodo. That's us. We have a blood samples portfolio. This is very important. So basically Iris has this, there's a lot of information. Stop me if you're confused about anything. I'm happy to explain in the best way that I can. I know it's a lot. But I want to catch everybody on so everybody's on the same page. So Iris has this device that allows you, because keep in mind this takes place in like late 1800s, right? So fingerprint technology is not really a thing yet. Blood sample technology is not really a thing yet. But she has this device that allows you to identify different colors of blood based on really woke up this morning and was like, I hope Sarah's gonna say I feel bad, I just passed out on him last night. Oh, that's okay. I stream pretty much every day, so you are in luck, my friend. So yeah, basically each of the colors that you're gonna see across these images belong to different people. So we currently don't know who this blood belongs to, but there is blood on the calendar, assuming it was from a bullet that was shot. The second one comes from Thrice Fired Mason. Now his name has not, I haven't brought up his name yet in this stream. But he is the guy who was the victim in the third case on the trolley. Hell yeah, hell yeah. So his blood turned purple. So he's a different guy from this blood. Interestingly, the blood was from a fingerprint that was on the receipt for the coat, I believe. Yeah, one gentleman's overcoat. And then finally we have blue blood from the victim of this case, Pop Windibank, who was found. Now, I have a theory. I've been running with this theory. I think there's something weird going on here, right? I don't know. I don't know if this really is his blood. I don't know. And I also don't know if the guy who died at the end of case 3 is actually dead, because we never saw him actually die. That's clean for a while. Hell yeah. Good luck, good luck. So yeah, that's my theory. I don't know. Here's the pawnbroker's ticket. We already kind of looked at this from that other picture. This is Iris's story manuscript, The Hound of the Baskervilles. This is what I was talking about. That was so important. to Iris that Gina was looking for in the pawnbrokery. McGilded case notes, right? Magnus McGilded was, I think it was his name. He died at the end of case 3. He was the defendant in case 3. That's important. That's important because there were 2 people who died in case 3 or chapter 3. It was the guy who Magnus may or may not have killed, and then it was Magnus himself. Both of which happened to expire inside of the same trolley on different occasions. Mason died in the trolley when on like the night of the coat exchange and all that. Gina was also inside the seat. She was like pickpocketing, I guess. So she was hiding in like a seat compartment of the trolley. That's why she was like there. So she just keeps having to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. But yeah, so this is I don't know how important this is going to be, but these are the details of case 3. Case summary: victim found deceased on the last scheduled omnibus. Sorry, it was an omnibus, not a trolley. Of the day after a stab wound to the abdomen. Details of victim: name Mason Milverton, male. Occupation brickmaker. Domicile East End of London. Trial summary: defendant Magnus McGilded. Prosecution attorney Lord Barrett von Zeeks. Defense attorney Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Conviction was assured with 3 eyewitness testimonies. However, a surprise 4th witness's testimony resulted in an acquittal due to insufficient evidence. Now, that 4th eyewitness was indeed Gina. Turns out she did fabricate a little bit of information. She's kind of like reconciled for that at this point, but that's important as to why Magnus ended up getting off scot-free, because he was because basically she vouched for him, right? And that was basically, we found out that was because he low-key threatened her, because Magnus McGilded was like a very wealthy businessman and was like, I'll bad things will happen to you, right? If a wealthy businessman tells you bad things are going to happen to you, you probably might listen to what he's saying, right? So I don't fault her for that by any means. Today's paper, which contains an article about government secrets being leaked to foreign agencies. Right, there's also this like B-side situation going on. I guess that's gonna come into play. I think what's important to understand is that this takes place in late 1800s. There is a building relationship between the UK and Japan, and there's a lot of like, the little bit of racism, a little bit of people being skeptical of each other about each other's country's intentions, right? So that's kind of important to set the stage. The autopsy report. A report prepared by the Scotland Yard coroner that confirms instant death due to a single bullet wound from the back. There are no other signs of trauma. Coroner Dr. Stevens. Name Pop Windibank. Occupation pawnbroker. Time of death 16th of April, 1 o'clock to 1:30 a.m. Reporting party Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Postmortem findings: single bullet wound in upper half of victim's back. No other visible signs of trauma. Autopsy findings: instant death from a posterior anterior bullet wound to the heart. The bullet entered the body from the back on a gently rising diagonal trajectory. A gently rising, an interesting way of putting it. Crime scene photograph. Right. My thing, did we ever find out, did it pass through him? Because this, if the bullet wound entered through his back, and he's bleeding from, I don't know the physics of that. The physics of it seem kind of weird that the blood is on the floor. But maybe the sweater vest sopped it up. Head looking like a pumpkin. Crime scene floor plan. A plan of Windibank's pawnbrokery at the scene of the crime. It shows the relative positions of the main shop and the rear storeroom. So this is the storeroom. This is the entrance to the shop. This is the desk. The calendar was over here, I think. And the door was locked. Windibank had a gun. There are signs of a single discharge. Firearm found in the possession of the Skulkin brothers upon their arrest. There are signs that a single round was fired. So at least 2 bullets were fired. One, I guess, went into... Well, I don't know. There was a bullet that was in the calendar. I don't know which one that was. We may or may not have decided that the green blood belongs to Sherlock Holmes because he was shot. I forgot to mention that. He was shot. He's in the hospital currently. Rip my twink. Skulkin Brothers gun. Photograph of Gina. A photograph taken automatically by the red-handed recorder showing the scene a short time before the murder took place. Yeah, this is a very... I don't know what's going on with this scene, but the red-handed recorder, I think, has like 2. It takes 2 pictures. Post-shooting photograph. Oh yeah, we found out from this that the stuff here was like moved a little, so the brothers must have came in and like jostled it a little bit. Then finally we got the stereoscope, and this is how we can view the stereoscopic images, the binocular images, I think I called them. So that's everything. Again, please let me know if you are confused about anything. Happy to elaborate. But that's where we are right now. I don't think there's that much left, but we'll see. So you're saying that on the night in question, the victim, Mr. Windibank, was wielding a gun. Is that correct?
That's it, Gov. You got the picture.
Aye, Snash, aye, no question. And yet, photographic evidence obtained immediately after the incident clearly shows that Mr. Windibank was not holding a firearm of any description. Eh, you what?
Gordon Bennett, that ain't right.
There can be no question that the victim's revolver was used in the incident. I would remind the court that Mr. Windibank's gun was found at the scene. Forgot how sexy he is. Not only was it identified as the murder weapon, oh, I'm in the picture, but it was found in the accused's hand. Right?
Yeah.
He's hot. Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah, that mold tooler used the victim's own gun to finish him off. Give me that gun.
Bam. And I guess I didn't need to narrate that
kind of thing.
Stay exactly where you are, right there. The crime had taken place as you so colorfully described in your testimony. It would give rise to an undeniable and significant inconsistency in the final moments you just acted out.
Goodness, are you sure, counsel?
You intrigue me, my learned friend, but let's see some evidence to support your claim. Where is the proof that demonstrates this inconsistency in the witness's portrayal of the victim's final moments? The proof that demonstrates inconsistency. Well, was it the fact that they were in, he's so pretty, I know, right? Was it the fact that he was in, I mean, this is what's weird to me, right? Is that he was found in the storage room, which is in this door here. I'm glad that they have a magnifying glass in this one that I can, like, point to stuff with. His body was found in the storage room, so why was this exchange happening at the desk? That feels weird, right? I believe this is all the proof you need. Fortunately not. I require proof that actually proves something, you see. Ugh, I knew it was a long shot. What do you mean? I hear that you have failed to grasp even the bare bones of this case. Sorry, it's been like 2 weeks. Perhaps your level of intellect is better suited to the theatrics of those witnesses than advocacy. Sorry? Want to take the stage with us, eh?
You could be sulky if you like.
Grr. Nash, Ringo, and Sulky's kabuki theater troupe. No, it would never take off.
I believe the counsel for the defense still wishes to pursue his career in the courts, Lord Van Zeeks.
You intrigue me, my learned friend. Okay. Where's the proof that demonstrates this inconsistency in the witness's portrayal of the victim's final moments? I don't. This isn't what shows it? I mean, I guess not. Oh, he was shot through the back, right? If little guy is shooting big guy from the front, that's not accurate. Autopsy report. Shot from the back. According to their testimony, the witnesses claimed to have heard a shout of "Give me that gun," followed by the gunshot.
Indeed, with the two events happening almost simultaneously, or so we've been led to believe.
Yes, that's right. Now, if that testimony is true, it would mean that at the moment of death, the victim and his attacker would have been facing each other. However, in the autopsy report, it clearly states that the victim died instantly after being shot from behind. So, as I stated before, there is an undeniable inconsistency in this testimony, Mr. Skulkin.
Yeah.
I love that he has to stand on a little crate.
But it's the God's honest truth.
It is, Nash, it is. When he was shot that night,
the shopkeeper had a gun in his hand. We saw it with our own bleeding eyes.
Did I hear you right just now? You actually saw Mr. Windibank holding a gun?
Somewhat like that might have slipped out.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have all just heard the admission by these two witnesses, that on the night in question, they actually saw with their own eyes the victim wielding a gun. Which can only mean that despite their testimony to the contrary, the Skulkin brothers must have encountered the victim in person.
Yeah,
Nash,
Order. Witnesses, explain yourselves at once.
Well, the thing is...
it weren't supposed to,
It would seem that my previous warning fell on deaf ears. I made it quite clear that false witness would be the death of you.
Am I to understand that you replaced the untruths of your original testimony with renewed lies? Ever so sorry, Governor. Truth is, see, we,
Cut it out, Nash, cut it out. If we blab now, you know what it'll do to us.
See? What are they talking about? Let me make your position here perfectly clear. You will talk. There is no other option available to you.
Bro, come on, the game's up.
But
He'll have our guts for garters. In case it hasn't quite sunk in yet, no matter how hard you try to hide it, the truth will come out. On the night in question, it is now apparent that you brothers met face to face with the victim. I demand that you testify again to explain the precise circumstances under which this meeting took place. Well... Do we have to? On pain of death. I suggest you make yourselves fully aware that this is your very last chance to tell the truth. Alright. Encounter with the victim. Alright, so he just got inside the gaff and heaved a sigh of relief when the geezer showed his mug.
Give me that gun, he bellowed. And then he flew at us like he was possessed. I thought we'd had it.
For an old geezer, the bloke was strong as an ox. He chucked me over the counter.
I pulled me gun on him, and then he legged it through that door into the back room.
We never had nothing to do with killing him. That's all what happened, I swear. So you're now telling us that the moments before the victim was killed in the storeroom, you in fact encountered him in the main part of the shop.
Well, yeah. Sorry.
Well, we find ourselves at an interesting juncture. This changes matters considerably.
But honest, Governor, this time...
This time, Nash, this time. We ain't got nothing more to hide. Very well, counsel for the defense, you may proceed with your cross-examination. Yes, my lord. This is it. The moment I've been waiting for. Alright. So we just got inside the gaff and he heaved a sigh of relief when the geezer showed his mug. Give me that gun, he bellowed, and then he flew at us like he was possessed. I thought we had it. So he asked you for the gun. Or not really asked. Demanded. For an old geezer, the bloke was strong as an ox. He chucked me over the counter. Wait, so who are they claiming said that? Is it... Because they're saying he. But the... Are they saying that Windebank said that? I'm confused. Did they already say that? Okay, so I think they are saying that. Yeah, the victims. So Windebank. I think we're gonna have to press some statements here. When you say geezer, I presume you mean the victim and proprietor of the shop, Mr. Windebank. Well, sorry, I mean that's right.
We was keeping a close eye on the entrance to the gaff, obviously. But we never thought no one was gonna come out of the back room like that.
The back room being the pawnbrokery storeroom? Yeah, that must be where he popped up from. Only place could have been. He could have been. So it would seem the victim was already in the storeroom when these brothers entered the premises. Which means Ginny must have been in there at that point as well. Yeah, I'm still here. That doesn't make sense, does it? If Gina had threatened Mr. Windebank into the storeroom with her at gunpoint, then why would he have emerged from the same room all alone when the brothers arrived?
Oh, fuck! I don't know.
Did you see the accuser at that time? What, that mole tooler? Couldn't tell ya. What do you mean? You either did or you didn't.
No way, Cobber. We had bigger fish to fry then. I mean, the old geezer just lost it.
You mentioned that Mr. Windibank shouted these words in your previous testimony, too. However, you claimed that you heard him yelling them on the other side of the storeroom door.
Oh, did we?
But the truth is, he was shouting those words at you, wasn't he?
Well, yeah.
Was the victim Mr. Windibank wielding a gun at the time?
Was he ever? Blimey lummy. A great ugly barrel he had, pointed straight at me frontispiece.
So what you're saying is, you definitely saw Mr. Windibank with the gun at that time, is that right?
It is, Gov, it is. Spot on.
Then all of a sudden came at us, he did.
It was bedlam. I didn't know who was going for who.
You were clearly all going for each other.
Like Nash said, we thought we'd had it, I mean...
Yes, I noted that you mentioned the counter in your previous testimony, too.
Well, yeah, of course we did.
He knocked over a load of books, a candlestick, and some skull whatnot.
That's not what you said before. I thought you guys did that.
I got tangled in some marionette with what knocked over a picture frame, what knocked them scales on the floor.
So in fact, it wasn't the sound of the gunshot that shocked you, it made you knock those things off the counter?
Well, Big Brov here went flying over that counter like a gunshot, I can tell ya. Then the old geezer pinned him.
He did, Nash, he did. If you hadn't been there, the bloke would have flattened me like a bloomin' pancake in seconds.
At the time in question, the alarm was raised at the local police station via a secret cable from the pawnbrokery. There was a button under the counter used to activate it, which was presumably pressed by the victim. That's right, when the brothers fled the scene and back onto the street, they ran straight into the arriving police, didn't they?
Poor Mr. Windibank. He did everything he could to protect his shop.
I pulled me gun on him.
Were you intending to shoot Mr. Windibank?
No, never. I was just, you know, looking out for me brov, weren't I? He was being flattened, don't forget.
By a man whose shop was being burgled, yes. And then, the man fled into the storeroom when you pointed your gun at him, is that it?
Yeah, that's it. He shoved me away, then ran off through that door and shut himself in.
Something about that last remark. Something that doesn't quite ring true.
I wonder why Mr. Windibank ran away into the storeroom.
What? Josh, thank you for the raid! Hi, Josh. Hi, everybody. My favorite bunny boy. Hello. I hope you had a good stream. I saw you were doing, was it Ocarina? I love Ace Attorney. I love it too. I'm trudging through this case because it's getting a little long, but I love me some Ace Attorney. Hi everybody. My name is Antonius Drosera. I'm the captain of PRISMA and a Space Mafia VTuber, and I play a lot of cozy games. Cozy games and also not so cozy games. That's the nothing in between, the dichotomy.
According to what everyone's saying,
we're solving a murder.
Ginny was in there waiting for him with a gun.
I hope you had a good stream, Josh.
Thanks again for the raid.
Ah, yes, that's right. Gina allegedly used Mr. Windibank's gun to threaten him and force him to open the storeroom door. In which case, how did the gun end up in Mr. Windibank's hands again?
I have no idea, but that is strange, isn't it?
The third dungeon inside the belly, it was awful. Oh, I hated that one. That That one was not I was save stating like crazy in that one because I was like, I'm not fucking doing this shit. One day I'll finish Ocarina. Maybe I should finish it soon since the remake is coming out.
I have no idea, but that is strange, isn't it?
I just noticed the kiss. Sorry, kiss redeem. This little inconsistency could be significant. Should make a mental note of it.
Look, the point is, me and me bro here.
That's right, Nash. That's right. Me and me bro here. We never had nothing to do with killing him. That's all what happened, I swear.
Are they? They're supposed to be like an apple and a pear, right? That's like their thing. I don't. Whatever that means. And they have a brother. Who's the brother? A banana? Okay, this is the last one. You say you had nothing to do with it?
Nothing at all.
Nothing, Gov, nothing. The old geezer went and shot himself in the back room, didn't he?
Locked it was from the inside.
We know it was, 'cause we tried to open it.
But it's a decent door, that one. Good and strong, wouldn't budge an inch. It's from ye old Home Depot.
Oh, I love Home Depot. I always go there for my doors.
It's great, isn't it?
So in the end, the situation remains unchanged. Hashtag not an ad, by the way. Huh? It's not an ad. Inside the storeroom with the pawnbrokery, there was only one other person. The sole person who could possibly have shot the victim. The accused, Miss Gina Lestrade. Ah.
Where is my Postmates? It would indeed appear so. What say you to that, counsel?
I don't know. I don't know! Was there anyone else apart from Gina who could possibly have shot Mr. Windibank? There could have been. I mean, there needs to be. That's the whole premise of this case. What do you mean? Why are you asking yourself this? You're defending him. I have this one but still haven't played it yet. It's very interesting. I do feel like, you know, I stand by the fact that I stand by the belief it's like the third trilogy. Well, so there's 1 through 3 where Phoenix goes like overseas. Oh, that's the 6th one. The 6th one's pretty good, I feel like. In terms of 4, 5, 6, because I feel like they kind of go downhill after the 3rd one. I feel like the trilogy, the original trilogy, is like the solid, like the best one. Like if you're gonna play Ace Attorney, you gotta play the original trilogy. Investigations is also pretty good. That's the one with Edgeworth. I do feel like the stories in the later games do kind of get a little like, I don't know, they don't have like the same level of story building for me that I feel like the original trilogy has. They're still like solid, but I do find myself like yearning for the olden days. But apparently somebody told me that the great Ace Attorney games are written by the same guy who wrote the original trilogy, and I can kind of see it. These do feel a little return to form in the sense that like they're, you know, the concept is very solid. It feels like, you know, not super like ham-fisted. And I think Ryunosuke is cute. He's a cutie. He's a cutie. I need a man like Ryunosuke. A nervous twink. Was there anyone else? Yes, there could have been. There needs to have been. Mr. and Mrs. Skulkin. What? What's that look for? The moment you admitted that you'd encountered the victim face to face that night. What's up, Kosei? I heard Twink and tabbed over. Thank you for the follow. Mr. Flight Attendant. Oh my god, I got so many beautiful men in my chat right now. What the heck? What the frick is going on? From the moment you admitted that you'd encountered the victim face to face that night, the course of this trial changed completely. It did. What is your point, my learned friend? What do you mean, what is my point? The question we must answer is who could have shot Mr. Windibank? And it is the belief of the defense that the defendant is not the only possible answer at all. My ears perked up.
Someone give me a taller crate.
You have my attention. Yeah, I better. Bro, they cannot be doing this with Van Zeeks. I do feel like Van Zeeks is like a hotter Edgeworth. Low-key. Like, he's like if Edgeworth listened to, like, Pierce the Veil or something. This song speaks to me. I need him, I'm afraid. He's sexy, dude. I think at some point, each case he like takes off his... Am I crazy? He like takes off his coat. I'm pretty sure. And then it's like, man, the titties are out. I'm waiting for it. It's not okay, dude. It's not okay that this vampiric twunk is like getting tipsy and taking his coat off. It's way too distracting. I'm trying to do my job, brother. I'm no better than a man. He's so broody looking. Yeah. He's got like a face scar too. How do you get that? Having some like rough sex. Doing some like knife play or some crazy shit. I can fix him. I don't want to fix him. I want him to break for me. Alright. Let us return to the premises. Stop sexualizing me. Where is HR? I fuck with whatever is wrong with him heavy. I don't know if anything is wrong. I don't think he has like... I don't know. I'm sure maybe in the second game they're gonna like start like going into backstory, but we don't really know much about him. The only thing that we know is that he... There probably is more to him, right? Because like this whole game apparently... I think he wants us low-key. He wants us low-key because he was like out of commission for like 5 years. Apparently he wasn't doing any cases. And the minute that we show up, he's like, he starts doing cases again. And it's like, that's interesting. Or he's racist, which is an unfortunate possibility in this game. We have seen, there has been racism. There, which, you know, is not uncommon, especially in late 1800s Britain. I hope it's not that one. I hope but he has, you know, he has been doing a little bit of microaggression. I need him to stop. That's my one qualm. I need, you know, quit with the racism. The colonizers being racist? Yeah, exactly. I need him to... Edgeworth would never be racist. You would never catch Edgeworth being racist. He is my king. He is an ally to everybody. He's also very homosexual. Edgeworth, my baby girl. Yeah, he would nether. The only nether that he's going in is Phoenix Wright, you know what I'm saying? Crazy. And he's a feminist. My feminist king. Anyway. The victim was killed in the storeroom, which was locked from the inside. That is such an unfortunate diagram of the victim, just like laying there flat, all limbs spread out. He just splatted right on the fucking floor, dude. And then fucking, Gina, looking like that picture of Saddam Hussein in the fucking... You know that one the diagram of Saddam Hussein in the fucking... the underground bunker? Counsel, you must now provide your answers to the court in respect of 2 conundrums. 2, my lord? Twice as many chances to be right, maybe? No. Indeed. Namely, where is my Postmates? Sir, there's no Postmates yet. Yes, there is. I just made it. I'm the first customer. From what location did the culprit shoot the victim? And furthermore, where was the victim at the time? Understood, my lord.
Are you alright, Bruno? Why am I allowed in the courtroom? I'm 10.
I'm not entirely sure, but there's one thing I am sure about. I can prove that there's a credible new alternative to what happened. It would change Gina's prospects hugely. Bigly. So now, time for some clarity. If our love is tragedy, why are you my clarity? Show the court on this plan the answers to the questions posed by his lordship. If you believe someone else could have killed the victim, indicate from where that person could have fired the gun. Oh, that's... I don't fucking know. Are you kidding me? Indicate from where that person could have fired the gun? Like, what? They could be anywhere. I mean, there was a bullet here, so I mean, if I could guess, sir, this is a Wendy. If I had to guess, I would say they were right here, because the bullet, the green blood bullet was lodged in the calendar right here, so they would have been here, right? I don't know. I don't know. Wait, it's a 2-part? Oh! Okay. The defense believes that the culprit could have shot the victim from this location here. And in answer to the second question, assuming the culprit fired from the location indicated, where was the victim at the time? They were diddling with the calendar, I guess. The defense believes that the victim would have been in this position. What your answers in fact show. I'm gonna make you work for that bussy. I guess so. Is that your own position is as absurd as those you have indicated on the plan. And what is your position, Barrick Van Zeeks? I am a verse bottom. Yes! Man, ever since I saw that one picture, that one video of like Aether from Genshin Impact topping Varka, I can't, like, I've seen the world in a new perspective, dude. I think I've discovered I love small top, large bottom. I gotta say, people love to make the manliest Hoyo man as bottoms. That's true. That is true. I will say, I have always the the Zhongli child truthers of the world. I don't know, man. I've always seen Zhongli as a top, I fear. Just because he's like older and wiser to child, but every picture I see of them, bro, Zhongli's bottoming, and it's like, man, top that twink. Top him. What are you doing? Not my Blade though. Blade is fine as fuck. I need to cosplay him at some point. He's on my list. Dude. Yeah, ever since I saw that, I was like, man, I get it. But also Varka could top me. He's one of the few men that I let top me, you know. But I'd top him too if he asked. You know, equal opportunity. Let's go both ways. Anyway. What are you saying? He's saying he would go both ways with Varka from Genshin Impact. I love Flynn's and Blade men with long hair dudes. You know, Josh, I speak from experience. I know what you mean. Your answers are clearly flawed. Okay. I knew it. It's twice as many chances to be wrong. To the electric chair. I don't know this one, dude. This is because I gotta guess the right answer twice in a row. So I'm not even gonna know where it is. I'm not even gonna know where it is, bro.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
The court will now decide your fate.
Guilty.
Guilty.
The court, the court finding me gay. I hereby declare the defendant gay as fuck. Why do I gotta sit through all this? I know I fucked up. I fucked up. I gotta think about this, man. I gotta think about this because there's so many like possibilities. There's so many possibilities. It was the last one that I pressed, right? I love this animation. What was it? Do it again. Looks like he's eating ass. What the fuck is that? I don't know what happened, but this stream got so horny, I fear. It's because I got all these hot men in my chat right now. What the fuck? Okay. I already know this. I know everything except this. Except the gun part. Everything else I know. Also, I love how the shorter one has cheek physics. That's incredible. They gave him fucking, like, gacha game booby physics in his cheeks. Hallelujah. There could have been. But I don't know what it is. Like, how would you even... In that case, let us return to the plan of the premises. The victim was killed in the storeroom, which was locked from the inside. Those are the facts. So pray, what other shit? What other possible answer to the question of who shot the man could there be? Two conundrums. From what location did the culprit shoot the victim? And furthermore, where was the victim at the time? See, that's so, like, convoluted. How are you gonna ask me this? Like, I fucking know the answer. I wasn't there. What the heck? You expect me to be... You want me to be a lawyer? You believe someone else could have killed the victim, indicate from where that person could have fired the gun. Why is it so, like, that's just so specific. That's so Pacific. Where they could have fired the gun. Is this assuming... Is this assuming that this was in the storeroom? I'm confused. Maybe I'm just gonna look this shit up. Because this is just really specific and... I don't know, man. I don't know. When asked about the murderer's positions, you're late, but isn't the dead guy in the other room? Yeah, but like, I don't know. I guess my theory is that his body got moved, but I don't know. Oh, okay. You know what? I was gonna guess this. And I know I'm saying that now that I looked it up. So I sound like I'm the smartest boy ever. If you believe someone else could have shot the victim, indicate from where that person could have fired the gun. Okay, so if they fired it here, if he was in the storeroom and the door was open, he would have shot him. Okay, so I was right. The first part was right. It was just where he was shot was wrong. He was shot in the same place that we thought he was shot. We thought he got shot in the back of the shop. The culprit shot the victim from outside the storeroom. Continue. I'm listening. Mr. Windibank died instantly from a bullet wound in his back. Looking at the stain of blood on the storeroom floor, it doesn't appear that the body was moved after death. And neither was that lace front, which tells us that he was almost certainly shot while he was in the storeroom. However, the crucial point is where was the shooter when the fatal blow was fired? Smart, sexy, good boy, look you. Oh, getting praised. Okay. Make me nervous. I might accidentally give my defendant guilty. My defense is like, what? Sorry, no, I was just... So you are adamant that the shot was fired from outside the storeroom? Well, according to the Skulkin brothers' earlier testimony, bro looks like Alex Jones right now with these fucking papers. The deep state conspiracy. It's all in these papers. Well, according to the Skulkin brothers' earlier testimony, I pulled me gun on him, and then he legged it through that door into the back room. Mr. Windibank ran away through the door. I have to assume that the door was open at the time. My wig!
My lace front! It was at precisely that moment when the victim was fleeing for his life. Whoa, that these brothers had the perfect opportunity to shoot the man in the back once he was inside the storeroom. Yeah. I already put my fist on the table. The bottle of water. Yeah, everybody's British in this game, man. I gotta have I have to pull out every British accent possible.
Come to think of it, I'm not British though. Do you remember what the prosecutor said at the start of the trial?
I can't read. Moving on to the findings of Scotland Yard's coroner. Your wizard, Harry. I've never watched Harry Potter, and I likely never will, cause fuck J.K. Rowling. But I've never watched it. And I never read the books either. You know why? Because I hated reading as a kid. Formerly undiagnosed ADHD. You can't read? No, I can read. I was just making a Van Zeeks joke. But my ass did not like reading when I was a kid. I was not reading any complicated books. I did when I still thought I was straight though. I tried to weed. Harry Potter is so good. I've heard it's good. I mean, obviously there's a reason why it's so big, but I tried to weed. No, there was this girl that I was like in love with, or I thought I was in love with, because anytime I had like a platonic relationship with a girl, I was like, I've explained this before, but my whole thing, the reason why I didn't come out as gay until I was like 17 was because I like had no friendships with guys. And so anytime that I would get close with a girl, I would think that like me having like a platonic relationship with her was like, oh, I'm in love with her, I want to marry her. So this one girl that I got really close with was like heavy into the Warriors Cats. The Warriors Cats books. They're crazy, dude. Those books are crazy, dude. They're all like, there's like a war. There's like a war between cats. Like house cats. And they're like, that shit is like so serious. It's so serious. Mousepaw has betrayed our our group. Looks up Warriors Cast. It's crazy. I'm sure it's good, but like my ass was like, bro, what the fuck is this? It was clearly like some, you know, I'm 14 and this is deep, but I'm sure it's good, you know, no disrespect if anybody liked it. It's just crazy. It was crazy. She's now furry. No, most definitely. She was kind of kooky too. I remember she like took me by the shoulders, and we were like 12, so this was crazy. But she was like, she looked me deep in the eyes and was like, I need you. And I was like, is this what love is? I'm scared.
You are mine. And I am yours.
I was scared. And I went to my mom and I was like, is this how this is? And she's like, I think you need to have a more diverse friend group. Because, you know, I was getting crazy, some kooky girlies. And I've said this before, and every time, you know, buckle in for this one. I
I think the straw that broke the camel's back for me was when I was, I think, like 13 or 14. I had a girlfriend, and I was so, you know, that is what your does to people. Maybe, I don't know. She was very like heavily like, I want to have sex with you, and I was like, I'm like a baby. I mean, we were the same age, but like, I was not thinking about that yet. I mean, I kind of was, but like, it was not about women, right? And this was, I was still kind of in that like, I don't know, we'll see what happens at 13. Yes, she's crazy, bro. And I hate saying that. I hate calling women crazy, because I know that that's like a thing that like a lot of straight men will do to be misogynistic, but like, she was pretty kooky. Like, I feel like she earned that. She earned that. She was like very, like, I don't want to say she like was pushy about it, but she was like, I want to. And I was like, I'm not ready. So she like stopped talking to me for like 2 weeks, and then finally came back and was like, I just popped my cherry, and I didn't even know what that meant at the time. I was like, what the fuck does that mean? And she's like, I had sex. I was like, you cheated on me? And she was like, yes, I cheated on you with my cousin. And my, like, the fact that she cheated on me, like, was out the door. I didn't even care anymore. It was the fact that she cheated on me with her cousin. Her cousin, bro. She was over there, like, poking holes in the condom. Yeah, for real. Her cousin, bro, Sweet Home Alabama. So yeah, we broke up pretty soon after that, because it's like, I don't think I can even, like, bro, how do you even go from that? Josh comes back at this moment. It's crazy, dude. Your cousin, there wasn't any other strange you could get. Like, man, you know what? Okay, at that point I was like, you know what? If you're gonna cheat on me, like, I was, the bar was so low, dude. I was like, it couldn't have just been like just some random guy. It had to be your cousin. That's how sad I was. Pretty soon after, fuck you mean you didn't? Well, I mean, you know, it's like one of those things where I was like, I would give it a pass if they didn't know, but you knew it. Yeah. It's one of those things where you're like, man, I really gotta like think about this. And then, you know, I thought about it and I was like, yeah, I'm good. And that was the last time I ever dated a woman. 14, 15 years ago. I haven't looked back since. You know, I've thought about it recently, and I'm like, I know we're getting on it. Think about what? No, I was just, you know, you've ever been in like a relationship where you're just like, I don't know, I feel like you get like fight, flight, or freeze, right? And I froze. I didn't know how to feel, you know? And I was so hurt by it that I was like, because I'm the type of person, if I'm hurt by someone, I back away, because I don't want to say anything. I get very impulsive, and I have a great control over that. But it's because I have a great control over that I'm like, if somebody hurts me, that I step away. Like, I have to pull back, you know? Because like, I wanted to cuss her ass out, but I'm not that type of person. So I was like, I'm gonna, you know, I'm gonna pull away and just think about what I want to say, you know? So yeah, but I've thought about it, and I'm like, I could be like, you know, sometimes I wonder if I'm bi, you know, now that I've taken enough time away from like the ladies. And I don't know, like, if I'm 95% gay, and 5% straight. Like, I guess that could theoretically be bi. You know, like if, because there's some girls I look at and I'm like, wow, she's gorgeous. But I don't know. I also don't know if it's like a sexual attraction, right? Or if it's just like take a quiz, or if it's just like appreciating, right? Appreciating, because women are hot, right? But am I attracted to them? I don't know. I do see like a beautiful woman with a strong aura to her. I'm like, wow, she's mother. But like, that's the gayest thing that a man could say about a woman, right? So it's like, I don't know. There hasn't been a woman who has crossed my path in the last 15 years where I've been like, you know, as somebody who's been openly gay for 11 years, like, that I'm like, you know, I would, right? So I don't know. I mean, I feel like there are a few who might be able to turn me. Turn me. I don't know about turn, right? Because, like, I'm pretty set in my conviction, right? There are many men. There are many men. Many men who have come into my life and into other places as well. And I'm like, yeah, I'm gay. Anne Hathaway, Sandra Bullock. Did you know Sandra Bullock was a lesbian? Just for a night? I have said this. If Megan Thee Stallion reached out to me and was like, I want to hook up with you, I would, because it's Megan Thee Stallion and she's asking me, right? She's asking me, here we go again. If Megan Thee Stallion asks to have sex with you, what are you gonna say? No? You're gonna say no to Megan Thee Stallion? You know, and she's not like pressuring you. She's just saying like, hey, yeah, you know, because that's what she does. He goes, hey, Drosera, and you know, she's like, I wanna hook up with you. You know, what are you gonna say? No? You know, but I would also question Megan's, you know, tastes in men, that she would be asking a gay man to hook up with her. It's like, you're Megan Thee Stallion. Like, surely there's other options. Not to put myself down, but it's like, really? Me? Okay. I mean, don't get me wrong, like, I'm, you know, I consider myself a looker, but, you know, it's just, I don't know what I'm gonna do. Like, what am I doing? But I don't know. I also just really love men, and I'm like, there's enough men in this world for me to have an endless parade of gay men in my life. So, you know, there's not like a shortage, especially since I'm verse, you know, that does open up a lot more avenues for you. You know, mostly I'm topping because there is a top shortage, you know. That is something they don't say. A lot of people don't say this about being verse, is when you say you're verse, it really means you've been relegated to the top asylum. Because especially in the VTuber community, oh my god, man, there is a top short. There is. The VTuber community, everybody's a fucking bottom, dude. Everybody's a bottom. Everybody. It's crazy. Where are the top? And then the one time there's a top, he ends up being like a terrible person. I don't know what that is. You know, I don't know what that is. Except the women. Well, that's different. I don't deal in that area. I fear, so I wouldn't know. I mean, I got some lesbian friends. They seem to be happy. Shout out to the lesbians. We love the lesbians. We love the lesbians. We love. Shout out to all my lesbians. Big ups to lesbians. There's so many gay men that hate lesbians. And it's like, why? For what reason? You'll never catch me hating on lesbians. Nope. Not me. Is there really such thing as a bad lesbian out there? I'm trying to think of like any evil lesbians. Ellen's she's pretty, yeah, she kind of sucks. So there's one evil lesbian. The lesbians concentrated all their evil energy into Ellen DeGeneres. Which is crazy because of how much she, like, you know, her whole thing was like kindness, right? That's what I fear sometimes as somebody who is like, as someone who champions like kindness. I always worry, like, I hope I don't come off as like Ellen, like, you know, that it's all just a facade. Mind you, I don't do it nearly as much as that was her whole thing, dude. She was selling like merch and shit. Be kind to people. It's like, girl, okay. And then it turned out her, like, it was like a nightmare to work for her. To the point where even like one of like her highest staff members like tragically took his own life. So fuck Ellen, bro. And her nappy ass hair. I'll say it. My boyfriend is just in the background. True. After you said Ellen is all the evil lesbian. He sucks, dude. Fuck Ellen. Yeah, we are getting a little off topic, but you know, it does happen. Give you some eye candy to look at here with Manzies. I mean, he got the arm up too with his titties. He's showing a little bit of tit. You know they're big if they're showing through like multiple layers like that. That's kind of crazy. You know, whenever I do like with this outfit, right? I had to kind of nerf the cleavage a little bit, considering I'm wearing like a sweater and a coat. What a shame. Sighing wistfully, staring at the screen on my break. He is so sexy, dude. I'm sure the Rule 34 is mwah. It's I'll show you a rising diagonal trajectory. Oh my goodness. Cracking my knuckles as I open Rule 34. At work? Bro, you're crazy. You look like you about to You look like you about to rip out your own shirt over there. I mean, yeah, let's do it on the counter in front of everybody. I'm freaky like that. I go in my car on my break, bruh. That's so crazy to me. I'm never looking at anything pornographic outside of my bedroom. Y'all some freaks. Y'all are crazy. Y'all are crazy. My Twitter is a cesspool. Oh, I'm sure it's not nearly as bad as Sujo's. Garbanzo's not even allowed on Suja. Like, He's not even allowed to go on Suja's page, because anytime I open up Suja's page, it's just penis everywhere. It's like, man, come on, man. I wonder if Prisma ever gets like sponsors. They're gonna ask like, hey, can the pink one tone it down? We love Suja though. That's what my private is for. Period. Period. Him like raising his arm too. Not him showing pit. Not him showing pit. For free? The pink one? Yeah. For free? Well, that's not. Wait, what is... That's not the correct one. What is the... Oh, it's... Wait, what is the... Fuck. I always have to look at my command sheet. ZM. This one looks so sad with like this this outfit, because it's like, what is it even doing? There's no pit. You have your nails painted in real life? Not currently. I do paint them. His armpit is my vape. Disgusting. Yuri and I have collab planned. I told Yuri. Apparently there's like there's an not anti-smoking, but there's like a smoker recovery game that I want to play. I want to test it on Yuri and see if it works. I think it would be interesting case study. Cause I don't know. I think Yuri's the only Prisma boy who smokes, as far as I know. Don't get any ideas, Garbanzo. I'm a pretty strong opponent. We'll see. I mean, it's not like I'm in the business of making your... I mean, you know, it's your life, bro. Fuck it. What's that one video of the guy that like sees the kid with the fucked up hair? It's like, it's fucked up what they be doing to y'all. I've been saying it, but fuck it, bro. It's your life. Just like walks on. That's one of my favorite videos. It's fucked up what they be doing to y'all. What's up, Monarch? What is with all these hot men showing up in my chat today? What did I do? Did I do something bad? Did I do something controversial? I don't allow myself to drink or gamble because I know I'd spiral. I got that addiction gene locked in. Everybody got a little bit of vice. I brought them all to you. Man, it's about to be a crazy after stream. Ugh. Yeah. All the hot men than me and mom. Sometimes you gotta balance it out. When you do a rising diagonal trajectory on us, that's crazy. A bouquet of hot men. It's true. It's true. Y'all got me sweating. I'm sweating. Wait, where's my sweat? See, now I'm using all my toggles. I need to actually remember all of them. Where's the sweat one? This is what happens when I have like 40 toggles, dude. Wait, is this one of the... Is this a... Oh, I gotta do like a... Yeah, there we go. Alright, there you go. There's your fan service of the day. Never ask me for anything ever again. I have been playing around with... I got some crazy stuff in the works for this new outfit update, I must say. I've been showing some people, and it's pretty hot. I'm doing a whole... I mean, I've talked about this before, so it's not really new, exclusive, but I'm kind of updating my casual outfit, and the streets are saying it's giving like what is it? What is a manhwa op vibes. So I don't know how I feel about that. I guess you'll just have to see what that looks like. But everybody I've shown it to is like, wow. Wow. I'm trying to get that released before I'm doing like a little mini update before my 12th outfit. So I'm hoping to get like 2 separate updates because I know I've been slacking on y'all. I haven't put out any model updates this year. So but it's because I've been busy. Baby's busy. Captain's busy. We'll get back to this soon. I'm this is what happens, dude. I get a bunch of hot men in my chat, and then I lose focus. How dare you not put out for us? I know. As the community baby girl, it's a shame. As Antonius Drosera public property, what am I doing if not putting out for my people? I am the communist of sex. That's what they're calling me. Sarah is baby girl. Allegedly. I'm not saying I am. That's alleged. That's an alleged statement. Slander. I am not baby girl. I am not baby girl. At the conventions, you know, I don't slut myself out at conventions anymore. Mostly because I'm getting old and I am so tired walking around like 5 miles every day. Anymore. No, I used to be crazy, and it was a little bit of a problem, low key, because there were times where I would wake up in like a hotel room and I'd be like, what the fuck happened? Like I would be cognizant of what happened last night, but also like, how the fuck did I get here, you know? There were times like that. I'd wake up, all my like cosplay makeup would be smudged all over my face. Perhaps a hickey or two. Not me oversharing on an Ace Attorney stream. Sweet youth, yeah. Now, you know, I get one drink in me and I'm like, I want to go to sleep. That is what aging is, I fear. You know, I see the enticing nature of like hot men. And then I'm just like, your stream though, so do you, period. Your knees are weak and your back hurts. Yeah, well that was already happening before, but for a different reason. It's just, yeah, different circumstances have caused that to happen. His report states that the bullet entered the body on a rising diagonal trajectory. Okay, well I made the joke like 20 minutes ago. I don't know why you're doing the rim shot now. Yeah, the joke was, I'll show you a rising diagonal trajectory. You're not going to do it now? Okay, well, I mean, thank you. Which PW is this? What is PW? Penis Warden? It means the victim was likely shot by someone significantly shorter in height than himself. What? Poor man. Sorry. Oh, Phoenix, right? Oh, Ace Attorney. Yeah. This is the gray Ace Attorney one. So technically not Phoenix Wright. It's his ancestor, Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
Poor man, shot while he was running as fast as he could to safety. What a loser.
Ah, of course. He would have been leaning forward as he was running away. So even if the bullet was fired horizontally, it would still have entered his body on an upward trajectory.
So the culprit isn't necessarily someone shorter than Mr. Windibank.
That's good news for you, Iris. I'm sure my learned friend can't have forgotten that the storeroom door was found closed and locked from the inside. Did you hear that? I did not. Did you? Well, the storeroom door was found that way. That doesn't mean that it was. Somebody could have locked it. You claim the victim was shot as he fled into the room. Do you also claim his corpse was dexterous enough to turn the key in the lock? But, what if someone else locked the door? Yes, there is someone else who could have locked the storeroom door. Is that so? Very well then, counsel. Present your hypothesis in the court. I guess it's still broken, but it was supposed to be. Yeah, no, I see that it was the Jaffe. I think we're the hydrate, kinda. I think I want to play this one. It's interesting. I still think the original trilogy is the best one, but it's interesting. Interesting concept. I really do like. I will say I love that there's a jury in this game. That's something that like I feel like has been long overdue in the Ace Attorney franchise because you know that's how court works. But I think it's very interesting that this like idea of like the jury. So the prosecutors are always a little, yeah, it's true. They always, every single one of them is attractive. It is kind of insane. They do put some like sex into all of the prosecutors. Phoenix Wright's gonna have a field day, bro. Although his heart belongs to Edgeworth. I mean, that's through and through. Phoenix, I feel like Phoenix is a very monogamous man. He loves his boyfriend, Miles Edgeworth. His soon-to-be boyfriend. Very well then, counsel, present your hypothesis to the court. In the scenario just described. The defense's assertion is that the victim was shot from outside the storeroom. In which case, who shut and locked the storeroom door from the inside? Who shut and locked the store? I don't know. The defense's assertion is that the victim was shot from outside the storeroom. Whoever shot the... I don't know. The brothers? Obviously that person could only have been...
Just a moment, Runo. You're about to say something fucking stupid.
What? I'm just about to point dramatically at the prosecution and unveil an amazing revelation.
No. Sorry, but just before you do, maybe you should take a deep breath and think things through one more time. The storeroom was locked from the inside, so whoever locked it must have been inside too, don't you think?
Well, that would mean... Yeah, but then we would just be making Gina out to be the murderer, which is not what we want to do. We're representing her. Is that what they want me to point out? Like Mr. Windibank, you mean?
Well, yes, except that he was dead. But there's someone else it could have been. Only one other person, really.
Oh, only one other? You're out of time, I'm afraid, for which you must be penalized. There's a time limit? Now then, let me pose the question again.
Gina? Sholmes? I mean... Okay, it's not Gina. Oh. Obviously, the person who locked the door was the only other person inside the storeroom at the time. The defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. That's absurd! You're suggesting that the accuser deliberately engineered the sealed room? For what possible reason? Such actions would only serve to tighten the noose around her neck. Don't talk to me about tightening. I'm inclined to agree, I must say. Well, counsel? Yes, that's a tricky one, that, isn't it? Half-baked notions have no place in my courtroom, counsel. Remember that, please. But of course Ginny would have locked the door. It almost goes without saying, doesn't it? It does? Well, if I was Ginny in that situation, I'd be freaking out. I know I would have locked the door as quickly as I could. I mean, those two burglars had just fired a gun in her direction, hadn't they? Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Yeah, that's true. Oh, yes, obviously. Before the two brothers arrived, Miss Lestrade and Mr. Windibank were in the storeroom together. Now, I don't know what went on between them at that time, but at some point, Mr. Windibank must have heard the intruders breaking into his shop and left the storeroom. Intruders, eh? That's us, bro. If your theory is correct, that would leave the accuser alone in the storeroom. Yes, it would. Then, probably only moments later, the victim fled back through the storeroom door, hoping to escape danger. Hit in the back by the bullet, Mr. Windibank fell to the floor where he was, just inside the storeroom. And what we have to ask ourselves now is, what would the defendant have done in that moment? I see where you're going with this. I don't. Outside the storeroom was a terrifying killer who had just murdered Mr. Windibank. As soon as that thought struck Miss Lestrade, she slammed the door shut and locked it, in order to save her own life. That's what he sounds like? But I mean, we ain't the ones who done it. We ain't, Gov, we ain't. You've got to believe us. I mean, come on, we'd never shoot no one. That's blatantly untrue. I know for a fact that you would. As before my own eyes, you shot Mr. Herlock Sholmes. There is only one logical conclusion here. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin, you brothers had every opportunity to have been the true perpetrators of Mr. Windibank's murder. I don't think it's that simple. I don't. Yeah. Where does this leave us? You mean to say that it wasn't the pickpocket who shot this pawnbroker after all? Why am I here? I should have known it was those three brothers. That was amazing, Bruno. All the members of the jury seem to be firmly on your side now. No, first time ever, and probably the last. Well, I'm gonna shoot them. I think you've done it. Surely they'll have given a verdict of not. An admirable effort, my learned friend. What's this now? He's laughing? You find the situation amusing, Lord Van Zeeks? I myself find the defense's argument most persuasive. I dare say, such chicanery is the bread. Sorry, my Freudian slip. The bread and butter of the street performers in your provincial eastern nation. But such blatantly malicious conjuring tricks in Orange amount to nothing more than inexcusable pettifoggery here. What? I don't know what any of that meant. It means you done fucked up.
The hypothesis you put forward, so ostensibly, credibly, cannot and will not stand. Just like you're not going to be standing when I'm done with you, alright? Because you see, it contains a fatal flaw in orange. A fatal flaw in white? No, in orange. Do you mean to tell me that you're unaware of your logic's failing? I say, Lord Van Zeeks, might be an idea to explain this ballet-conjuring trick or whatever it is to the troops on the ground, The fatal flaw in my learned friend's argument is really very simple to understand. Assuming you're not too dim-witted to count bullets. By George, count bullets?
Oh dear, I can't count. He noticed then.
Huh? What's everyone talking about?
Council.
Yes, sir? Daddy, Van Zeeks? Tell the court how many bullets were found at the scene of the crime.
Two bullets.
Correct. The first, that which hit the victim in the back, ending his life. And the second, that which struck the detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, on his arrival at the scene. Indeed. 1, 2, buckle my shoe. The defense presented a picture showing the damage caused by the second bullet earlier in the proceedings. The bullet which injured Mr. Sholmes appears to have passed through his body to strike the calendar. Your lordship's understanding is correct. Furthermore, we know there are 2 firearms involved in the incident. The revolver belonging to the victim, Mr. Windibank, and the Skulkin brothers' revolver. The evidence shows that a single bullet was fired from each gun. Yes, indeed it does. A single bullet from each. Now then, my learned friend. You yourself, I love when you whimper, you yourself told the court only moments ago that these 2 brothers shot Mr. Herlock Sholmes right before your eyes.
Yes, I did.
Oh my goodness, I think you'll find
that if the single bullet was fired from the brother's gun hit Mr. Sholmes, it means...
Windibank not shot by same gun. Stop. Only 1 bullet. Stop.
Exactly. Yes, this Nipponese street performer presented an ostensibly credible argument. However, it was never anything more than a diversionary trick with no hope of standing up to scrutiny. Get my good side. Order, order, order! Ow! Pray forgive the discourtesy of flinging the dregs of this hollowed nectar into the public gallery. It's okay. I'm fine. Lord Van Zeeks. But this court needs to open its eyes. The accused, I can't. You hit mine. Sorry about that. The accused, Miss Gina Lestrade, is no ordinary little girl. Despite her young years, she can regrettably no longer be described as a juvenile. No, the person in the dock is far from a law-abiding citizen. She has a past riddled with criminal conduct. The truth is, the accused broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question with loathsome intent. As we can see beyond doubt in this print, which depicts her threatening the victim with the murder weapon. Oh. And I have here in my possession 1 more piece of evidence the prosecution wishes to present. Huh? That disc.
I'll be taking that whatever it is of McGilded's down to the yard. Thank you very much.
No, don't give it to him. It's mine, that is, mine.
I'm sorry, miss, but anything belonging to McGilded has to be taken in as evidence now.
Yes, that music box disc. McGilded's music box disc. The disc that McGilded owned the very day before the hateful murder of Mr. Windibank. The accused attempted to make off with this article, which clearly doesn't belong to her. Just like I will be making out with my learned friend over here after the case.
What?
And with none of the subtlety of a pickpocket, I might add, but by brute force and brazen impudence. Good gracious! Make no mistake, any sympathy for the accused on account of her years is misguided and dangerous. He's so JoJo's with this post, dude. He's just like Ariana Grande, dude. He only has one side. One angle that he clings on. He's like Dream. Dream in that fucking in the face reveal when he was just like, "Hey guys." Not on Rule 34. Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure he's in every angle. Left, right, upside down, backwards, inside out. There are no depths to which this girl would not stoop if pushed. No crime she would not commit.
I wouldn't do arson.
Okay, maybe not arson. The court forgets that fact at its peril. This 17-year-old girl is a terrorist.
Michael Jackson?
That is ridiculous. That is ridiculous. I would never do that. I only held my baby outside for 5 seconds because they wanted to get a look at him. I would never do that. I would never drop my baby.
I see. I think it would be prudent to take this music box disc into evidence, counsel. Does it have Charlie XCX on it? I don't know what that is. Right, it's 1890. As a grim testament... Oh.
Lord Van Zeeks,
Inspector Gregson. What? Yes, Inspector.
We had a meeting yesterday at the yard with the prosecution service, and, I think it was agreed that the disc wouldn't be used as evidence.
Oh, what's going on here? Sketchy, sketchy. What's this all about? Why is the inspector acting strangely?
I'm not acting strangely.
It's the first time he said anything to Van Zeeks at all. I am unaware of any such meeting.
But those were the instructions right from the top. The government bigwigs were insistent.
Inspector, I am the prosecutor, and I alone determine how to present my case. Your warning is noted. Thank you. The prosecution wishes to proceed with submitting this disc as evidence, my lord. Indeed, bailiff. The music box has been entered into the court record. The prosecution has established the accused's motive, opportunity, and baseness of character. Let's take a look at that music disc, shall we? It's got the blood stain on it. Or McGilded.
Or McGilded. That's the man you defended in court a couple months ago, isn't it, Runo?
Yes. Or rather, mistakenly defended.
Wonder what his name is doing on the back of this disc.
That's a question I'd love to know the answer to myself. Oh, Runo.
Oh, Runo, look! This is blood.
Yes, you're right. Just a small smear, but definitely blood.
Actually, I feel as though I might have noticed that before. Then it's my time to shine again. I thought I'd be waiting forever. Alright, hold still with that disc, Bruno. Can we get this done quickly, Iris? In a flash. Oh, right. What's it gonna be? Oh, it's green. Oh, a lovely bright shade again. Wait, that color. What is it? It's just that green. It's not the first time we've seen that color, is it? It is Charlie XCX. It's the brat green. I don't know who that is. Right. So it's the same, well, a little bit lighter, but okay. Suspension of disbelief. So this is the same blood. It's the same color as the one that was found on the calendar, which means it's the same color. Or I mean, it's the same aliens. Well, okay, so I guess I should explain this because I know some of you guys are coming in later. So because there's no blood analysis yet, since it's like the 1800s, we have this machine that allows us to like color code blood. So it's all red blood, but it turns a different color depending on whose blood it is. So, you know, there's different colors depending on the person. So because these two are green, it means it's from the same person, I guess. I don't know what happens when you run out of colors, considering, you know, there's only so many differentiating colors you could use, but for the sake of the argument, yes, we'll just go with it. I mean, the whole premise of Ace Attorney is suspension of disbelief, right? It's like everything is, there's so many like, wow, that's really convenient. I've watched so many people, so many like lawyers playing like Ace Attorney and being like, this is not how it is, but I guess it makes it more interesting. The prosecution has established the accused's motive, opportunity, and baseness of character. Someone with a degree in molecular, cellular, and developmental biology, I'll just take your word for it. Yeah. I guess you just kind of have to. Okay, he's smart. Twinks and STEM. Fellow Twink and STEM. There's nothing more to add, except it is brat green. Bumping that. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I await your informed decisions and rest my case. Oh, Van Seeks is very hot. I don't believe it. I had the jury on my side for once, for all of 5 minutes. Oh dear, you really are pathetic. It wasn't even for 5 minutes, Bruno. Damn. My lord! Who's speaking? Oh. Wonder if I might say something at this point. No. Proceed, Mr. Foreman. Been stumbling about in a bit of a fog up to now, if truth be told, but all of a sudden, the answer's barely obvious to me and my men. There's only one thing for it. Oh no. Very well. The court will hear from the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, you will present your leanings as to the defendant's culpability. Uh-oh.
No!
Whoa. Almost. Oh my god, you almost burned my wig off. We have a consensus among the jury, it seems. When you have eliminated the impossible,
Whatever remains must be the truth.
That's my line. I wrote that for Hurley. How dare you use it against us?
Don't worry, Iris. I don't think we're finished yet. There's still more to this case than we realize. It must be, because there's one thing that I'm absolutely certain of. Gina didn't shoot Mr. Windibank. That's beyond any doubt. Very well. She did that shit. We will proceed with the second summation examination of the day. Mr. Foreman, are you and the other jurors ready? Garbanzo Squadron is primed and ready for action, sir. A simple yes would have been fine. Very good. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have now determined the defendant to be guilty. Fade to black. Alright, here we go. I love this part. I think this is my favorite thing in this game, I gotta say. The jurors' contentions. Once a rogue, always a rogue, I say. Different breed to us law-abiding citizens. Breed?
As only 2 bullets were found at the scene, I would say the whole case is done and dusted.
You don't need a stereoscope to see the truth here. Every which way you look at it, it was that pickpocket.
I never imagined that simple operation would cause me so much grief.
The accused attempted theft on the previous day. I can see I'm in for a busy day indeed. Ahead.
I am ballistics expert. I have seen many shootings. There is nothing I do not know about guns. My Postmates order got cancelled. It would seem there is little remaining room for doubt.
I have to admit, I was rather bowled over by the argument put forward by the chap in black. When that fell apart like a house of cards, I saw that I'd jolly well been hoodwinked. Well, no more.
The whole courtroom is turning against me.
It's not fair. Even I'm turning against you, physically.
Iris?
That prosecutor's being mean.
Oh, Iris.
Just because Ginny's done some things she shouldn't have done in the past, that doesn't make her a murderer. Free my girl!
Allow me to savor this fruity vintage, fruity, while I savor the spectacle of your fruitless debate on the matter. And to the man behind me, get ready for another face full of wine. Here's to the truth coming out. Eventually. Coming out? That's enough preamble. Counsel, proceed with the summation examination. Yes, my lord. The defense's rebuttal. What did he call me? Alright, here we go. Now let's just go down the line. Just because Miss Lestrade has a history of pickpocketing, she must be guilty of murder, is that what you're saying? Well, are all members of the British Army so quick to judge? I beg your pardon? Are you mocking Her Majesty's Armed Forces?
Was he thinking for the sub?
The greatest military organization in the world. No, I'm simply illustrating my point. With markers or crayons. Making assumptions about people because they're a soldier or a pickpocket is wrong and dangerous. Well, yes. Might have a point there, I suppose. But let's not forget the girl had already shown she had it in her from before. She's clearly a criminal sort, through and through, can't deny it. When you say that she'd shown it, she had it in her, are you referring to this? Exactly. Tried to swipe that only a day earlier, Or am I mistaken? Not exactly. Given that I was actually there at the time, it's hard to refute that.
I've never actually seen the real thing. Can't wait to have a closer look at it.
Oh yes, of course. Mr. Sholmes did use his caramel bars to make a copy of the disc, didn't he? And then ordered every type of music box he could find from across Europe. And then that twink got shot in the tit. Or something.
I don't know where it was. I don't think it was his tit, but it was somewhere. We still don't know what tune it plays through. Though, do we? But I'd love to see how the original compares to Hurley's copy.
The Gilded Disc. Could it be a clue somehow? Perhaps we should examine it in more detail. We did.
As only 2 bullets were found at the scene, I would say the whole case is done and dusted.
It's the number of bullets that has you convinced.
Only 2 bullets were fired, and the 2 guns that fired them have been examined by the police. When the parlor maid asks me how many are invited for dinner, I always tell her to count the table settings.
Well, that's logical, I suppose.
Although...
Yes?
Sometimes after dining, crockery does go missing. 1 or 2 guests rather like the fine china.
Does your employer dine with thieves?
I suppose. If there was another bullet somewhere of which we were unaware, I'd have to reconsider my position.
A 3rd bullet somewhere on the scene? Would that be possible? Well, I think it's possible, but I don't think I can prove it. Right now, at least. Allow me to show you then, the 3rd bullet. Is it in the blood samples? I, don't suppose this would pass as the 3rd bullet. It passes for a bullet as much as you pass for a lawyer, my learned friend. Damn. Coming from you, I'm going to take that as meaning not much. In no way does it resemble a bullet. Well, yes it does, but okay. That helps your understanding of my last remark. Good. So at the very least, I would expect the evidence you present to be of the correct form. It's been a long day.
We try to find this 3rd bullet before we attempt that again, Runo.
Alright, well... I guess... Well, I didn't want to say it was impossible. So if I've understood correctly, you need 2 pictures, a left eye one and a slightly different right eye one. I have a nice calming voice for this game, oh thank you.
Thank you.
Exactly! And here's a not-so-calming voice. Then you can see the scene in 3 dimensions like this.
So if we have 2 bullets, I don't suppose you can see anything useful with them?
I think you'll find that no matter how much you squint, the truth of the situation always looks the same here. The only person who could have shot the victim is that girl in the dock.
How can you be so sure of that?
Think about it. The Skulkin brothers shot the great detective, didn't they?
Yes, that's been mentioned once or twice.
Well then, surely it's coming into focus now, isn't it?
It's a waste of time. I'm not going to change this man's mind anytime soon.
I never imagined that simple operation would cause me such grief.
Would you please stop muttering about things that have nothing to do with this trial, sir? The defendant's life is on the line here.
Well, the thing is, I couldn't really say that that it is nothing to do with this trial, to be honest.
Huh?
I mean, there's no question that the man was shot. but the bullet had simply vanished from his stomach. It's quite inexplicable, don't you think?
I almost don't want to ask, but this surgery you've been muttering about all this time, you were operating on...
What was the fellow's name now? Hairlich? No, Hairlock. No, Hairlock?
Hairlock Sholmes, by any chance?
Yes, good lord! My eyebrows look like Cheeto Puffs. It was that Hairlock fellow.
What? You're the surgeon that operated on Mr. Sholmes? I kind of thought as much.
That's right. Using the very latest anesthesia techniques, I might add. It was a fairly major op, I can tell you.
This is crazy.
Yeah. Let me see. The fellow was brought in not long after midnight, if I remember correctly.
Not long after midnight?
They said he'd been shot by some criminal or other, so I opened it up like a shop. I was like, damn. This twink is really... He's a cutie, that's for sure. But the funny thing is, I went over his insides with a fine-tooth comb. And I mean it, I didn't have actual tools, so I used a real comb. And couldn't find the bullet anywhere. I'm afraid I had to throw up my hands in the air like I just don't care and stitch the fellow back up.
I hate to state the obvious, but...
Yes?
Surely that's because the bullet is still at the scene of the shooting?
The counsel for the defense is correct. Why do I know this and not you, as is clearly shown in the photographic print?
The bullet that the Skulkin brothers fired at Mr. Sholmes... The bullet that the Skulkin brothers fired at Mr. Sholmes hit him in the stomach region. Then exited his body and lodged into the shop wall where the calendar was hanging by the door. I think you'll find it's really quite simple if you just consider the problem three-dimensionally.
Who do you think I am, son?
Well, juror number 4 is about the best I can do.
My name is... Actually, that's correct. I am juror number 4. That's my name, legally. As soon as I saw the wound to the man's stomach, I flipped him over. I was like, damn, he got a fatty.
Like a pancake? Are you saying that you checked his back?
Of course I did. And there wasn't a trace of injury. No sign that the bullet had left the body at all.
What?
That's the point. The only logical conclusion was that the bullet was still somewhere in the man's innards. And I'm not checking in there, gross. Which is exactly why I said about slicing him up. Like Swiss cheese. And I'm still none the wiser even now. How many times do I have to say it? Can somebody please explain how it happened? Can somebody please solve the mystery?
It's almost as much of a mystery as how this jury was put together. Yeah, for real. Why are all these jury members, like, involved in this case somehow? That's like jury rule number 1. Like, if you've ever been to jury duty, they're like, do you know this individual? Because you're not supposed to have any involvement. So it's like, I don't know. Something seems up with that. I don't know. I haven't really thought much about it. Yeah, no biases. Because they have brought this up before. Like, it's weird that all of the jury members are they stack the jury. Yeah, it does feel like someone is implicating this to go a certain way to try to cover something up. Corruption.
The accused attempt a theft on the previous day. I can see I'm in for a busy day ahead.
What do you mean you're in for a busy day?
Forgot to say, stop. Do excuse me, stop. I am a communications officer. Stop.
Communications officer? Does that have something to do with sending telegrams?
Everything from personal messages written by members of the public to the latest news in the capital. I convert all the messages into Morse code and tap it out to the entire world electronically.
To the entire world?
Thousands of miles of cable under the sea. Stop. Worldwide communications network. Stop. Information transmitted to and from all corners of globe. Stop.
Ah, yes. She was getting equally worked up about radio waves or the like before, wasn't she?
I specialize in communicating information from the government departments and newspaper offices.
See.
I'm sure I shall have to wire the newspaper reports of today's guilty verdict later. So no sleep for me tonight, I imagine.
Okay, mother. Let's finish the trial first, shall we? I am ballistics expert. I have seen many shootings. There is nothing I do not know about guns.
I thought you were just a tourist. Oh. Tourist alert!
Good day. I am visiting London for sightseeing. I would like to take bus to Crystal Tower, please. There's no way, he's just a visiting tourist. So you're a ballistics expert? Who knew? I have much experience with guns. I have lived through many, how do you say, extreme, violent bath of, blood of,
extreme violent bloodbaths, maybe.
Those, squeezing the fucking mouths. Those extreme violent bloodbaths. English is very difficult tongue. Considering the sort of people you associate with, I'm surprised you still have a tongue. Anyway, if you have questions about bullets and guns, you ask me. There is nothing I do not know. No mystery I cannot solve. He's very confident in his knowledge of guns, that's for sure. But, if possible, please only in Russian language.
He's not very confident in his knowledge of English, though, is he?
No, still, we should bear it in mind. He's our man if there's a mystery about guns or bullets.
Ben Seeks has managed to convince everyone. When you have eliminated the impossible, he said. But he hasn't.
We're going to fight back. We need more material. We have to fight back. We have to turn this trial around again. So that's what we got. So I guess we need to pit something now. Once a rogue, always a rogue, I say. Different breed to us law-abiding citizens. Whoa. Thunder. Once a rogue, always a rogue, I say. Different breed to us law-abiding citizens. If only 2 bullets were found at the scene, I would say the whole case is done and dusted. Don't need a stereoscope to see the truth here. Every which way you look at it, it was that pickpocket. The mystery of where that bullet ended up is infuriating. Where's an expert? Okay. So let's pit number 4 and number 6. That seems like a good way to go. And then maybe we'll pair, once we do that, we'll pair number 4 with number 2, because maybe we'll find another bullet.
Objection.
Those 2 statements clearly contradict the idea that all I do is pit jurors against each other. Oh, a ballistics expert. Pitting. P-I-T-T. Armpit? On the night in question, Mr. Sholmes was shot by one of the Skulkin brothers. But since there is no sign of an exit wound on his back, we must assume the bullet didn't pass through him. However, no bullet was found lodged in Mr. Sholm's body either. Furthermore, a bullet was found lodged in the wall of the shop where Mr. Sholmes was shot. Juror number 6.
Hello, my name is Villain. Pleased to meet you.
This apparent contradiction in the facts that is so clearly troubling juror number 4. Are you able to explain the mystery?
I have seen very similar situation in Motherland.
Huh?
It was night. There was blizzard. I was running away along mountain road in freezing cold.
Golly.
Yes. The snow was piling high on both sides of road. It was very narrow and dangerous. Suddenly was whisked away in tornado. Then found myself on a yellow brick road with many tiny people alongside dog.
I'm sorry, is this the plot of The Wizard of Oz?
No! This happened to me. My pursuers had hunting rifles and they were on dog sleds.
Mental note, don't ask too many questions.
I was shot from behind and fell down in snow. And this situation was very similar to what I hear today from doctor. They could not find bullet in my body. My body ate bullet and then became Iron Man. Jarvis, give me hot Russian babes to jerk my penis to. And no sign of, how you say, exit wound.
Then where did this bullet go?
Bullet never hit me.
Oh.
Well, if it never hit you, why did you fall down? Bullet hit frozen wall of ice very close to my side.
What?
One small piece, very sharp, broke away from lump of ice and pierced my body. It made deep wound that looks just like bullet wound. Good gracious. Holy shit.
Juror number 4, language.
Of course, piece of ice quickly melted inside me. Then developed kink for ice play. And that is solution to mystery of disappearing bullet. But that doesn't answer the question at all.
Hmm?
The shooting happened in a pawnbroker's shop. Not some snowy mountain road in another country.
Just an idea, but we might not be looking at exactly the same scenario here.
Bruno, where exactly was Hurley shot again?
Well, according to the report, in his stomach. Sort of around this area, I think.
Oh no, now he can never get pregnant.
Iris.
Well, that's precisely where he always wears a little pouch on his belt.
A pouch? Actually, I might have noticed something like that. A fanny pack?
Yes, a pouch. He's part kangaroo. It's where he keeps his 3 glass vials of very dangerous chemicals that he uses in his investigations.
What? Really? Doctor, where's the pouch, Mr. Sholmes? Mr. Sholmes. Not his poppers. Where's the pouch Mr. Sholmes is wearing?
Well... Now that I think about it, I did consume one of them and I've been feeling pretty loose. The bowel movements have been a lot easier. The fellow had nothing like that on his person when he arrived at the hospital, as far as I remember.
If I may, Lord Van Zeeks? Well, I realize it is forbidden for the prosecution to interject during a summation examination. I should inform the defense that I have the pouch in question in the antechamber outside the court. I'm really watching this shit like a diva. Sorry? As I understand it, I'm never actually gonna drink this, am I? As I understand it, when the police arrived on the scene and found Mr. Sholmes injured, they removed the pouch in order to assess the wound.
Oh, thank goodness. I thought I was getting forgetful for a moment. I thought somebody was gonna take the poppers. It was gonna look like a Troye Sivan music video.
Since then, it has been in my safekeeping along with all other evidence related to the case. I can personally vouch for the fact that it has not been touched since the incident occurred.
I haven't been touched either in many years.
My wife and I are going through something.
Very well. While extremely unconventional during a summation examination,
Van Zeeks already has poppers on hand. He's ready for a good time. He doesn't need poppers. That thing is already loose, I believe.
I must demand the prosecution presents the item in question with all speed. You could say, you show speed. Bring forth Mr. Herlock Sholmes' pouch. Making a lot of references today that are not yet a thing in this time period. I see. So this is the pouch worn by Mr. Sholmes on the night in question. It's also good for that gag reflex. Oh, is that true?
I wouldn't know. I don't need it.
So this is the pouch worn by...
So this is the pouch worn by Mr. Sholmes on the night in question, is it? Look at that. Oh. Interesting. One of the files is broken and the leather around it is scorched black. It's almost as if the file exploded.
Exploded?
So that night, the bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun struck Mr. Sholmes' pouch.
And it was the glass file exploding that caused the fellow's injury. Oh.
I'm sorry. You're a doctor. So... You telling me you wouldn't have... Like, I know this is like late 1800s and all that, but like, you're telling me you as a doctor wouldn't have like looked at your patient who apparently had who was said to have a bullet wound, but instead had like a major skin abrasion because of like a deadly chemical? Psych and MD would never. That's all I'm gonna say.
This bullet did not penetrate victim, but was deflected into wall of shop.
He's an ophthalmologist and he isn't board certified. He's a quack. That's what he is. A delightfully complex aroma. The only aroma I would like more is the sweet stench of Ryunosuke's boxer briefs. Huh? I don't wear briefs. I wear undies. Well, this is not appropriate. Well, it would appear one mystery has been solved, at least. The mystery of my Postmates. It's never coming. They cancelled. Though it has no bearing on the truth of this case. The bungling and burgling brothers shot the detective, and the accused shot the pawnbroker. The pertinent facts of the case remain unaltered.
But at least the mystery is solved. I can sleep easy tonight. Thank you, young man. Thank you. Ah, thank you very much. Glad I could help. Due to its bearing on the conundrum just solved, the court will sequester this scruffy pouch as evidence.
Hurley's pouch isn't scruffy.
That's your problem? Sholm's pouch has been entered into the court record. Now, the summation examination. It would appear the defense is somewhat struggling to alter opinion. Bro is not getting it. Alright, let's look at this one. It's really scorched badly, just here.
Oh, the strap is broken, look.
This must be where the bullet hit then.
Let me see.
Ooh!
What the? Iris, look!
Behind where the broken file was, do you see it?
That's the Skulkin Brothers bullet.
What a stroke of luck that it hit his pouch. This is an amazing discovery. What this means is there were 3 bullets fired at Windibanks that night.
Found exactly what the juror was talking about. The 3rd bullet.
It's time to press that juror again, I think. Oh shit. Now we're talking.
These glass vials are full of Hurley's homemade potions.
Homemade?
Yeah, he's going Breaking Bad up in there. Yes, like fingerprint powder to show up where people have touched things. And scent amplifying solution to intensify a smell lingering on an object.
That's amazing.
They're all very easy to use. There's just one thing that you have to be careful of. Don't touch them. You will die. They're all very flammable.
Mr. Sholmes is a walking bomb. Either he's passionate about finding the truth or just oblivious to the dangers. Maybe both. Oh look, there's a hole here at the back. Doesn't look much like a bullet hole, but clearly something's ripped through the leather with great force.
Something must have pierced it somehow to have left this hole behind.
Yes, it looks that way. Mr. Sholmes and his pouch both took a beating, didn't they? Yeah, I'm sure he is used to that. This is the bullet that was fired from the Skulkin Brothers' gun on the night of the incident. So he has 3 vials of poppers? Oh yeah. He's getting a train run on him, bro. It's the bullet that was fired from the Skulkin Brothers' gun on the night of the incident.
Yes, so it turns out it never actually entered Hurley's body at all. Thanks to the thick
Leather of the pouch, sorry. He was wearing, it saved him. It's real dyslexia hours.
Hurley's always lucky like that.
Well, considering what he had to go through in hospital, I wonder how lucky he really was.
Oh dear, poor Hurley.
Wait, so is this not blood? Is it just like smushed? Please, my lord, a little more time. After all, that's a new piece of evidence. Could be a valuable clue. You can't afford to overlook anything here, Ryunosuke. Why don't you get on your knees and beg like a dog?
Okay.
There's still a way to turn this around somehow, I'm sure of it. Okay. Well, I think we can go back to Maid Girl. Because we got a 3rd bullet. Oh. I will say, speaking of dog boys, I have my new boy crush
Sena Kiryuin, is that how you say his name? He's such a cutie, dude. Oh my god. His little audios drive me insane. I feel like he's found his like niche, and I feel like I'm going insane. I love puppy boys, dude. Like, that is my true weakness, I fear. I love a puppy boy. Like an airheaded boy, just subservient. It's just so hot, dude. I don't know. Golden Retriever, yes. Very excitable. It's just so cute. I love it. I'm weak. And his voice is so cute too. Ugh. Men. But really, I'm so equal opportunity gay. When I think about it, it's like, I really, like, they're definitely, I love goth men. Don't get me wrong. Goth men are definitely like my top fave. But I love, like, there's so many types of men that I love, you know? A muscular man, a big boy. Femboys are, you're testing my patience. But there's some femboys that I'm like, okay. Don't get me started. Hashtag not all femboys, but some of you. And of course the twinks. I love a good twink. I love a twink, a twunk, a jock, a bear. You know, I just love men. What can I say?
Suppose if there was another bullet somewhere.
Yeah, the third bullet. Just listing everyone. No, and that's the point. Is like, I really am equal opportunity. Now, I do have standards, you know. But, you know, in terms of like type of man, like, you know, I'm like Pitbull, dude. I'm Mr. Worldwide. Everybody can get it. Not everybody, but, you know, I do have standards. I don't want this to come across as I don't have standards, but like, there are, you know, there are a lot of men. Like, when I look at like my roster, so to speak, of men that I've dated, it's all over the place. That's the beautiful thing. I can prove it.
I can prove it.
Take that.
Bullet number 3. Here it is. We discovered it just now. Yes, on the night in question, Windibank's pawnbrokery, another bullet was fired. Oh, sent shivers down my balls. What is this new trickery, you Nipponese conjurer? Racist! Where did you find that bullet? It was lodged inside Mr. Sholm's pouch. What? Oh man, that is so JoJo's. What the fuck? This pouch was removed from around Mr. Sholm's waist before he was taken to hospital. His slutty little waist. And since then, it has been touched by no one. Do you mean to say the shot fired by the Skulkin brothers that night? Yes, as your lordship has surmised, it hit this pouch. But that makes no sense whatsoever. What is bro talking about? We already know the whereabouts of the bullet fired at Mr. Sholmes. It's clearly visible in this photographic print. 2 guns from the scene have already been submitted into the court record as evidence. Yes, that of Mr. Winterbank and that belonging to the Skulkin brothers. An examination of both guns revealed that only a single bullet had been fired from each.
But that must mean...
That's right. We now know that on the night in question, 3 bullets were fired. However, only 2 bullets were fired from the guns recovered from the crime scene. Until that incontrovertible inconsistency is somehow explained, cannot and must not pass judgment. Yeah. Man, it's so frustrating. I think my biggest problem, the further that we get in these games, is just how fucking long these cases get. And it sucks because I don't even feel like it's like they need to be this long. Like, it just feels like a lot of fluff. And it's frustrating because, like, you know, I think, you know, I feel like this has definitely sobered me, because after us playing Your Turn to Die, which was just like, you know, really pulled no punches, really took no time, like, to, you know, overstay its visit on topics. It is frustrating because it's just like, man, I get it. You know, I'm sitting here, we're almost at 4 hours on the 6th part of me playing this case, and it's like, oh my god, bro, this is so long. It's so long. And we're just like spending like such a long ass time on this shit. This same case, 6 streams. Yes. It's crazy. This is probably like the 15th hour of this very case. And like, granted, this is, you know, it's like long, right? Because it's the last case of the game, but it's just, I feel like so much of it is so added with stuff that like really could be a few sentence exchanges, but we spend like a whole section on like a 3rd bullet. It's just like, oh my god, get to the point. Order. While this summation examination remains incomplete, the court, sorry, I got like weirdly Australian there for a second. The court has been presented with new facts. Facts that would appear to shake the very foundations upon which the case against the defendant had been built. Put on some chapstick. As is my prerogative in this situation, I hereby temporarily suspend the summation examination. By Jupiter! What? Bailiff, bring the witness back to the stand at once. Witness? Governor? Governor? Were you listening to the proceedings while the defense carried out the summation examination? We was, Governor, we was. Perhaps we can dispense with the tedious preamble, please? Simply answer this one question. A 3rd bullet has been identified at the scene of the crime. What do you make of that? Make of it, Gov? I don't make nothing of nothing. Is it one of yours? Gore blimey, Gov. Gore blimey, not a chance. In that case, did you have an accomplice? What? 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 Never. The Skulkin brothers work alone. It's just the 2 of us. That's our trademark. I thought you said at the beginning of this that you guys were looking for your 3rd. Don't take that out of context. How soon we forget poor Sulky, yeah. Only 2 of the bullets from the crime scene originated from the firearms we have in evidence. The 3rd bullet was fired from another gun. Where is it? Lummy.
Lummy, that's an head scratcher.
My head should be scratched too. Counsel for the defense?
Yes.
I should like to hear your thoughts regarding these new developments. The third bullet and the mysterious missing firearm from whence it came.
Thinking back over all the testimony we've heard and all the evidence we've seen, I think I'm starting to form a picture of what really happened that night. Lord, I think it's clear what this third bullet tells us about the Skulkin brothers. It's nothing to do with them. I would think there's a third party. I believe it has nothing to do with them. Nash, eh? That's right.
Yeah, nothing to do with us, Gov.
Well, now that you're reacting like that, I don't know. We've established that one bullet was fired from each of the two guns already known to the court. True. The logical conclusion, therefore, is that on the night in question at Mr. Windibank's pawnbrokery, there was another person present in possession of a third firearm. Whilst the brothers may have had nothing to do with the third gun or the bullet fired from it, it's inconceivable that they had nothing to do with the third man. Yes, the brothers were working with an accomplice who was carrying a gun. An accomplice, you say? Pigs will. Pigs will what? Pigs will fly. These protracted proceedings have already forced us to endure 2 summation examinations. Yet in all that time, there has not been a murmur of a third man. If this apparently wraith-like being exists, then goddammit, may he bend me over this very desk and fuck me from behind. The court must be shown hard evidence. And let it be brick hard. Without it, this fantasy will be crushed. Just like it's my fantasy to be crushed. The prosecution demands answer on 2 counts. First, proof, evidence that this accomplice was ever at the scene of the crime. And secondly, the identity of this spurious character. Skulkins are lying, I know that. But how can I ascertain the identity of the person they're hiding? Well, counsel, I'm supposed to prove the existence of this accomplice and reveal the person's identity even. In response to the prosecution's demands, my lord, the defense is... I want to say unable. I mean, well, I guess we should say ready to, but I don't know. I don't know who this third party even is. I mean, I have an idea, but I don't know. The defense is ready. I believe I can provide all the answers the prosecution demands. So, my Nipponese friend, despite the swimming eyes, you seem to think you have something to say. This promises to be interesting. I have to push forward now. There's no other option. I need to use every single piece of evidence available to me if it will make a difference. In that case, counsel, I would ask you to present the evidence without delay. On the night in question, in the moments leading up to the death of the victim, what proof have you that there was a third intruder present at the scene? What proof? What proof indeed? What proof indeed?
Would it be the bullet? I mean, that seems a bit roundabout though, because I mean the whole spurring of this conversation was because of the third bullet. So like, it feels weird to present the third bullet as an answer, but I mean, if it is to be believed that, you know, I mean, we already know this third bullet exists, and we also know that one round was fired from the Skulkin brothers' gun and one round was fired from the Windibank's gun. The math ain't mathin'. There has to have been a third gun if that is indeed the case. If there were two guns and each of them shot one bullet, then why is there a third bullet at the scene? Right? But that seems very roundabout, like I said, because it's like we already, like, this whole like branch of conversation is because we found a third bullet. So I don't know. Okay. Okay. So I guess I gotta think deeper. We gotta go deep. Deep into the bussy of this case. We gotta pull the balls up and examine for any strange bumps or moles, which you should do, by the way. This is your monthly reminder to check your balls for any strange lumps. You'll thank me later, especially if you're in your 20s, because it's most common to get testicular cancer in your 20s. You laugh, but it's true. I don't know. 'Cause like, what other, I mean, maybe the Sholmes' pouch? The music box disc? I mean, but we know that if we're to believe that the green blood, because this came up green. Okay. So there's 3 bullets, right? Do the poppers? That's kind of what I was thinking, but I feel like that would be the same as presenting the bullet. I mean, I'll try it. Yeah. So there's 3 bullets, right? There was, I think I might be onto something. Hold on. I think I might. I think we need to look at each of the 3 bullets, and that might help, right? So this was one of the bullets. It was found in it was lodged into the calendar wall. Then this third bullet was found in Sholmes's pouch. Right? So this is the one that are they saying this is the bullet that was shot by the brothers? Because I mean I guess that makes sense, right? They were the ones who shot him, right? So then what is this bullet? Where did this bullet come from? I'm guessing the third bullet was lodged inside of Windibank, right? The victim. But what's this one? And it also has the same color as this one. I feel like it's not actually what the fuck is his name? Wink McGee, Blondie. I don't think this is his blood. Especially because I feel like they've made a concentrated effort not to, like, you know, even though they've said this is his blood, it's not denoted there. So that's kind of weird. So maybe I'm gonna see if I can, let me do the blood samples. Okay, cool. The evidence is right here in this portfolio. By Jove, that portfolio again, is it? Do you trade stocks? Yeah, I do a little. I do a little NASDAQ. Oh, very impressive for your age. Do you expect the court to rifle through your papers itself? Be more specific. You claim one of those blood samples proves the presence of this third intruder. Well, which one is it? Take that! Don't speak to me like that, I might come. What am I looking at here? There appears to be some green paint or such like around the bullet hole in the middle of the calendar. Looks like someone was in the Nickelodeon slime zone. That's right, my lord. I was nominated for a Kids' Choice Award and I won. Oh, congratulations. It's a blood stain, my lord. A blood stain? Why it green, though? Green blood? Curious even for you. Is the court to understand that the intruder was some unhuman creature? It's something developed by Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Yes. It was one of the goblins from Goblin Cave. But they also come white. How do I know this?
By the great detective.
New invention. Stop. Not yet appeared in the story. Stop.
It's this, you see. It doesn't have a name yet, though.
This fogger sprays a chemical that... TOS speedrun. Yup. Goblin Cave. I could have been a voice in one of those videos. How many times can I tell that story before it gets old?
This fogger sprays a chemical that reacts with the different elements in people's blood to change its color.
Different elements of people's blood? Don't make me ink.
Yes, everyone's blood is slightly different, you see, because it's made up of different elements. So, by seeing what color it changes to, you can tell in a flash whose blood it is.
What if two people have green blood?
Oh! That brings a whole extra dimension to looking at blood.
Talk of blood in courtroom. Stop. Very exciting. Stop. As an example, this one shows the blood of the victim, Mr. Windibank.
Striking blue. Just like the waters of Fiji. I wish to vacation there. Is Fiji even a thing yet? I don't know. Yes, so you see, the green color of this bloodstain on the calendar shows that somebody else was shot in the main part of the shop. Now hold fire there, young man. Could be from some unrelated incident, couldn't it? No, it's not unrelated. Oh! The date showing on the calendar is the date on which Mr. Windibank was killed. Fiji and Tahiti are just expensive. Hawaii? Oh, is that true? Is that true? Maybe Hawaii. Maybe a trip to Hawaii is in order then. By golly. Therefore, we can assure that whoever was shot on the same day. Then whose blood is it? God, there's so many voices. And they're all British. Well, the Skulkin brothers in the stand don't appear to be suffering from any gunshot injuries. Which means it must be the blood of somebody else. The third intruder, in fact. Whose identity the court is still waiting to hear. You can't delay this any longer. My sexy learned friend. What was the first thing you said? Learned? No, the thing before that. My? Never mind. Who is this alleged third intruder? I mean, if I'm gonna take a wild guess, I would say Eggert Benedict because he wanted to get that coat back, right? The man's name is Eggert Benedict. That's a stupid name. It is. Eggert Benedict, who on earth are you talking about, counsel? He paid a visit to Windibank's pawnbrokery on the afternoon before the incident took place. When the accused attempted to deceive the pawnbroker into releasing this article into her possession. That's right. That's right. The man identified by the defense, Mr. Eggert Benedict, then attempted to take the article from the defendant by force. Broker. Yes, sir. I believe this filthy pocket thief has just redeemed an article from you now. Yes, The article in question belongs to me. I demand for it to be returned at once. Now that's a lie. What are you trying to pull? Give me back my overcoat, you wastrel. And needless to say, any music box discs too. Inspector Gregson was there at the time and can attest to what happened. In the end, it doesn't even matter. It was the inspector himself who took the disc. Can you corroborate this account, Inspector? Yes, my lord. That's more or less what happened.
Balls!
In the interest of being thorough, I asked Windibank for a print showing the fellow. Taken from one of his red-handed recorders, what? Gubbenses? Man, there are words that I have never seen in my life before in this game. It is interesting. I mean, I guess it does kind of help portray the time period, right? Because, you know, linguistics and everything. There are words that, like, we don't really use anymore. Which, you know, I'm a big fan of, like, old-fashioned insults, I gotta say. I love the word cur. You cur! You're becoming a sexy learned fellow yourself. Cur is just like
You lowly cur. It's like, man, it's like, if somebody told me that, I'd be like, that wasn't very nice. I feel like I'd be taken aback. Yes, that's him talking to Mr. Winterbank that morning. Bro is caught in 4K. And you claim this man is the brother's accomplice? There's literally no other option. Well, Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. That is the thing that is also kind of frustrating about some of these cases, is like when they don't give you, I mean, this has kind of always been the case with Ace Attorney, right? Is they give you like a couple characters introduced in a chapter, and it's like, okay, obviously the person who did it is this. Sometimes that's not the case, but that is like one of my main gripes with this game. It's like, who else is it gonna be, you know? Sometimes they pull a fast one, but never seen that geezer before in my life. All my life, Gov, all my life. Never seen him. Well, somewhat unsurprisingly, it appears our witnesses disagree with the assertion. The assertion. I'm sure your lordship recalls my learned Nipponese friend's actual assertion, which was that he could prove the identity of the alleged accomplice. Yes, and I can.
Show us the evidence.
I agree. We must see proof that the clean-cut gentleman... He's circumcised. In the photograph is the filthy criminal you say he is.
Nipponese? Is that supposed to mean Japanese? Yeah, because Nippon is like I think like a shortened form of Nihongo, I think. If I understand correctly. Or maybe it's like, I don't know. I shouldn't speak like I know what the fuck I'm talking about, but yeah, it's like Japanese. This is the last piece of evidence. I have a feeling that something has been missing in this trial from the very start. I was lapping it up. I think I'm right, but I don't want to say it with utmost certainty and then get clipped and be like, white twink wrong about Japanese culture. What a larper. This is why I hate EN VTubers. They don't even know what the fuck they're talking about. And it's true. I really don't. I just sit here with my honkers out and speak for hours as if I know what the fuck I'm saying. I could just be a whole charlatan. But I'm not. Well, free the honkers. But now I'm going to drag it kicking and screaming into the courtroom. Whoa, what are we talking about? You ready to present your answer to the court then, counsel? Yes, my lord. The defense will present the evidence now. Proof that the man pictured in this photographic print was in fact the person struck by the third bullet. The man pictured in this photographic print was in fact the person struck by the third bullet. I mean, the trajectory could certainly have been... Are we just presenting the blood sample again? That proof is right here in this portfolio. Good gracious, counsel, does that portfolio contain the answers to every question posed? Many such cases. I see you share my interest in claret-colored liquids, my Nipponese friend. What'd that mean? I don't even...
The jokes write themselves. Enough. The court demands to see further evidence. Which blood sample proves the man you identified was the one shot by the third bullet at the scene of the crime? Would it be number 4? As I mentioned before, on the afternoon of the day in question, the defendant attempted deceitfully, admittedly, to reclaim this disc from Windibanks. Which is when the aforementioned Egbert Benedict, stupid-ass name, appeared on the scene, I believe. This man then... why not Egbert? That's what frustrates me. Egbert would have been so much better. Why Egbert? This man then attempted to purloin the article from the defendant's possession, no? That's correct, my lord. I myself was present at the time. I think Egbert is a real name. Is Egbert not? You know what? Egbert was this... I had a Beanie Baby. I had a Beanie Baby named Egbert. And he was like a little chick inside of an egg. And I loved him. I was a big Beanie Baby boy as a kid. I might still have him. I might still have him in my storage. Because I did keep a lot of my Beanie Babies. Beanie Babies are one of those things that everybody thinks are like super, super high, are worth a lot of money. I'm sorry. I'm trying to think of the word. But usually they're not. Because I remember there's this one woman that I saw on YouTube, and her whole job is she's just a Beanie Baby grader. That's like, which is the coolest fucking job ever, by the way. She just like, her whole job is she just goes to people's houses who tell her like, hey, I got a bunch of Beanie Babies, can you grade them? And that's what she does. It's a cool fucking job, I gotta say, you know? In a world of shitty jobs, I don't think I have the qualifications, but, you know, someone's gotta do it, I guess. There's a market for it. That's correct, my lord. I myself was present at the time. It was following this that a minor incident occurred. Still? I don't know. I don't know if she's still doing it. This was a few years ago, so I don't know. But of course, sir. Here is the disc for you. Here might be a dumb name, but he could still get it. Oh yeah, but it's looking like he might be a murderer, so... Very well. Then I shall bid you farewell. Say goodbye to style.
Wait a minute, that disc. He's mine.
What do you think you're doing, you little tramp? He could still get it, of course. I mean, I'm no better. So, as a crime lord myself. You've drawn blood, you filthy animal. Being a music box disc. It has countless small but sharp metal protrusions over its surface. Those protrusions cause Mr. Benedict's finger to bleed. And the resulting smear of blood is still visible on the disc now. Goodness, a blood stain, is it? My assistant and I have just analyzed the blood stain here in this very courtroom.
Using my trusty fogger gun.
Watch out, don't get banned. Yes, and we added the results to this portfolio.
I say, it's green.
It's exactly the same color as the blood around the calendar. I had to remember which one was number 5. The evidence is conclusive. The man calling himself Eggert Benedict, who was in Windibanks earlier in the day, it's the accomplice who was present at the scene of the crime that same night. So there was someone there.
Look at those two brothers now, they're sweating buckets. Oi, who are you talking about? It's boiling in here.
My lord, it is the opinion of the defense that Mr. Eggert Benedict should be summoned to the courtroom to testify.
Where are we? It would certainly seem that we can ill afford to ignore this gentleman's apparent presence.
This has gone on long enough now, this flagrant ignorance of the mechanics of law. Huh? Sherlock Sholmes, you say? Yes, I've heard the name. But I must say, I am more fish. The protagonist in a series of short stories for the vulgar classes. A god of detection or some such. Yeah. And now you employ chemical substances devised by this fantastical persona in the highest court in the land. How sauced our boy Zeke's at this point? See, that's the thing, is I feel like he never actually drinks anything. Like, he barely drinks anything, and then he just throws it at the crowd. So it's like, I feel like he just like has it as a prop. What a poser. Yeah, he's LARPing, bro. He's LARPing as an alcoholic. Do you expect us to take you seriously? And that's even like, and perhaps the most important question, why the fuck is he even drinking in the courtroom? The samples made by this plaything are not fit to be called evidence, just as the defense is going to be my little plaything after this court session. There's a lot of gay tension boiling in here. I'm homophobic. So the bloodstain turned a shade of green. What of it? Drinks because he is old and sad and needs someone to tickle. True. Here's to you successfully proving that no other blood in the world would turn the same color. See, that's what I was saying. Well, you know what? I am glad that they said that. I am glad that they said that. Well, yeah. Yes. And pray, do not even think of suggesting that we should take Mr. Sholmes' word for it. I already took my leg down. Is he right? I don't know. I mean, he is a great detective. What are you talking about? He can... Bro. This twunk is ruining his brain, dude. I knew it would come to this. Of course, Mr. Sholmes' invention isn't going to be recognized by any official body. But what other choice did I have? I mean, he should at least be... Like, how is he not even... That's crazy to me. I don't know. Like, how are you... We're just gonna dead end this? Like, the fact of the matter is that this little blonde-haired twink with a top hat has some involvement in this case, even if he didn't do it. Like, he needs to testify. I'm just remembering what Father Christmas over there said before. About how he was temporarily suspending the summation examination. I mean, if we're going to talk about Father Christmas, I feel like the more fitting person for that nickname is the juror, but okay. In other words, the examination isn't over yet, is it? Good grief! What did you just say, young girl? To be bested by a 10-year-old, this is embarrassing.
In this summation examination, the decision as to whether or not the trial continues is in the hands of the 6 jurors, isn't it? It's the way I see it. It doesn't matter what certain other people think of Hurley's invention. At least, not for now.
Yes, she's right. Young lady, you have quite the devious mind.
It really just comes down to one thing. Whether these ladies and gentlemen of the jury are convinced by what you say, Runo. Is that about right, would you say? Or did I misunderstand something?
Unbelievable. Mr. Sholmes' partner is a force to be reckoned with.
Iris Wilson, sharpshooter.
After that shrewd precis of the situation from an entirely unexpected source, it must be acknowledged that the previous summation examination has yet to reach its conclusion. This is absurd. No, what's absurd is your attitude. Bad boy, he like sprays him with the squirt bottle. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court now looks to you for your final pleadings in this matter. As proud citizens of Her Majesty's Britain, I'm sure you will come to fair and just conclusions. So then, state your final decisions in turn, please.
Not guilty. Not guilty. Not guilty.
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 Not guilty.
No, what the fuck? Did he just die? 2 call guilty and 4 call not guilty. Such is the outcome of the summation examination. My lord, with all due respect, this is an outrage. The prosecution refuses to accept this decision. Who gives a fuck? On what grounds? If these jurors are persuaded by some half-baked concoction devised by a pretender to real police work, then they are too ignorant to be trusted with the judgment of anyone's guilt. I'm sorry, Lord Van Zeeks. This hissy fit is unbecoming of you. The outcome of the summation examination cannot be ignored. This trial will continue. Yeah. Yeah, put him in his place. Cry about it. Get on your knees. Okay. Nevertheless, we find ourselves in a rather awkward situation. The defense has very reasonably requested the subpoena of a new witness. Y'all like my little braids? Thought they were cute. My daughter did them. But sadly, I fear that will be impossible. What? The name the gentleman gave for himself, Eggert Benedict, is quite clearly false. I don't believe it. Just when I managed to prove the man was there that night. Could I say something? Who was that, please? Who spoke?
It was me, my lord.
Juror number 5? What have you to say, madam?
If possible, Inspector. Me, ma'am? I wonder if you might show the photographic print to me again. The one in which the gentleman is shown.
Oh, maybe they're related. They do have the same hair color.
That's my bitch brother. Ah, yes. This one you mean, of Mr. Benedict? Holy shit. Yes. There's no doubt in my mind.
Juror number 5, you don't mean to say you know this man? This fucking... He's so cute, dude.
I'm embarrassed. Yes, I know him. What?
No. Good gracious.
Now the whole case is going to get thrown out. Yeah, for real. Like, this is so crazy, dude. This is corruption at its finest. Order, order, order. But of course, my goat Ryunosuke Naruhodo is going to... He's gonna get his client off regardless. Juror number 5, how on earth? I am a communications officer, stop. As we can clearly see, the gentleman in the photograph is stop. Also a communications officer, stop. He works in my office, stop. A very talented operator, in fact, stop. He should be in the communication station now, stop. Tapping away on the telegraph, stop. This doesn't seem right somehow. I can't put my finger on why, but it doesn't feel right.
Suppose we all imagined the accomplice would be some sort of hardened criminal. It's a bit unexpected to find out that he has a respectable job by day, whatever he gets up to at night.
Yes, I suppose that's it. I suppose that's why I felt something was wrong. If the gentleman is at London's communication station, we should be able to subpoena him within the hour. Lord Van Zeeks, if you please. Just like my Postmates was supposed to get here within the hour, but we all know how that turned out. Yes, my lord. Yeah, that's it. That's it. Love it when he acquiesces. Make the necessary arrangements with all haste, as your lordship bids. Good boy. The court will recess for 1 hour. I shouldn't be saying that. I'm giving y'all too much. When the new witness arrives, we shall reconvene to hear the gentleman's testimony. And then we will have pizza. It's pizza day. Who wants pepperoni? Inspector Gregson, I got Supreme just for you. Oh, thanks. Yes, my lord. My ears perk up. I should like to hear from you specifically about events at the pawnbrokery on the day in question. Come to my chambers during the recess, and make sure you're hard. Pepperoni, pineapple, and jalapeno? Okay. Interesting. No jalapenos right now. They got those things on watch. Yes, sir, my lord. Is something happening later? Well, no, that's not what I meant. Very well, court is adjourned until 1:40 p.m. Oh my god, bro. I think that was part 2. We have 2 more parts left. I'm gonna keep going. Like, low-key, I want to finish this today. I don't think we're going to. But I'm so ready to be done. I'm like, low-key, I feel like the next 2 parts might be shorter, I hope. I don't know. 12:41 p.m. The Old Bailey. Defendant's Antechamber. How many cases are in each game? It depends. Usually there's 5. There's 5 in all, except for the second one, which has 4, and the 5th and 6th one, which has 6. But 5 on average. So these games are long. Oh yes, and they've gotten longer as they've gone. I was looking it up, and apparently we've already played the longest one. The longest case is, I think, Game 6, Case 5. You pulled up on my TV for so long, my PlayStation power saved and turned off. Ah, Gina, how are you holding up?
I fucking shit myself!
Starting to feel quite warmly towards her frequent cold shoulders now. I feel a motherly. I feel a motherly instinct.
Ginny, are you doing alright? Why aren't you saying anything?
What's the point, eh? Why go to all this trouble? Sarah's mother. Why go to all this trouble and fight so hard for the likes of me?
What?
Well, you saw it. That picture. What picture?
You mean this? Photograph taken by Hurley's red-handed recorder.
I was glocked up, I was. Well, I didn't think
it would have captured a scene like this, that's for sure.
I'm cooked in it. It's hopeless. Anyone who sees that's gonna think I did it, ain't they? Well, I won't pretend it wasn't a bit of a shock when the prosecution first presented it to the court. Surely you've got to have your doubts about me now. You can't still think I'm innocent. Of course I can.
Ginny, why don't you talk to us? Tell us what really happened that night.
Eh?
Bruno's cleverly managed to piece together a lot of new information, but still, we'd really like to hear it from you.
He's trying to get Zane this later. He has to win this case. Oh, Ben Zeeks.
It was after we had that dinner together at your place, right, Iris? Then we all had a chat up in your office, didn't we?
Yes, I remember. It's actually great context, considering it's been 3,000 hours since this case started.
After that, I just couldn't get to sleep. I slipped out and went down the street to the 2-to-1 to Windybank's place. I had to know
if Iris' story was there or not. Or if Iris' story was there or not. The Hound of the Baskervilles.
I don't know what it's about or nothing. But if you ask me, there's something in it that Sholmes don't like. Something what he don't want people reading. Man, this is hard. So that's why
this is like hell for me having dyslexia.
So that's why he lied to Iris about sticking it in lug with Windybank for safekeeping. Lug with. At least that's what I thought at the time.
Dyslexic Nightmares. Also the name of my forthcoming horror novel. You broke into Windybank's?
I just had to know if it was there or not. I mean, I had no idea all that was gonna kick off, did I?
Yeah, I guess.
I struck the lock and snuck inside. It was dark as you like in there.
Sorry?
So I gave the oil lamp on the counter a bit of wick, and that's when.
What do you think you're doing?
I nearly died, I did, and next thing I knew. I grabbed the gun off the counter and was waving it in the air like, I don't know what.
You're the girl who was in here this afternoon. I didn't think pickpockets went in for armed robbery.
The mantle script. Have you got it in here? Did Sholmes leave a load of papers with you? A story?
I beg your pardon?
The hound or something of. If it's here, I want to see it.
I'm sorry, young lady, but I'd sooner die than relinquish an article belonging to one of my customers.
I don't want it. What will I do with it anyway? I just want to see it's there, that's all.
Oh, you want to see it, do you?
I want to know if Sholmes really pawned it here or not. Please, just let me see it and I'll go.
Oh, very well then. But for pity's sake, stop waving my gun around, would you?
So then the old cove unlocked the storeroom door and we both went inside. And it was there, alright. The match was script. Sholmes weren't lying after all. You did all that just to check for me, Jenny? Anyway, then there was a bit of a kick-up out in the main bit of the shop.
I'm trying.
Skulkin brothers arriving on the scene, yes. What was that noise? Someone's breaking in.
Dear me. Is there some burglars convention here tonight that I don't know about?
Think I forgot to shut the door behind me. Sorry.
I'd better go and take care of it. Could I possibly have my gun back?
Oh, well, I'll come with you and...
Now don't be foolish, young girl. You must stay right here. Don't leave this room under any circumstances.
And with that, he took the gun out of my hands and walked back out into the shop. I am back in the storeroom like he said, straining my ears in the dark to hear what was going on. It sounded like they got into a bit of a scrap. Started to think I should help, see? So I was just about to go out into the storeroom myself when...
Interesting. So that feels notable. So he was shot in the main shop area, which is kind of what I was thinking, and then must have been dragged into the storeroom.
I had a couple of shots go off, too, I think, almost at the same time. And then there he was, right at my feet, lying face down on the floor. Was right next to the storeroom door, so I slammed it shut and locked it quick as you like. So you thought whoever had shot Mr. Winterbank might come for you. Yeah, so I went to grab the old cove's gun. Figured I'd put up a fight at least. But when I got a better look at him, I knew. Homie was murked. Winterbank was a gooner. Sorry, a goner. I felt funny in my head all of a sudden, kind of dizzy. Okay, so that's why she was passed out then. And after that, I don't remember nothing. That must be when you passed out, Gina. If I hadn't done what I'd done, the old cove might still be alive. You tell the police everything you just told us? Of course I did, but they didn't believe a word of it, did they? All they said was if I kept telling lies, it'd make things even worse for me. It'll be alright, Jenny, don't worry. Just stay strong a little while longer. Bruno's about to put the real culprit through the mill. That cove what was there in the afternoon. That Eggert Benedict. I still remember how he looked at me, like I was nothing. He was there that night. We don't know his real name yet, but I'm convinced that he's involved somehow. Anyway, thank you for telling us what happened, Gina. I appreciate your honesty. You what? You can leave it all in Runo's capable hands now, Jenny.
Mr. Naruto.
Yes?
How come you trust me? I don't get it.
Because I always trusted my client.
I mean, have you forgotten what happened here before? Come on, it was only 2 months ago. Me and McGilded, we told you a whole pack of lies.
Yeah, but you were threatened.
You got the bog troll off with him, even though he was a killer.
No, I could never forget that.
Oh.
I did what I thought was best at the time. The pain of that error of judgment doesn't get any easier to bear. Still, don't forget that I also made you a promise. I told you that I'd be on your side at the bitter end, no matter what.
Well, what if I'm lying? You could be working to get another killer off the hook for all you know.
I was once in your position, Gina. I was the accuser in a trial.
You were?
Before I left Japan, I was accused of murder. As strange as it might sound, the circumstances of the crime were pretty damning. I was sure that no one would believe it wasn't me who'd done it.
Oh, Runo.
But there was one person who stood up for me, who believed in me and was prepared to defend me. My best friend. My dead top.
Oh, Ryunosuke, no one believes in you more than I do. Leave this to me. All you need to do is put your faith in me, and I'll do the rest. God, he was so hot. So happy I cried. But even then, somewhere inside me, I couldn't help thinking, surely he doesn't really believe in me. Not completely. Oh. But I was wrong. As soon as my trial began, it was obvious that he had an absolute, unwavering belief in me. God, he was so handsome. And in turn, I developed an absolute, unwavering belief in him. And that night, we had extremely sweaty, tantric sex. And because we were in college, it was in a twin bed. But man, it was the best night of my life. But now he's dead. He's dead, Tick. Do you understand what that means, Iris? Not really. It means I lost my lover. Then I came to realize if you want someone to believe in you, you have to believe in the other person first. What are you saying? I promise you, Gina, that no matter what happens, I'll keep believing in you. My dead boyfriend instilled this in me. So you don't need to worry, I won't let you down. Even though I'm a diver, and a no good liar. I don't know what your swimming abilities have to do with this. But that isn't the only thing he instilled in him, that's true. But he's gonna have to wait a few more months before he realizes that. You're not like McGilded, I know that. You're not a crooked billionaire who is using everyone to make more money. You just steal from rich people, which objectively is better. Eh?
That's right. I'm also a socialist. You're our friend, Ginny.
Iris. We know you better than you think. We know your favorite type of jelly is grape. It's actually strawberry. Fuck! we've come to the conclusion that you're someone we can trust.
Yes,
That's really all we need to know.
exactly.
Mr. Naruto, I... Aww. Defendant Gina Lestrade and her legal representative. Court proceedings are about to resume. What? This has taken 1 hour? At the beginning of this scene, it was 12:41. Yes, of course. Thank you. Time passes strangely in this game, but... okay. I've been both a defendant and a defending lawyer in my time, so I knew only too well just how hard it was to put all your faith in another. And I also knew just how hard it was to bear the burden of another putting all their faith in you. This is it at last. The final chapter. Is it? The final battle. Wish me luck, Susato-san. And I hope you're watching over me too. Partner. Doomed Yowie. 1:41 p.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. I hereby call this court to order as we resume the trial of Miss Gina Lestrade. Lord Van Zeeks, have you successfully subpoenaed the witness? The subpoena was delivered to the communication station where the man works immediately, my lord. However, the heavy rain has delayed the arrival of his carriage, it would seem. See. Then let us turn our attention to Inspector Gregson's precis of the case heard by the court this morning. The glaring omission of the third bullet in your report is a serious blunder, Inspector. Yes, I can only apologize. I can only apologize, my lord. Although the defense's chemical analysis of the blood at the scene makes for a compelling argument, I cannot permit such untried methods to be used as evidence in my courtroom.
It's a big mistake to cross Shirley at me. Very big mistake.
You probably shouldn't be holding up your gun while you're saying that. My lord, the subpoenaed witness has just arrived in the building. Thank you, big-tittied officer. Show him to the stand without delay. Mr. Eggert Benedict, if that even is his name. I didn't expect to be crossing paths with him again so soon, and certainly not like this. Thank you for complying with the court subpoena at such short notice, sir. But of course, my lord, as an upstanding member of London society, it is my pleasure to oblige. Now, kindly state your name and occupation for the record. Ashley Graydon, Communications Officer.
Mr. Graydon and I both work at London Central Communication Station.
Now, perhaps somebody would kindly explain what all this is about? You were apprised of the situation by the court officer on your way here, I presume? Yes, I was. Something to do with a murder that took place at a pawnbroker's on Baker Street. And some nonsense about me having been there on the night in question. That is the accusation indeed. This really is beyond a joke, you know. Very well. Without further delay, the court will hear your testimony now, Mr. Graydon. You will respond to the accusation made against you under oath. Gladly, my lord. Gladly. I think I'm gonna get, I'm gonna get a little refill real quick. I will be right back.
Hey Frank, tell me what's going on. You think God's gonna forgive us for the things we've done? That's all you got? That's all you got? That's all you got?
What's so much fun about driving on the mountain? What you think, doofus? You drive as fast as you can, challenging the corners. The corners, huh? That's really the kind of thing you do for fun? I wouldn't be doing it if it was boring. Look, you're a dude, right? And you're telling me you don't feel the unquenchable desire to tackle those raging hairpins? Oh, no.
I'm back. I got some cake. Also peed. Just in case so far. I'm gonna take a little cake break. I don't know. I feel like this case could have been 25% shorter. Granted, we're not even like fully done. There we go. Today's morsel is a sprinkle crunch chocolate shortcake. It's pretty good. It was not something that I could eat in one sitting. The captain must consume his sweets. I will say, this might be a little gap moe of me. But if you want to curry favor with a certain mafia captain, sweets are a good way to my heart. Especially ice cream. Ice cream. If I were like a if I were like a dateable option in like a farm sim, that would be on my loved list. Are those chibi heads on the shelves back there? Yes, those are my Prisma brothers. Dante, Garbanzo, Yuri, me, and Suja. Got a bunch of little lore bits. I had a lot of fun designing it. Are you telling your child to progress their parasocial feelings for you? I'm just telling you, listen. As a man who may accept gifts, you know, which is unfortunate too, because like, I will say, they must be sealed. They must be sealed. Painting of y'all? Yeah, I got a painting on the right. Painting of me modeling on the left. We've got a model of the Kiseki 2 spaceship on the shelf. Also my degree. So y'all know he's got a bachelor's. You know, put the BS on the end of my name. Captain Antonius Drosera. BS. I need to put some more. I need some more letters. Twin, let's go. Winks and stem. I love there is actual lore behind your stuff, of course. No, I feel like that's the best thing about making like a just chatting background, right? Just having a lady should not be speaking while she's eating. No, I like. It's just so much fun. It's fun. This isn't even my original one. I think this is. Never mind. It's the same one. Detective Otter. Yeah, he does. I think it's supposed to be like a little newsboy hat. It does look a little detective-y, doesn't it? Which is fitting. Detective Garbanzo is on the case. Broken. Yeah, I might have deleted it. Because it was kind of outdated. God forbid if we ever get another Prisma boy, I'm going to have to add some more stuff. But no, it's fun. It's fun. I love to stuff. Just adds to the realism. That's how he sounds with his mouth full. True. Well, I'm sure you're imagining something else. Herbert. The closest thing. I'll never do a whimper audio, but you can have an eating. You can have an eating audio. Oh. Not in front of Detective Otter. No. Never. Garbanzo must be asleep. I would never traumatize him like that. That's my baby. And he's homophobic anyway. No Wimbers, that's like 10,000. For 10,000, I might do it. For 10,000. Because that's like a year's worth of rent. Don't look into that too heavily. A year? I don't know. Well, my rent is $800 a month, so I'm rounding. Make it a goal? Yeah, I'm sure Twitch would love that. I'm sure Twitch would love that. We are planning, I'm trying to, God, we're so behind. The Prisma boys and I need to do a collab pretty soon. We've been trying to plan, what is it? Friend slop. What is the one, not the one that just came out, but the one that everybody plays that's like the hiking one. I already forgot what it's called. The one that everybody plays, that one. Peak. Yes. Thank you. Peak. It's on sale right now. Well, I have it. But we've been trying to make plans to play it. It's been so long since we've done a collab all together. You know? I feel so bad. Dude just said the other day, he was like, I miss annoying Captain every Tuesday, because we were doing, you know, we did our Nuzlocke Soul Link for like 3 months. Brennan's deadass over here suffering because his voice deepens the more tired he is. He said, but you like it when I told him to go to bed. Was it true? Is he right? Because if he's right, you know. Exactly. He knows. Go hop on it is crazy. That's sleepy flirting. That's true. That is true. If a man talked to me like that, I plead the fifth. But yeah. A wood balls, but we long distance. Period. This shit is so good, dude. I got this like dragon fruit mango lemonade. So fucking good. Was that a cute little sneeze? What the period? No. It's just me going period. He's 3 states away. Man, that sucks. I got so much respect for y'all long distance. I once traveled 6 hours for a man. Just for a dick appointment. Becoming a flight attendant and then you can fly for free. You know, I was gonna ask you, because I've heard there's like there's like a thing with flight attendants where like unclaimed baggage. Have you ever gotten anything from there and like, was it good? I don't know if that's actually true. That's just what I've heard. What? Am I wrong? Because people apparently like leave stuff on the plane all the time. I would never risk my job. No, there's like a thing. Maybe I'm wrong. There's like a thing that like they collect all the stuff that's left behind because people apparently leave stuff on their seats all the time. So I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Drive 7 hours to spend a weekend with me, getting here at midnight and leaving at 2 on Sunday. Damn. Cool that you make it work though. I don't know how I feel about this cake. It's supposed to be like crunchy. Like kind of weird. It's like lost and found. Yeah. You guys just not get any of that stuff? Because I don't know, somebody told me they got like a fucking iPhone. Maybe they're capping. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe my intel was incorrect. I think that's a lie. Have you ever caught somebody in the Mile High Club? Which, by the way, I think that's so gross. That's so gross to me. Listen, I'm a freak, but that's too much for me. That's too much for me. The idea of it is kind of hot, but like, no. Like in theory, like if somebody was like, you want to get art of us in an airplane bathroom, I'd be like, okay. But I would never do that. How are you getting more than one person in an airplane? That's what I'm also wondering. That's so uncomfortable. It's like shower sex. Anybody who's ever had shower sex will tell you it's so hot in theory, and then you actually do it, and you're like, oh my god, this is so uncomfortable. I'm good on the bed, you know? We don't need to experiment. You know, I say, if I see a man and he's hot, you know, I'm like on the bed, on the sofa, on the floor, but what I mean is on the bed. And that's it. Keep it in the bedroom. That's it. That's it. That's all I have to say. Keep it caveman, primitive caveman. I mean, listen. On the bed in the alleyway. Okay. Alleyway is like kind of hot. Not gonna lie. Alley is kind of hot. There were some, you know, back in the day, there were definitely some DL trades where like, let's do it in the alley. I'm like, really? If I'm caught, that's gonna be a problem. Thing about being in a hotel that is hot too. Yes, true. I do remember there was a guy that I visited, and his parents were like homophobic, so we rented out a hotel. It was crazy. It was crazy, dude. And it was a red roof, so they had continental breakfast in the morning. I was happy as a clam. I'm easy. You know, I am not the red roof. What, you don't like the continental breakfast? And like a strange stain on the wall? You're like, what is that? What'd that mean? Airline at least puts us up in the Marriott, bro. Ooh. Not okay, Marriott. You know, don't say if you're ever in or find yourself in Atlanta. Just saying. Where I am, that's where I stay. Atlanta, oh, don't call it that. Don't say that. That's we don't like that one. We don't like that word. That's a slur in Atlanta, dude. You'll get shot real quick. I don't know what it is. Live in Seattle on a base in San Francisco. Oh, damn. Are all the hotties on the West Coast, dude? SMH. Shame. What can I do? Yeah, I don't know. We're gonna get back to the game in a minute. I'm just taking a little breaky break. We don't have to deal with BS humidity. It's not that bad once you get used to it. Plus, it's like I like having shorts 9 months out of the year. You know, I got nice legs, so might as well show them. Made for ingenuity, as I say. I love it though. The opposite. I want to be in a hoodie 9 months out of the year. Yeah, I get that. I'm a warm weathered. I mean, it kind of sucks when Christmas is like 70 degrees, but what can you do? Long ATL layover, they put us up in Peachtree. See, that doesn't help because everything is Peachtree in Georgia, since it's the peach state. Everything is Peachtree. It's we really don't we have no creativity, I fear. I'm done with this fucking cake, dude. I'm not a big cake guy. I'm starting to realize the West. Ooh, the West End. Ooh, that is nice. I've been there. I've not been in the hotels, but a little bougie. Little bougie. How do you do VTubing from that? I guess if you're based in, I don't know. I feel like I'm like interviewing you right now. How do you do it? I am pre-debut. How do you plan to do it? What's up, Connor? Gay, that's all. True. Period. I just got an OC and started getting a bunch of Archon. That's the way you do it. I could see you totally doing like a portal. That could be cool. I don't know. But I'm excited. I'm excited to see. I mean, you are getting some good art. I've been seeing it. A what? Oh, like a portable setup. Could be interesting. Ooh, excuse me. Excuse me. Oh my goodness. Ugh. How unladylike. But Wi-Fi in hotels is shit though. Oh, true. True. I guess I've never streamed from a hotel. I've only streamed from home. IRL stream. No, I would soon rather die. I hate IRL streams. Me, a VTuber doing an IRL stream, you know, when it's like, that is the thing. It's like, I'm not super private about my identity, but I don't know if I don't know if I would do an IRL stream just because like stream snipers and shit. We find down at SFO and work 2 to 3 weeks back to back and then come home and take 2 to 3 weeks off, so my streaming schedule would be super weird. That's fair. YouTubers and hand cams are very popular, which is fun. I have done hand cams. Yeah, I don't mind doing hand cams. As a VTuber. I haven't done one in a minute though. I want to do one soon. We'll see. Gripper cam? Nah, I'm not showing my feet. That's crazy. Well, I also just never show my feet either. I always wear socks. Bro, you know what my roommate told me? Not Sally, by the way. I don't know how I'd feel if she said this. My roommate, I got these like, you know, these white socks with like colored stripes on them. Like the 2 colored stripes. My roommate looked at them and was like, "Bro, you got the Bro, you got the hoochie daddy socks." I was like, "The hoochie daddy socks?" Not the hoochie daddy socks. That's crazy. That's all he said. "Bro, you got the hoochie daddy socks." And then he went back into his room. I was like, whoa. He's nice though. He's like, that's what gets you all the trade you bring over. Not anymore. I'm not pulling trade anymore. Thank God. I've upgraded. No more trade. No more. I'm getting premium. Premium men. What is the upgrade from trade? I don't know. Purchase? I always think trade is different than DL trade, isn't it? There's a difference. DL trade. No DL trade. I'm not getting any DL trade. Not anymore. There was a time where because you know, I've said this before, right? I am somewhat of I'm a weird level of androgynous, right? I have a very like masculine body. But my face is very pretty, right? I often get mistaken for a girl because I just have a very pretty face, right? And it happens quite often. It happens quite often. So he's pretty, you could say so. I mean, I don't want to toot my own horn, but toot. You know, in terms of like, you know, which I mean, looking at my VTuber persona, I guess it's not super, like, it's not that surprising, right? I guess, you know, I try to portray myself in a way that is like me, right? But you know, as somebody who dabbles in makeup as well, that doesn't help. You know, I'm quite often mistaken for a woman, and then like I open my mouth and they're like, "Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry." It's like, it's fine. Whatever. You probably do better than me. Well, I have had a lot of practice, to be fair. I've been doing makeup for probably a decade at this point. Suck at makeup. Like many things, I'm a woman, bro. That's okay. I mean, look at like a makeup artist, right? They're like, they do it every morning. That they live and breathe the makeup. You know, it's a skill. It's a skill you got. You learn. You know, self-taught. When I was a young lad, I was playing in my mom's makeup drawer. Which was definitely my mom is the type of person, she is very much like a businesswoman. So like the makeup that she uses and the makeup that I use, very different. Because hers is like utilitarian, if that makes sense. Like she's got the very like, you know, the more like refined woman type of stuff. Like she's got like everything's a pencil, right? I'm over here with all my brushes. All my brushes. All my eyeshadows, and she's got like she's got like, you know, a couple of shades, right? Because for me, makeup is like, you know, a style of expression, right? I think this is a conversation that my mom and I have had a lot, right? You know, my mom is very supportive that I wear makeup, but she is also somebody that asks a lot of questions, right? And so she, you know, she's like, well, you know, why do you like, what makes you feel compelled to like walk outside and wear it when you don't wear it inside? And it's like, well, I feel like I'm also kind of making a statement in a way that, like, you know, I feel like people are so quick to judge, right? People are so quick to judge. I'm not the type of person who goes in like a full face, right? I'm pretty light with it usually, unless I'm like going to a party or something. But I've always been the belief of the belief that like a man can wear makeup and it not be weird. There are so many celebrities that do it. So why not regular people, right? Why not regular dudes? You know, I'm a big champion of that. And I feel that, you know, it is like causing a little bit of discomfort, but I think it's a healthy level of discomfort for people who maybe have like, who look at it and they're like, ugh, right? You know, let them have that reaction. Maybe they'll go home and think about it. Maybe they'll feel a certain way. But also I just like it. Like that's the non like nuanced answer, is just like I like it. I like wearing it. It makes me feel nice. You know, and that's all there is to it, really, you know. Fill my brows, my Korean side did not give me thick and luscious brows. Damn. No, I'm with you because my hair is very light. I have to I do have to darken my brows a little bit. or else they're not very visible. But it's crazy. It's crazy. There's so many, you know, so many people. I once had like you dyed your hair. I've bleached it and toned it. So kind of, I guess. I blonde Sarah, perhaps maybe. I don't know. When I don't know, going out and wearing makeup is just a nice feeling, even if people judge. I don't care. Nice. Dye mine blue soon. Ooh. Blue hair. Blue hair pronouns? Bleaching this bitch soon. Hell yeah. Never done it. It is interesting. Honestly, I would recommend you don't do it yourself. I feel like so many people are like, I can do it myself. You probably shouldn't, because you'll probably miss spot. But you know, I mean, listen, make your, you know, do whatever. But if you're gonna do it yourself, really make sure. I'm gonna have my sister-in-law do it. That's probably for the best. Yeah, if you can have somebody else do it, it's probably the best, because it's like it's hard to see your own hair, like the full. You can look in a mirror and see like some of it, right? But you're probably gonna miss some spots. Yeah. Also, it might sting a little bit. Be ready for that. I mean, it's not that bad. It's not that bad. I feel like people make it seem like it's worse than it really is, but it'll itch. It'll itch a little bit. But you know, you've been through childbirth. It is nothing like that. It's not nowhere near as bad as that. It'll take you so long to get it all covered that parts of your hair would develop faster than that. Yeah, true. Especially if you have like darker hair. No. If anything, it's like it just itches, you know? It makes you want to itch your head. But, you know. I do have a thing for guys with like bleached hair or just colored hair. I just, you know, if you take away anything, I just have a thing for men. I'm black because I'm stupid and dyed it. Of going from black. Okay, that's gonna be good luck. That's gonna take a minute. You were bleaching on treated hair. Yeah, that's Godspeed. I'm no hair expert, but you done professionally. Shit is expensive, dude. I remember I went to like I went to like one of those like the schools, because apparently you can get like cheaper stuff, right? We have all seen the Brad Mondo video. Oh, that twink. Just some parts are still black? Ah, okay. If you go for like a blonde bob, that'd be kind of iconic. Like that, like the woman from The Incredibles that Mr. Incredible was about to ruin his marriage for. He was thinking about it. But then he realized he had a baddie at home. Mrs. Incredible. I think he did it. Disney just didn't show it. That's crazy. You might be right. She was definitely feeling him. Mr. Incredible. My pussy is throbbing. Come get this pussy. Automod? What'd you say? I look fugly. I mean, I'm already not pretty, but short hair. That's not true. You're gonna make me ink? That's crazy, dude. Bro. Mr. Incredible he's gonna risk it all. He's gonna risk it all, dude. What is with everybody, bro? Gay men are so predictable. Every time I see a gay man that's like, oh, I need a man that looks like the dad from Inside Out. Girl, this is coming from a man who likes many men, but like, y'all are so, y'all piss me off. Y'all do not want Riley's dad. Y'all do not want Riley's dad. Trust me. That is one thing. I don't like facial hair. That is one thing that I'm like, it depends. They mean they want a dad? Yeah. Paging Dr. Freud. Like, come on, bro. This is projection. He's not even that hot. Can I say it? He's not even that hot. He's just a dude with the same mustache that every bread tuber has, dude. I'm not a huge fan, but like if you look like a baby without it, please have it. That's true. I don't mind like a little bit of stubble. I think a little bit of stubble can be hot, but No, but he owns his own home. Well, that's true. That's true. But he's married. Home wrecking. The gays just want stability. Like, this is true. This is true. But you know that's not why they're simping. That's not why. That's not why. It's cause of the fucking mustache, bro. Riley's dad is not trade. You are not trade. You are not trade. I don't know what's going on. Hope you're enjoying. Long stream, guys. Long stream Saturday. Riley's dad passed, like all around pass. He's okay. He's okay. If I'm picking a Pixar dad, Mr. Incredible could get it. He could get it. You know he's packing. With Mrs. Incredible's BBL. How does that work? How does it, like, I've never hooked up with someone with a BBL. I feel like you gotta be packing, right? How does that work? Or can you just spread that shit open? I don't know. I keep seeing that damn Italian twink with the BBL on my timeline. Leave me alone. Get out of here. And he's like going around. He's just walking around with his ass out. Girl, get out. Depends on how big it was before. I guess so. Apparently, you gotta wear diapers if you get a BBL for a little bit, because it gets a little runny. That's what I've heard. Sometimes it gets all mushy. The BBL? Got femboys with short shorts walking around with their asses out. I'm over femboys. I'll say it. I'm over it. To like keep it in shapewear. Yeah, that's too much. I'm okay. I've got a nice butt anyway. I've got a nice white boy butt. And I'm happy with it. My loadout's pretty good. Pretty I got a good loadout. It's a crazy way to describe it. I got I've got a good kit. Oh, the concept of describing yourself like a League of Legends character. Just have cute faces, but also it's split between femboys and masked men and bikers. Oh yeah, Yuri loves masked men. Is it like the mysteriousness of it? I guess I can understand that, but I like looking at a man's face when I ravish him. That's just me. Yeah, I don't know, bro. Ghost Simon Riley could get it. Oh yeah, him. I know who you're talking about.
I know who you're talking about.
What I do?
Nothing. Oh, Ghost. Yeah. What was I saying? I don't even know. What the fuck? What the fuck am I even talking about, bro? What the shit? Um, reminds me of a hookup I had once. T. Tigers are just hot, female and male. You know, I've told this story before many times. There was this guy when I was working at undisclosed grocery store chain. And I was cashiering, right? And this guy, he was so cute. Oh my god. Oh my god. Keep in mind, I was probably like 17. I don't know how old he was, but he was so fine, dude. I don't know. He probably couldn't have been that much older than me. I hope not. But he was like he worked at Jimmy John's, the sub shop, and they make those fucking delivery boys wear these like tight spandex clothes because I guess they like deliver on bicycle. So he'd come in and he just, you'd see everything. And he always came through my line. He always came through my line. Turns out he's a DILF. He would always come through my line. I was like, what does this mean? You wanted your bussy? I might give it to him. I might have given it to him. You know? He was cute. He was like kind of shy too. That's my weakness. Ugh. I think I'm topping in that situation though. A shy boy. Get over here. That's me eating him. Shy ones are so cute. It's true. I love it. Cause like in reality, I've bottomed maybe 3 times in my whole life. That's the sad part. Now, if we're talking tops, I've lost count. If we're talking about times I've topped, I wish I could expand my resume, but there it is. Too many, yeah. I mean, I feel like I don't want to say it. I don't want to say how much. But it's up there. It's up there. A lady never reveals her secrets. And the reason is because there's so many bottoms. More than enough? I don't know about enough, but many such cases. Many such cases. Y'all mind if a white boy gets a little freaky? One body a week is 52 bodies per year. It's like 800-ish. Okay, I'm not doing those numbers. That's crazy. In college, I was definitely averaging one every 2 weeks, maybe. It's slowed down now. Who knows? That might change though when I get my own place again. Once I move. Do you give off top energy then? I don't know. I've always wondered that. I've gotten different reviews from different people who've said I give off top or bottom energy depending on the person. The reality is I go both ways equally, but because of the fact that because of the disparity of tops and bottoms, it's just I've been drafted as a top, essentially. He's going through a mid-twin crisis when he gets his own place. I think I might. It's just been a minute. I'm not allowed to have guests over here, which sucks. And I'm also constantly being disparaged by a 60-year-old woman, so not the best environment for that kind of thing. As you know, we all know gays don't host. This is true. This is true. One day. One day. One day I will. You're too nice to disparage. You find yourself some FA boys who always have hotels. That's true. Rude ass lady. Yeah, she sucks. But what can you do? I cussed her ass out the other day. Pissed me off, bro. Haven't had an issue since. You got Delta there. The Delta boys are cute. Oh, are they? I need a cute little, like, they have a bad attitude. That's never stopped me. I wouldn't say I'm a brat tamer though. I don't like, see, I'll say I don't tolerate brats, but it's not because like I'll do anything. It's because no, that just pisses me off. Don't be bratty. There's some people that are really into that. I'm not one of those people. If you're bratty, I'm probably gonna like stop talking to you. And that's a big thing with femboys, especially, I've noticed. So many femboys want to be bratty, and it's like, no. This is not what we're doing. I'm not your daddy, bro. As much as you might want me to. You tolerate me, hi, I'm a brat. Well, it's a little different. You're a chatter. You're a cadet. I'm talking about trade. No, but I think a flight attendant boy and like a little pencil skirt and some pantyhose would fix me. Not gonna lie. Bullshit, just because you're cute, tell me you can be a bitch. That's true. That's true. That's true. Get to get to work. Get to work, Jose. No, I need I fear I need that. I fear I need that. In the captain's quarters. Yeah, I've already struck out with you. Fuck you mean struck out with me? I don't remember this happening. This is a false narrative. Pencil skirts are so tight. Isn't that kind of like the appeal of it though? Anything about Highline, facial hair, a little bit of a brat. I can make exceptions. What kind of facial hair are we talking about? You got like a full-on beard? No? Well then that's fine. I just don't like beards. That's my main thing. I can do a little bit of hair, but like scruff? Oh, well then yeah, I like scruff. Scruff is fine. One of the hottest men to me is EY from Persona 5. So scruff is different. Scruff is different. When I say facial hair, I mean like full on, you know. I don't like that. Because it's itchy. It's itchy. You know? I hate kissing a man with like a beard. It's just sensory wise, I can't do it. I can't do it. It's too tickly. Too tickly, too prickly. The Hot Atlanta thing, the council will decide your fate. I'm not, I can't decide that one. The Brat thing, we'll cross that bridge. Most bottoms are a little bratty after all. No, it's okay. I mostly joke. I feel like it's one of those things that most Atlanta is just grown. Because it's very much like a tourist thing to say. It's like, we're in Hotlanta. It's like, no one says that here. West Coast is best coast. I don't know. I don't know what to say to that. I cannot speak. What was I gonna say? Something about East Coast represent, baby. Only for the fact that we have no humidity. That's true. That's true. Most bottoms are a little bratty. It's just par for the course. I'm used to it. You will be dealt with. East Coast travel is awful too. I can imagine. As the Mafia captain, I am quite used to dealing with insubordination. I try to avoid flying there. My trips always fall apart there. Interesting. I guess it is like these cursed grounds. Yeah. I don't know. Let's see. Do 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 do. There's the star shape on Garbanzo's noggin. Yeah. He's got a little, it's his little birthmark. Oh man. Are we gonna finish this case? Probably not. I mean, we will eventually. You stay up until midnight so I can put in a personal drop for my trip on Monday. I don't want to go back to work. Ugh. I'd say don't, but that's don't take that. Don't take that advice. The accusation. Naturally, I have occasion to make use of pawnbroking services from time to time. But are you seriously suggesting I colluded with these thugs to break into the place on the night of the murder? Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. Jesus, that's embarrassing. I have no intention of admitting to such an outrageous accusation. Even if certain parties here present claim that my blood was found at the scene. Ears bleeding? Oh no. Not cute! Some Scaramouche detective homebrewed tincture. What? Can hardly be taken as serious evidence. Hope you're okay, Kana. Kana? So you deny the accusation completely, do you? I must say I am dismayed. For the highest court in the land to be swayed by this self-professed detective's toy. To have sensitive ears? Oh. It was the will of the jury. Our great British justice system demands that the jury's will is upheld. Then it would seem we have the misfortune of a most inept assembly of jurors today. By golly. How long am I expected to be detained here? If, following the defense's cross-examination, your involvement in this matter has not been established, you'll be free to leave immediately. Good. Then I shall be away in time for afternoon tea. Some small consolation at least. Let us not hold up Mr. Graydon any longer than necessary, counsel. Proceed with the cross-examination. So, we meet again, Mr. Eggert Benedict? Or is it Mr. Graydon? It is. It's Mr. Graydon. Is it dick appointment he can't miss? I don't know. I must be bouncing on it, unequivocally. My apologies. You are... Ryunosuke Naruhodo, defense lawyer. We have met. Oh, okay, baddie. We have met. If you say so, Ashley Graydon, enchant. So. I trust we can conclude this quickly. But I'm not holding your flashy hat while we do. Enchante, is that how it's said? Enchante. The accusation. Naturally, I have occasion to make use of pawnbroker. Okay, yeah. Hold it! Yes, we even met in the very pawnbrokery where the crime took place on the afternoon of the day in question. Though, of course, you introduced yourself by a different name at the time. It was Mr. Eggert Benedict, I believe. Tell me, what made you... The witness is here to testify about events that took place that night. He is under no obligation to answer such unrelated questions. You can't be serious. Thank you, because I certainly do not feel inclined to answer such an inappropriate question. He's going to be evasive, is he? In an effort not to give anything away. This could be tricky. You know, all this attitude only to be LARPing, by the way, because I think they already established that he's, like, really no nobler than Gina is. Like, he's also, like, a pickpocket. So he's just LARPing, bro. The only thing worse than a snobby rich man is a LARPing snobby rich man. Benedict is his Grindr username. I was busy that night with DL Trade. But are you seriously suggesting I colluded with these thugs to break into the place on the night of the murder? I didn't like how you said thugs. Have you seen these two men before? This pair? No, I don't associate with criminals. Said by a man who introduced himself as Eggert Benedict. I'd like to know who I have to thank for this. Who made this outlandish accusation against me? Let me see their torsos. The young lawyer there in the back. This is a farce. Ooh. I'm a champion hula hooper, I'll have you know. Whose idea was it to permit an outsider to work in a British court anyway? Oh, here we go. The racism once again. Ugh. Well, needless to say. I have no intention of admitting to such an outrageous accusation. Where were you at around 1 in the morning on the night in question, sir? That is past the hour at which I would normally retire. Certainly. I was not in the company of these rapscallions. You're able to prove that? The alley behind the bar. No, that was Eggert Benedict, who I have no relation to.
Objection!
Listen carefully, my learned Nipponese friend, for you appear to be under a gross misapprehension on this point. What do you mean? The witness maintains he was not at the scene of the crime. He has no obligation to prove his absence. If your accusation is that the witness was present at the scene, The obligation lies with you to prove your assertion. You will fulfill that obligation before putting any more unreasonable questions to the witness. He's so weird. A silent victory wiggle. Maybe argumentative man's is hot. Also love his hairstyle. Don't fall for his charms. That's what he wants. We must fight. We must fight against it. If Zeke wasn't so tasty, I would find him infuriating. Oh yeah, absolutely. But also, to be fair, he is like doing his job, right? Like, the thing is they make like all the like prosecutors in these games are very like antagonistic. But when you think about it, it's like they're doing their job, you know. I do imagine like outside of the courtroom, they're just like really chill. They're like, "Hey man, good job out there today." Just very chummy. Hey, I was thinking about going to that new place around the corner. What do you think? This shit with voice actors would be a kill shot. True. Slaps butt. Good game. Even if certain parties here present claim that my blood was found at the scene, my green blood.
Hold it!
Blood was found at the scene of the crime. There's no question of that. Mr. Sholmes' chemical analysis has positively identified the substance as such. But I am not the only human to have blood running through my veins, am I? How can you be sure that the blood is mine? It could equally be the blood of one of these two miscreants. Every individual's blood has a slightly different composition, it seems. Mr. Sholmes' chemical is able to... Spare me the science lesson. Who is this Sholmes character anyway? Oh, I assumed all Londoners would know the name. He's a great, well, a renowned detective. Damn, not the shade. So even you are unable to bring yourself to say great detective. Me too, sis. A great detective, you say? Tisk. Now we're in the realm of fairy tales, are we? What do you got to say about that, Pearhead? Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Skulkin? What? Me? No, the Mr. Skulkin next to you. Right, I've had it up to here with this. How many times have I got to tell you? Yes, I know. You're not Big Brub Sulky. Mr. Nash Skulkin.
God blimey, you what?
Is it not the case that when Mr. Graydon just spoke, a thought went through your mind? I mean, you could say that about anybody. A thought is always going through your mind. Would you care to share that thought with the court?
Me thoughts? I don't have none of them. It must have been him.
You what? Mr. Nash Skulkin, answer the question, please. What went through your mind when Mr. Graydon just spoke?
Nothing, honest, Gov, nothing. I was just thinking, if he waves his arm around like that much more, he'll open up the wound again, that's all.
The wound? What wound?
Where he took the bullet, of course. It was only 2 days ago. It ain't gonna be healed up yet.
What? That is a lot of information just dropped so casually. So not only does that mean that he was shot, but that also implies that they are indeed connected, because how else would he know? How else would he know that he got shot 2 days ago?
So I was, well, you know, I was worrying for him and... Oh, hell's bells.
This is Daddy, yeah. Mr. Graydon, did you hear that? What? Your comrade is worried about you, it seems. On account of your injured arm. My lord. Yes, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these two wretches are talking about. Certainly, I shouldn't be expected to answer anything in relation to their mindless insinuations. No, I think you should. We know that someone other than the victim was hit by a bullet at the scene of the crime 2 nights ago. And from the height of the bullet hole in the wall, that person was likely hit in the upper arm or thereabouts. Perhaps you'd allow a court official to examine your arm, sir. The left arm that you're currently clasping with your right hand, as if in pain. No, I refuse. You have shown no evidence whatsoever that links me to these common thieves. I don't know. Maybe the fact that Pearhead over there literally just said that you got shot in the head, the shoulder. Accordingly, I'm not obliged to permit any such invasion of my privacy. As I've already said, I'm completely uninvolved in all of this. I've never had anything to do with the pawnbrokery where this fellow was killed whatsoever. That's bullshit. We saw your ass, bro. I take offense at the insinuation that I was in any way involved. You claim to have had nothing whatsoever to do with Mr. Windibank's pawnbrokery. Lord, the defense would like that last statement to be added to Mr. Graydon's formal testimony. Okay. Very well, counsel. Continue with your testimony, Mr. Graydon. The bottom line is, never had anything to do with the pawnbroking establishment where the man was killed. Hold it! That's not true. You can get it, not gonna lie. You must fight the urge. He is a wanted man. Never had anything to do with it? You forget that I was there, Mr. Graydon, on the very afternoon of the incident. Obviously, I'm not a complete stranger to the pawnbrokers. I'm currently on the lookout for an armchair to furnish my study. Objection. No, you were there to redeem an article. I have no idea what you're talking about. Oh. Excuse me. Excuse me. Do you have something to add, Inspector? Come again, sunshine. You were there too, in fact, weren't you, Inspector? That afternoon? Well, yes. I do remember meeting yourself in the pawnbrokers that afternoon. You, your young Japanese assistant, and the accuser were all present, as I recall. And at that time, this witness, Mr. Graydon, was trying to acquire a particular article. Well now. I'm afraid I don't remember too clearly. What? But you must. I'm not gonna lie and pretend I remember something I don't. Huh? And is he on it? How is he so incompetent? That's a good point. I felt like he was on our side, but like he is being kind of fishy. Gregson is Graydon's real daddy. What's going on here? I mean, it does feel like this whole court is in cahoots, low-key. Like, how is all this happening? Everything, like, all the jury members being connected to this case somehow. Gregson acting fishy. I don't know. I do think that this is gonna come into, like, a bigger picture of this whole, like, overarching... I don't know. This feels like bigger than it might actually be. He didn't suck to everybody's D beforehand. He didn't suck mine though, so I'm not obligated to help him out.
Regsy showed us a picture before, didn't he? You know, from the cameras that Hurley installed in Windibanks?
Yes, of course. Indeed! Indeed! And the gentleman pictured bears a striking resemblance to the witness, I must say.
Exactly, which proves that Mr. Graydon was in the shop on the afternoon in question. No, I'm not wearing a hat. That's because you gave it to me. Don't know what you're talking about. At no point have I denied that. I merely entered the shop to peruse the articles on sale and have a word with the broker.
That's not true.
That's not true! Nothing more.
Makes no sense. I understand why Mr. Graydon might be trying to cover his tracks. Why would Gregson be trying to avoid giving testimony about what happened?
I mean, I don't know. I don't know if Gregson is necessarily in on it, or it might be more that there's definitely something that he's not. There are things that he's not allowed to say, because I remember earlier, I don't remember what it was. It was like a piece of evidence, I think. And he was like, "Oh, I thought we weren't gonna show that," and then Van Zeeks was like, we are going to show it because it's evidence. So it does feel like there's something going on there. There's something, I don't know. His allergies are so bad he's sneezing, just covered in snot. Oh. That's all he's going to say on the matter, is it? What do you think, Bruno? I think he has no intention of telling us anything. He's well aware, well then, I hope he's prepared to lose his job. Was he thinking with gifted? He's well aware that the less he says, the less chance he has of giving himself away. The complete opposite of Hurley, then. He seems to think that the more he says, the better. Well, at least I managed to prise a little more information from these witnesses' lips. All thanks to the Skulkin brothers. Yes, they were the key to it after all. So he says he had nothing to do with the Windibanks. Well, we know that's not true. Perhaps now would be a good time to have a proper look through the court record. Good idea. You never know what tiny scrap of information could become a valuable lesson or weapon. Well, there is an addendum to this Cross X. The bottom line is, I've never had anything to do with the pawnbroking establishment where the man was killed, so we need to prove that's not true. One small box? Whose is... does it say the person's name? Mr. Windibank appears to have used the back of this photograph to write out a redemption ticket. He's written it very neatly, but still. Perhaps he ran out of paper, so he had to use anything he had to hand. Hard to know what's the front and what's the reverse side now. Just gotta have something with his name on it, because if it's Egger, then he's gonna be like, that's not my name, I don't know what you're talking about. The disc? It says for McGilded. Oh yeah, I did take a picture of a little cat. Whose blood is where again? Sure.
The disc? Yeah, the disc is his. Yeah, you're right. Right. Let's try the disc.
Objection.
There it is. Have you ever seen this disc before, Mr. Graydon? Why? Is it supposed to mean something? It was a yes or no question. This disc was, until the day of his murder, in pawn in Mr. Windibank's shop. It was redeemed by the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, that afternoon, however. I'm curious what is so important about this disc, because this does seem to be like a very crucial component of this case, right? He was so willing to like potentially commit murder for this disc. It's got to be something crazy. They all want to. It seems like, yeah. I don't know. I assume they're gonna get into it, but I don't know what. I don't know what's on it. Gregson wanted it. I feel like Gregson wanted it because it was evidence, right? That's kind of what I gleaned. But it's possible he wants it for another reason. I don't know. However, somebody mysteriously appeared to try to take it from her. Or he forgot to submit it as evidence. Yeah, there is something fishy there. There is something really fishy there. I don't get what's going on with that. You know, it's funny because this whole chapter is... The chapter's name is about the book, but I'm more curious about the disc. I'm sure the book's gonna be important too, but... That somebody was you, of course, wasn't it, Mr. Graydon? As I have reiterated numerous times now, you are mistaken. That was not me. There is a book? Yeah, it's, well, it's a manuscript. It's Iris's. There's a whole thing with... So the whole premise of this case is that... or at least, like, the reason why Gina has been implicated in it is because Iris wrote this manuscript. She's an author, right? And she writes stories about Sholmes and her dad going on like adventures. Now Sholmes has been very dodgy about this book. He was like, I don't think we should publish it yet. You know, he's usually very supportive. I think it might be because her dad is dead. And he was the guy who died in the first trial. I don't know if they've like officially confirmed that yet, but I think it's been implied. So that might be why. Maybe there's another reason, I don't know, but he was very like adamant, like let's put this story in the storage for now. You know, and we'll publish it when the time is right. Because she doesn't know, at the very least. She doesn't know. So Gina was like, I hate grown-ups, blah, 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 blah. I'm gonna prove that Sherlock Sholmes is a lying scumbag who's just like pulling the wool over your eyes. And he sold it. And then, you know, I think they showed earlier, like, she went in. She just thinks her dad left her milk and a pack of cigs or something. Yeah, I think, because basically Sholmes has kind of become her, like, guardian. And I'm gleaning that he doesn't have the heart to tell her that her dad got murked, which, you know, I get, but also, you know, you probably should. Her dad and Sholmes were roommates. Yes. I mean, mom isn't in the equation, so. But yeah, so Gina was like, fuck that blonde twink. I'm gonna go look because I think that he sold it. I'm gonna look and it's not gonna be there. And so then she went in and like told Windibank, like, please show me the storage. I want to see it with my own eyes. And sure enough, it was still there. But then, you know, the whole thing happened, and then Windibank got shot, and then she passed out, as she was talking about earlier. So That's, and now we're here. As I have reiterated numerous times now, you were mistaken. That was not me. I've never seen that disc before in my life. It may have escaped your notice, but there is a small smear of blood on that disc.
Ah, yes. And here I was thinking it was Kool-Aid. It's not, oh my goodness. Resulting from an abrasion of the thumb.
That's right. The surface of the disc is covered in hundreds of tiny metal bumps. In the skirmish to acquire the disc, the thumb of the person who tried to take it suffered minor lacerations. I finally figured it out. Edgar Benedict is Gray's porn alias, and he doesn't want his past getting out. I am curious. Porn wasn't a thing in the 1800s. How did people jack off? Did they just, like, use their mind? Or was there, like, did people draw shit? Imagine? I guess so. The concept of gooning in the 1800s, where there were smut drawings for sure. Yeah, I feel like I'd be... that was probably a crazy industry. Did you not watch Apothecary Diaries? I have not. Is that what it's about? So, while the disc bears no remnants of that skirmish in the form of this smear of blood, the thumb of the person in question must bear the remnants also, in the form of a scratch.
Good gracious, indeed it must.
Mr. Graydon, you refused to allow a court officer to examine your arm before. Are you now going to refuse to allow us to examine your thumb? Because I have no doubt that it bears a small scratch consistent with the smear of blood on this disc. Well, well. It would seem I underestimated you.
What is the meaning of this?
So you admit it now. You might like it. It definitely has mystery-solving Sherlock vibes. Interesting. Maybe I will. I remember my roommates were watching it, and they were like heavy into it. You admit you have a scratch on your thumb from when you attempted to take the disc from the defendant. Damn, he got no ass.
Order, order. Well, Mr. Graydon?
It would appear there has been something of a misunderstanding here. I did not attempt to take the disc, as you put it. No, quite the reverse. What are you trying to say? Whoa! It's really quite simple, you see. The disc was mine from the outset. Okay, well, that doesn't change the fact that you attempted to grab it. Is there some crime in taking an item that you own out of pawn? What? It would seem, Mr. Graydon, that in this piece of evidence, my learned friend has established a link between yourself and the incident. That your blood is on it, yeah, true. Accordingly, you will tell the court everything you know about this disc now. As you wish, Zaddy. Though I'm quite sure it has nothing whatsoever to do with the pawnbroker's murder. The disc. There's a note on the disc saying, from McGilded, but the item belongs to me. Are you going to explain why that is? The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused. That filthy gutterling on the day in question. I don't know about all that. The disc was in the overcoat, and this thumbprint belongs to one Mr. Thrice-Fired Mason. Not you. So... care to explain that? I proceeded at once to the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my article. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night.
Did I hear you correctly, sir? McGilded, you say? The famous London philanthropist, who perished in this very courtroom 2 months ago after being acquitted of a distinctly messy murder.
Yes, my lord. The one and the same.
Good lord, Mr. Graydon, this is messy AF. Are you saying that Mr. McGilded and yourself were acquainted?
Yes, that's correct.
Messy, messy. Order! Well, I certainly didn't expect to hear that name uttered here in my courtroom again.
According to what Gina told us, this disc was placed in pawn on that fateful night 2 months ago. McGilded himself gave instructions to deposit it at Windibank's. Partners in crime? It's funny that Mr. Graydon here is claiming the disc belongs to him then, isn't it? In all likelihood, he's lying. So he appeared that afternoon at Windibank's in order to get his hands on McGilded's disc for some reason.
Counsel, you will commence your cross-examination, please.
The disc. I feel like I gotta press. But I feel...
And fight!
Yeah, for real. I feel like... I don't know. I mean, this whole thing with the overcoat is quite something, isn't it? Redemption ticket issued from the pawnbrokery owned by the victim, Mr. Windibank. The blood on it has been identified as Mr. Mason's. So that's what's weird to me, right? Why is the victim in the third case Mason? Why is his blood on... why is there a thumbprint of his blood on it? That to me is very strange. If this is his... Redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused, that filthy gutterling, on the day in question. Okay. Let's just press. Press. Would you care to explain how this belongs to you? But you have to play all these games to understand the story. No, there are certain games, like there's certain games that you have to play for others. This is like a different, I think it's the same universe, but it's like a different story. There's 2 trilogies and then also 2 duo games. So yeah, I would say, you know, play the trilogy. The great thing about these games is they all come in like packs together, so chances are you just play the first game in that pack and then you play the other ones, and it makes sense, right? It's cool that they're connected. I think the games also kind of do, if for some reason you play them like out of order, they don't like spoil stuff in other cases, but they do make like, you know, subtle nods to them, which is cool. I appreciate that. So yeah, kind of yes and no. Would you care to explain how this belongs to you? As you will observe, a communications officer such as myself commands a fine salary. Is that really like a well-paying job? I don't know. I see the word communications and I automatically feel like it's not, but... You are certainly exquisitely dressed, sir. So you see, what are you, Dar man? I have little need to make use of the services provided by the pawnbrokery trade. Trade? However, I did once find myself in difficulties having misplaced my purse whilst on an errand. Which is why I pawned my fine black overcoat to the broker in question. You claim that that was your overcoat? Obviously, and in my haste I clean forgot that the music box disc was in its pocket. And yet there was a note on it that reads for McGilded. What that mean? I am a collector of rare and unusual music box music. I first met Mr. McGilded at a gentleman's club in the city. Oh, I'm sure you did. You did. And was interested to discover that he shared my penchant in that area. So the disc in question. It's a pre-production sample. That's his real daddy? Yeah, for real. A penchant for gay sex. I promised to let Mr. McGilded hear it. And that wasn't the only thing he was hearing that night. I don't know what you mean, and I don't think I want to. But then you forgot that it was in the pocket of the overcoat you were forced to pawn. Yes, exactly. Gina didn't mention any of that in her testimony 2 months ago, did she? No, because McGilded had threatened her to keep her mouth shut. Which means that if we dig too deeply here, it's going to expose Gina's perjury. Gasp. I'm gonna turn the noise gate off. I don't know if we need it right now. Oh dear, this is complicated, isn't it? Let's leave it alone for the time being. Hold it! So you're saying that Miss Lestrade lifted the ticket from your pocket or bag? That's right. Despite being mindful of danger when walking into the insalubrious areas her kind frequent. Oh my god, this guy's fucking her kind. What an asshole, dude. Miss Lestrade did no such thing. Well, of course you would take that stance, but the girl is a regular offender. You came to the pawnbrokery that day prepared with all the information you needed to identify the defendant. You were looking for her. That's what brought you to Windibanks. To get your hands on Mr. McGilded's disc.
Objection.
Who was getting whose hand on whose dick? No, disc. My learned friend is a veritable font of nonsense. Nonsense? I concur with the prosecution. Counsel, you'll refrain from conjecturing in this way. Is that clear? Yes, my lord. Then I will continue with my testimony for what possible use it can be.
Hold it! Hold it!
Have you ever been to Windibanks before? Only once for the purposes of pawning something, but like many, I enjoy browsing in such establishments. So when you noticed that the pickpocket had taken your ticket, you chased after her, is that correct? Yes, that's right. I didn't notice at first, of course. Such is the art of the pick-purse. But when I did, I headed to the pawnbrokery at once, in order to reclaim my coat before the thief could. I was merely trying to recover what was rightfully mine in the first place. Ugh, he can say what he likes because he knows we have no evidence to contradict him on this. Whoops. Yes, it was taken by Inspector Gregson here. You should question Gregson again. I can only question him if he's, like, making noise. So it was taken by Inspector Gregson here, wasn't it? That's right. This was the very man. Apparently the police are collecting anything that has a connection to Mr. McGilded as evidence, like right now.
Excuse me.
Excuse me! Is something wrong, Inspector? Well, what do you mean? The last remark Mr. Creighton made in his testimony seemed to trouble you in some way. No, it didn't. It's nothing. Leave it alone. Let me ask you this, Inspector. Why is Scotland Yard gathering Mr. McGilded's possessions? I can't tell you something like that, Sunshine. Why the fuck not? It's related to the case. What is it, Inspector? Investigative secrets? Yes, exactly. You should know all about that. Magnus McGilded, who died so unexpectedly after his trial 2 months ago. A man renowned throughout the capital for his great contributions to public life, yet he had a dark side too. Is he CIA? I feel like even if he was CIA, like he still is under, like he's under oath. So I don't know. I don't know how that would work. Can a CIA member like bypass that? I don't know. I guess they could use their fifth, but I don't know. But then again, this is the UK in the late 1800s, so I don't even know how that works. Where are you going with this, Van Zeeks? I suppose the police are dealing with the aftermath of his nefarious activities, are they? That's enough. Coppers like me have duties to carry out that we're not at liberty to talk about. That's all you need to know. And duties conferred by Lord Stronghound, art I presume. My lord? He said duty. I'm referring to himself as a copper. The Lord Chief Justice appears to have great faith in you, Inspector. The bottom line is, if you want to get more out of me, you're gonna need Lord Strongheart's paw print first, or perhaps more of these fish and chips. What's all this about? It's like there's something going on between Gregson and Lord Van Zeeks here. Well, it would appear that the inspector has revealed all he is at liberty to reveal. Mr. Creighton, let us return to your testimony. Gladly, my lord. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night. But perhaps you'd seen something of value among the forfeited items. No, not at all. Oh. A valuer was brought in by the police to assess everything in the shop. Without exception, every article on the shelves was common or garden bric-a-brac. In that case, it's clear. I don't know what bric-a-brac means. That you broke into the shop later that day in order to recover Mr. McGilded's disc. Have you been listening, man? Even if I had wanted to recover the disc, you may recall that it had been seized by the police that afternoon. It was no more in the shop that night than I. As I keep saying, I simply had no reason to break in. That is interesting. I mean, he did know. Like, what is the motive, right? What is the motive? Because, I mean, that is... You know, the thing about these games is it's never that important to establish the motive because it's going to be established eventually, but I am curious because he did know, he did see that the disc was handed off to Gregson. Maybe there is some connection between him and Gregson. I don't know. Disc is a collectible? I think he was saying that he collects them. I don't know if it necessarily is a collectible. My theory is there's something on that disc that's like important that everybody wants. Maybe, and I feel like Gina has some connection to. I don't know what Gina's connection is, but the coat that she had it. Is there a disc reader? I'm sure there might be, but I don't know. They're probably not gonna bring that in yet. They're gonna make us wait. They gotta make this case interesting somehow. So there's nothing of McGilda's left in the shop then. Nothing this man might have been after. I wonder if that's really true.
Bruno, if you have some evidence, then let him have it. I'm dying to see that irritatingly assured expression of his crumble.
Damn. Gil had slipped the disc into his coat pocket and had it deposited at Windibank's. Then when he realized he was going to be arrested on suspicion of the omnibus murder, he threatened Gina and forced her to take the redemption ticket.
There's no doubt about it. That witness is lying through his pearly white teeth.
The police were obviously after anything left behind by McGilded as well. That's why Inspector Gregson ended up taking the disc into custody that day.
But Gregsy's being very strange about all this.
There must be a reason for that, I'm sure. I just don't know what it is. For now, I need to focus on exposing the fact that Mr. Graydon is lying in his testimony. Redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused. Pawnbroker's ticket? What was the last statement? Let's see. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night. What could be? What? I don't know. Pictures? What is the next one? The next statement? That's the last one. Oh, stereoscope. The stereoscope is if we have two images like these, you can use it to look at them like three-dimensionally, I guess. Did you already use it? I don't know if you use it. I think it's just for like... Yeah, we already used it for these. That's how we discovered that there was like... If you look carefully at the stuff in the picture, you can see that the stuff was moved, but I think the brothers moved it. Yeah, it's weird. They spent so much time talking about this damn stereoscope that I'm like... I'm sure it'll come back at some point, but I don't have any other pictures. You have blueprints in a paper? These? Trying to figure out if they're like, there's gotta be a reason. Pawnbroker's ticket box. Ooh, maybe so.
Objection.
The disc was deposited at Windibanks on Magnus McGilden's. The cat is sus. I think he was just using those pieces of paper because the whole like he has this like security system that Holmes set up that just like takes pictures every 30 minutes, and he was complaining that like it costs way too much materials to be effective. So he just uses the backs of the pictures that are taken of security for like his receipts. This disc was deposited at Windibanks on Magnus McGilden's instructions. You knew that, and you went there with the intention of obtaining it for yourself. So eco-friendly, yeah, for real. Conjecture again. And in any case, the disc was taken into custody by the police that afternoon. The witness had no reason to visit the pawnbrokery again that night. Sorry, my learned friend. Ooh, okay, sassy. Okay, Rinosuke. Sorry, my learned friend, but that's not true. What? Who's the top now? Mr. McGilden had another article in Pawn at Windibanks. As this second pawnbroker's ticket proves. I feel like that's more fitting. Oh! There were 2 articles belonging to Mr. McGilden in Windibank's pawnbrokery, and the reason you broke into the shop that night was to recover the second one. Together with your 2 accomplices, the Skulkin brothers, Apple and Pear. I mean, this is the second ticket, is it? What had the man deposited? A rose toy. What? The article description reads, 1 small box. A rather vague description, it seems to me. Are you suggesting that I broke into the pawnbrokery with these clowns in order to steal some trinket box? I believe there are adequate grounds to suspect that you did. This is absurd. Why on earth would I do such a thing? Once the article had been forfeited, I could simply walk into the shop and purchase it. There would be absolutely no need for me to resort to theft. That's a good point. Indeed. The witness makes a solid argument. So that means that for some reason, this Graydon fellow knew the small box that very night, does it? Scared the fuck out of her. He saved this shit.
Oh my god!
She fucking jumped, dude. Get this 10-year-old out of the courtroom. She's scared. He'd scare me too. It's time to put an end to this nonsense, my lord. Could you be a little less cryptic, Lord Van Zeeks? My asshole clenched so tight. I do hate to ruin my learned friend's argument, but the truth is quite incontrovertible. On the night in question, no small box was taken from Windibank's pawnbrokery. And rest assured, the prosecution can prove it. What? Good gracious. Man, I am just like, everything is a gag to me. Inspector, the photographic prints to the court, you please. Yes, sir. What prints? Purple Rain, not that prints. These prints were taken from one of the detective's security cameras. We have fun here. Hurley's red-handed recorders again. As previously explained using this plan of the shop layout. Good gracious, ass bodacious. The victim's establishment was furnished with automatic cameras in 2 locations. One was set to capture the counter where Mr. Windibank received his customers, and the other was set to capture the shelves on which articles were placed for sale once forfeited. According to the information on this ticket, McGilded's small box had been forfeited already. 2 days before the incident at 9 p.m. on 13th of April, to be precise. Sorry, I had a stroke. Which means it would have been on the shelves of forfeited items in the shop front. Now, what I have here is a print taken by one of the cameras about 2 hours before the incident. That's 11 p.m. on 15th of April.
It's very dark. The victim certainly had a very full shop, it would appear. I might have to drop by myself.
He's dead.
Oh. So, does that mean I can't peruse?
Was he on Hoarders? And then here we have another print.
Are there any prints that are not dark?
This one was taken about 2 hours after the incident. Looks like we're going to be playing a little spot the difference.
I see, so we have 2 pictures to compare.
2 pictures. Yeah, we're definitely going to be using that stereoscope or whatever. Is there anything notable that's different? Where is the jizz? I'm trying to look and see if there's any, like, difference between the 2 pictures. I don't see anything.
But I must say that placing them side by side leaves me cold. Brr. Even sitting next to these 2 giant braziers. Dear me, that's starting to make my head ache.
My lord, do you need an aspirin?
No, I'm okay, thank you.
Obviously, at Scotland Yard, we were considering theft as one possible motive in this case. We explored the possibility that something had been taken in addition to the victim's life.
So your men have already compared these 2 prints thoroughly, Inspector?
Yes, sir. We counted every single item in each of these 2 photographic prints. It was like spot the difference. And the Yard's conclusion is that exactly the same number are present in both.
I can't trust him. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, Jesus. Stop slamming the tables.
In other words, nothing was taken from the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And my learned friend's assertion is nothing more than a hopeful fantasy.
I don't believe it.
He seems too forgetful. Yeah, there's something up. I don't know what it is, but I want to believe he's chill, but
I don't know.
If I could have just shown that he'd stolen McGilded's pawned box. Oh, I might have been able to break him down at last. You know what, Bruno? I'm sick of this shit. She just walks out. I've been thinking. And I don't support your homosexual lifestyle. What?
I'm tired of this shit, Grandpa. Well, that's too damn bad.
I wonder if these 2 photographs really are exactly the same. They're not. Just 'cause they're not.
What? So, Counsel,
In the light of evidence put forward by the prosecution, what is your position? It seems that in fact on the night in question, nothing was stolen from the victim's establishment. Do you accept the prosecution's assertion? You know, I was thinking about how long these cases are, and the reality is, you know, sometimes if I want to know how much longer like a case is, I kind of just like swipe through the like, you know, they'll post like the full cases on YouTube. I'll just like scroll through to see where I'm at. And you know, these would be half as long if I didn't voice all of them, but I love voicing them. You know, I was watching, no shade, no disrespect. This is gonna sound shady. I don't mean it that way. But you know, like I was watching someone play Your Turn to Die, and they were just very much like monotone doing all the voices. Makes it so good. Thank you, thank you. Just like reading it very, you know, very just like as if they were reading out loud. And I was like, this I wouldn't have as much fun with these games, I feel like. I think half of the fun for me is like voicing the characters. I don't know. Could there be some hidden discrepancy in these two photographic prints somewhere? You're also gonna thank you. Use a piece of evidence. Let's use a stereoscope. Before I give my answer, my lord, I'd like to try something, if I may. Try something? What do you mean, counsel? I'll need to use a certain piece of evidence from the court record to identify the discrepancy. Oh, here he goes. I'm not entirely sure I follow. Are we mutuals? Which piece of evidence do I intend to... I need to stop using, like, modern jokes in a game that's set in 1890s Europe. It's kind of breaking the lore, but whatever. The stereoscope.
Take that! Take that!
I'd like to use this evidence. I'd like to use this device, my lord. Modern jokes make it hilarious, though. To view the two prints stereoscopically.
Oh, I just nutted.
This guy is like, he's obsessed with the stereoscope, dude.
Yes, you caught the bug at last. You can't resist it, can you?
Postmates was a classic. That's my reoccurring gag. I feel like I use that for everything.
You got the cross-eyed compulsion.
Juror number 3. What a surprise.
Come on, Runo. Let's put the pictures in place and see what this wonderful contraption shows us. There we go. Now look through the eyepiece.
I wasn't sure at first, but there's a clear discrepancy between these two prints. What? You must identify the location in question for the court counsel. You serious? Like... indicate the precise location of the discrepancy of which you speak. Oh, I don't know. Come on, man.
Take that.
Maybe it's the thing that's not blurred out. I can't believe that. It's shit like this that pisses me off sometimes. It'll be like the hardest shit that you gotta glean from like a toothpick. And then it'll be like, here's the answer. Now just select it. That is crazy. Granted, these two prints are almost identical. However, there is one minor discrepancy between them. What? When you view the two pictures stereoscopically, What was even something we could see without the stereoscope? I don't know. The whole idea of the stereoscope thing is so silly because of the fact that it just does it itself. I almost wonder, because I know these games came out in like the 3DS era, so like I do wonder if it was something like that and they were just using this as like, you know, considering the 3DS had like the 3D function, like, and maybe they just had to omit it. Yeah, gimmick for the 3DS, but they just had to omit it because they ported it to the Switch and they were like, well, they don't have the 3D function anymore. But the whole idea of the stereoscope is that you're able to view an image in like a 3D plane by using your eyes crossing them and looking at the two images. I guess it's how they've explained it. But because, you know, there's no 3D functionality on the Switch, so I guess that's just how the cookie crumbles. A single area stands out as being different: the location of this small box. Let me wait. Unbelievable. By Jove, you're right. How extraordinary. What this tells us is very simple. Mr. McGilded's small box was indeed not stolen from Windibanks on the night in question. However, there can be no doubt that somebody picked up this particular box and then returned it to its place on the shelves. Are you suggesting that the small box originally deposited by Mr. McGilded is in fact... Yes, the very same small box I just identified in those photographic prints. Mindless guesswork. What if it was? Huh? So a box was moved on the shelf. Nothing was stolen. Which means, quite simply, that nothing has changed. That may be true, but... Alright, McGild's box wasn't stolen then. But doesn't the fact that it was moved like that change things? Yes! Because why was it moved? It moved. I believe this changes everything about the case. How can that possibly be? Because we have to move this case along, Van Zeeks. The crucial point is the fact that what was moved was a small box. In other words, we have to consider what might have been inside that box. What are you suggesting? Oh my god. He's brooding, dude. What are you suggesting? Can we stop slamming the tables? Oh my goodness. I'm suggesting that we need to examine that box as soon as possible. A vital piece of evidence is sitting on the shelves of Windibanks as we speak. Is a dick appointment after this case too, and he wants to go.
Objection.
That won't be. He still needs to shower. He's bussy. That won't be necessary. Some little box belonging to a man who died 2 months ago can't possibly be relevant to this trial. Oh my god, dude. Are you new here, bro? The court does not uphold your objection, Zeeks. Bailiff, arrange for an officer to go to Baker Street at once. And please, bring me some muffins while you're at it. I assume there is some, because it's called Baker Street. Obtain the small box in question and bring it back here for further examination. What's that? There's no muffins? God damn it. Cookies, perhaps? I'll get cookies. Hmm. Costco muffins? Oh yeah, those are good. Insert fart sound. We should have a report within half an hour. What y'all want to do for right now? He's just super casual about it. Well, what y'all doing after this? Might throw a little b-ball with the boys outside. You know, my son is he's very good. He's very good at sport ball. I think perhaps we should recess for a short while until the evidence is brought forth. To be hoodwinked by such a farce. Oh, you really were straight for a while? What the fuck does that mean? To be hoodwinked by such a farce. Disappointing. B-ball with the boys. I beg your pardon, Lord Van Zeeks. This is nothing but a smoke screen. A Nipponese specialty, it would seem. Oh. Racist! Van Zeeks is over party, bro. What are you trying to say? I don't appreciate your anti-Japanese candor. My learned friend has persisted with the same line of reasoning from the very beginning. That this witness's intent was to steal an article belonging to Mr. McGilded from the pawnbrokery. Zeeks wants that rice bad. I mean, the way they were staring at each other just a minute ago does bring up some interesting evidence. Yet common sense tells us that none of the articles have value enough to be worth stealing in the first place. Exactly. Did you have to moan that? Yes. It would be beyond absurd to break into a place for the purpose of stealing such commonplace property. Drosera's running out of voices to do. So he must distinguish them. That is true. At this point, he may only have one or two left. Let's get crunk. If your lordship recalls, Mr. McGilded perished 2 months ago immediately after the conclusion of his trial. Someone buzzed his love in his butt plug at that moment. A trial in which he was found not guilty. A trial in which it was established he was the upstanding member of society his reputation implied, in fact. So I propose a toast to my learned friend and his most insightful defense. The articles this upstanding member of society pawned were entirely ordinary. A black overcoat just happened to have a music box disc in one of his pockets, and a small box. I assure you, I wouldn't accept even if the man tried to make a gift of such things to me. But why were they in there? Well, that does make a lot of sense. It's not as if the gold or juice, is it? Oh goodness, but you can't deposit cash the pawnbroker. I love his Lil Jon Crunk juice goblet. Yeah. The prosecution's argument is undeniably compelling. It is incumbent on the defense now to bolster its argument. To explain what possible significance these commonplace articles pawned by this fine citizen could have. Please stop throwing glasses in my court. We've talked about this, Van Zeeks. Huh? Well, counsel, is your argument in fact demonstrable? Are you able to show proof that this disc or the box are in any tangible way related to this case? Well, what's the matter, Runo? We know that they're related, don't we?
They're both vital pieces of evidence.
Yes, of course. You and I both know that. We know McGilden's true character, and we know that the disc is significant, even if we don't know why. But if we explain all that to the court at this point, we'll have to acknowledge that McGilden's acquittal 2 months ago was a mistake. The defense— What are you saying? The acquittal was a mistake? That the defense's argument was flawed based on false information. Are you saying the defense's argument was flawed based on false information?
Oh no. He heard you.
And that would mean admitting that Gina committed perjury. Gina committed perjury?
But Ginny...
Could it be that Van Zieks knows? I know. Is that why he's doing this now? Because he anticipated everything? I am 2 steps ahead. I am always 2 steps ahead.
But maybe... this could be a great opportunity for us.
Sorry? What do you mean, Iris?
Well, what is it that you always say, Bruno? Sooner or later, the truth comes out. Every time.
Which means he is already Huh? The exact significance of things that McGilden deposited with Mr. Windibank is something that only Gina can explain to the court. But if I put her on the stand to testify about that, it could critically damage our chances of winning this case. Breathe out, baby girl. It's the right thing to do. Leave it. Have faith in Gina like she has to have faith in you. True. True. My lord, the defense would like to make a proposal. Oh, what proposal, counsel? While the court awaits the arrival of Mr. McGilden's small box, I would like to call the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, to the witness stand. The defendant? To what end? Well, shouldn't the defendant in this case have some... What do you mean, to what end? You're the best Nipponese daddy, Laura. You got this. Thank you. Miss Lestrade has information relating to them. I bet it would be beneficial for the court to hear what she has to say. It'll prove the significance of the articles in question once and for all. Well, well, things are becoming interesting. I presume you've considered the implications of the testimony you're proposing. In particular, the impact it will have on the accused's standing and indeed your own. I have. Lord Van Zieks, would you care to explain that last remark? You are the king of vague posting. I am not the king of vague posting. The prosecution accepts the defense's proposal. I move to interrupt the cross-examination of the current witness and hear from the accused herself. Okay, very well, if you have no objection. So, the court will now hear the testimony of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. You witnesses currently in the stand may step down until further notice. Ow! Then I shall bid you good day. Wait. You, sir, shall remain in the stand while Miss Lestrade testifies. As you wish. Alright then, Gina, it's time. I know this will be hard, but please, put your faith in me here.
Good luck, Bruno. Man, you're gonna fuck this up.
The articles that Mr. McGilden had deposited in Mr. Windibank's pawnbrokery are intimately related with the omnibus case, the trial of which was heard in this courtroom 2 months ago. Yes, and I remember this young lady being brought before me in that trial as well. At least there is a live dick in prison. That's right, my lord. Your testimony helped to establish the innocence of the defendant, Mr. McGilded. The omnibus case was intriguing, to say the least. I'll have you know my omnibusy was quaking. Okay. No rim shot for that one. All right. And now here we all are again, the same players in that trial facing each other once more. Oh, the soundboard is broken. Wait, no, it's not. No, not a rim job, a rim shot. Crazy, bro. Sad. And now here we are again, the same players, and meet me after the stream. The same players in that trial, facing each other once more. A twist of fate, perhaps, my Nipponese friend. Allow me to recap the events of 2 months ago. An old brickmaster was stabbed to death in an omnibus running along London's winter streets. Apart from the victim, there was only one other person in the carriage, Mr. McGilded. Naturally. Well, no, that's not true. Gina was in the seat compartment, wasn't she? Naturally, he was the prime suspect for the murder. But as the trial progressed, another possibility emerged, that the murder in fact took place above the defendant's head on the roof deck, with the body then being dropped through the skylight into the carriage below. That's right, that's right. That was an interesting case. It was Miss Lestrade whose testimony brought that possibility to light. At the time of the incident, Miss Lestrade was concealed under a seat in the carriage. I'm glad that they're bringing this up again, that they're retracing this so I don't have to. Hoping to pick the pockets of unsuspecting passengers. Then immediately after the trial, having been acquitted of the murder, Mr. McGilded died in this very courtroom in the most extraordinary of circumstances. A mystery that remains unsolved even now, 2 months on. As indeed does the omnibus murder itself. Be that as it may, I recall neither the disc nor this small box being mentioned in the course of those proceedings. Right, but there was a whole exchange. I'm sure that she's probably gonna bring it up, Gina. But there was like an exchange between her and McGilded, where he gave her the exchange ticket and was like, by any means necessary, you must redeem this ticket. Or else. Miss Lestrade? Would you tell the court now, please? What really happened in the omnibus 2 months ago, I mean? I don't know what you mean. I already said all what I know. Oh my god, come on. And what about everything you told us yesterday from inside your prison cell? Yeah? Please, Miss Lestrade. This is extremely important. But... Remember, little girl. If it transpires that you willfully withheld information in the trial 2 months ago, the Home Office will seek to prosecute you for perjury. Oof. I mean, she really is damned if she does, damned if she doesn't at this point. But also, like, you know, putting my lawyer hat on. Would you rather be found guilty for murder or for perjury? Because I'd rather be found guilty for perjury myself. Especially in an era where, capital punishment is still very much a thing. And naturally, you will lose all credibility as a witness. Although, let's face facts. You have little credibility to lose. Damn. You feel good bullying a 17-year-old? It's like when people on Twitter are like, I ratioed the fuck out of this 14-year-old. It's like, oh, okay. Do you feel good?
Ginny, don't listen to him. Please, you have to trust Runo now.
Iris?
We're on your side. Well, actually, we're like on the left. And you're in the middle, but like figuratively speaking.
Alright then. I'll talk. It's the right choice, Gina. Well, it would seem that my learned friend is hell-bent on bringing the entire courtroom down about his ears. So be it. Yeah, I'm interested to see how this is going to play out, because she's, you know, this is going to be bad. But also, okay. I mean, like, this isn't her fault in the first place. Like, she had to testify because if not, the wealthy businessman was going to, like, ruin her life, dude. So, like, I don't know. I'd like to bring both of his legs down about my ears. It's crazy. Like, I don't know. I feel like surely there's a clause in court preamble that would excuse perjury under the, you know, I don't know if witness protection is like a thing at this point, but like surely there's a clause that would, you know, forgive her for committing perjury. She's being threatened. Yeah. She's being, you know, if fucking Jeff Bezos showed up in my house and was like, if you tell anybody that I killed this person, I will make sure that your entire family is like exploded. I'd be like, which I'm not saying that he did. I'm not saying Jeff Bezos said that to me. I'm just saying if he did, which he didn't, you know, I'd be scared as fuck, dude. You know, my first inclination would be like, blink twice if you need help. You know, my first inclination would be like to expose the fuck out of him, but level-headed me would be like, maybe I should mind my own business. I must confess that I'm struggling to understand what on earth is happening here. However, it would appear that Mr. McGilded's pawned articles and that extraordinary case of the omnibus harbor secrets of which we have been hitherto unaware. So, Miss Lestrade, you will now give your testimony before the court about the events of 2 months ago. Rich people are scary. We all saw what happened to Epstein. True. True. Absolutely. Your name kind of looks like Les Trade. Lesbian Trade. Does that mean anything? You will reveal the truth, a commodity sorely lacking in your original statement. This is it then. Everything's going to come out. Oh, like Van Zeek said, this could bring the whole courtroom down about my ears. As a lawyer, I'm prepared to take that risk. You know, Rinosuke's alright. He's alright, man. Lestrade is like all the Justin Bieber looking lesbians. Oh, true.
Truth is that Brickmaker Cove was in the cabin of the omnibus the whole time. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw that disc on the floor.
The ones in the dark clubs you start to hit on and then realize that they are not a 20. Oh yeah, no, definitely. Definitely. And they got like deep voices too. You're like, what the hell? And low key, it doesn't help either because like they also think that I'm a girl. Low key. So like we're both, there have been instances where like, you know, it's gotten to a point and then like suddenly like, so you start making out. No, I mean, yeah, it has happened. And then like, and the thing, you know, the thing that really does it is like, she'll be like good girl. And I'm like, huh? wait. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw that disc on the floor. All of a sudden, I heard a scream from over me head, and that pair on the roof deck went off to call the cops. The slops. The slops? What the fuck is a slop? That's when McGildy slipped the driver some tin to do a oh my god. Can we get a translator? Slipped the driver some tin to do a run up to the pawn shop roundabout. Sloppy bottoms. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I seen or heard. Yeah, I figured, but it's just like, man. The British need to stop this crazy language shit. Good grief, this is outrageous. What you've just... so outrageous that I had a voice crack. What you've just told the court bears almost no resemblance to your testimony 2 months ago. Sis was lying. As you say, my lord. Sis was lying. Then there's every chance I may have adjudicated an error in Miss Gilded's trial. Well, he's dead now, so who gives a fuck? Sounds very much to me as if the man deliberately deceived this court in an effort to cover up the most wicked of schemes, and then he died. Which is, you know, which does feel very weird. I almost wonder what's going on. What's going on? What's going on? Why did he die? You know, good riddance, because fuck that guy, but like... But what happened? You know? It's giving Epstein a little bit. You know? Did he kill himself? Or was someone else killing him? You know? Because, I mean, the fact that there was just a fire in the courtroom is definitely not like just an accident. Well, maybe it could be, considering they're not very conservative with their use of flames, it seems, in this courtroom. But you know, it's camp, so I'll give it to him. In an effort to cover up the most wicked of schemes in Orange. Without doubt, your lordship is correct. A great injustice. A great injustice was done in this courtroom 2 months ago. The actions of the accused in that trial, of this witness, and of my learned friend are entirely inexcusable. Every once in a while, my speech impediment rears its ugly head. The actions of the accused in that trial, of this witness, and of my learned friend are entirely inexcusable. Well, fuck, I didn't fucking know. Don't pin this shit on me, bro. I don't believe it. The whole trial was a farce. It was all lies. A Mr. McGilden fellow was run to the court just like a pickpocket. Don't forget that lawyer from the east. They were all in on it together. You wrong the lawyer, Mr. Naruto. The lawyer there, he didn't know nothing about it. Humbug.
I don't think so. Are we really expected to believe that?
He really stitched everyone up, didn't he? What an operation to get the man off scot-free.
Unforgivable. Stop. The lies have to stop. Stop. Yes, the defense made a terrible error of judgment. The defense has made a severe and continuous lapse in judgment, and they do not expect to be forgiven. I intend to take full responsibility and suffer whatever consequences are deemed appropriate. However, it's imperative that the court allows the witness to elaborate on her testimony, because the true significance of McGilton's Pond articles must be brought to light. Very well, my learned student friend. Huh? Given the depths of calamity you have just plunged yourself into, this may well be worth hearing. Words fail me. This situation is utterly deplorable. What? I mean, come on, guys. This fucking minor was being threatened by, like, a wealthy business elite. He does have a heart. Yeah, no, he definitely does. But, like, the judge is, like, not having any of it. Like, come on, man. This is like a girl who grew... I don't know. Like, this is just crazy to me. This girl who grew up having to, like, make ends meet by pickpocketing. You know, and then she got, you know, implicated, wrong place, wrong time, and then suddenly this fucking, like, wealthy businessman is threatening, you know, to ruin her life if she doesn't keep quiet. Come on. Mr. Naruto. Yes, my lord. I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial. Of course, my lord. Blimey, Mr. Naruto. Now, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. Also, it's not like we knew anything, bro. It's just our job, bro. Come on. The real truth of the omnibus case. And you were hiding in the cabin at the time as well, weren't you, Miss Lestrade? If I remember rightly, in the storage compartment underneath one of those seats? Yeah, that's right. It's pitch black under there, so you can't see nothing at all. Now, in your testimony 2 months ago, I feel certain that you claimed Mr. McGilton was the sole passenger, did you not? False testimony, my lord. What is fucking... Oh, shit. Wait, what's going on? Whoa. They're chatting it up. What's going on over there? That sure is suspicious. They planning a date? Something far more sinister, I fear. That's what he told me I had to say. They're canoodling. It's important that you tell us the truth now. For Mr. McGilton and the victim acquaintances? I don't know. But I did hear them talking a lot. What were they talking about? Well, I couldn't hear too well. But if I had to say... I think it was about money or something. They kept talking about buying and not buying. Well, wasn't it... I think it was true that McGilton was like a... He was like he loaned money to a lot of people. Perhaps business dealings of some kind? Well, anyway, they got louder and louder. Started to sound like a proper fight. I was pretty scared by then. I hardly dared to breathe. And then all of a sudden, I heard a noise like someone kneeling over on the floor. It was blooming loud and all. I believe you let out an involuntary scream? Yeah, that's what gave me away. Was the disc you saw this disc? Yeah, I reckon it probably was. It was right next to the cove lying on the floor. Could this disc have belonged to the victim, perhaps? I don't know, but McGilded picked it up pretty smartish, and then he sat the cove with the knife in his belly up on the seat. What did he say to you at the time? He told me not to say a word about what I seen her, to no one. About the disc and all. I was dead scared. The way he was looking at me, I thought, if I didn't go along with it, I'll get stuck with that knife too.
Knives are sharp.
Then he started asking me a lot of questions, like what my name was and where I lived and that. He asked me about being a diver too.
But after a while, what had happened in the carriage was noticed?
Yeah, that's right. First there was a kind of rapping noise. It was like...
There were 2 gentlemen occupying the seats on the roof deck, I believe.
That's right. They must have looked down through the skylight and noticed the cove with the knife in his guts. When they screamed, the driver pulled up the horses and McGilded got me out of sight.
Out of sight? Where?
Back under the seat where I started off. Once the carriage came to an halt, the 2 coves from the roof ran off to fetch the slops.
If they immediately left to fetch the police, it would appear they were entirely unrelated to the incident.
Did I leave my door unlocked?
So that left McGilded, the driver, and you still at the scene.
Yeah, only the driver didn't know I was there because I was under the seat. I had the cabin door open and a voice from outside.
The driver, yes. He also testified at that trial, I believe. A fellow who went by the name of Beppo, if memory serves.
What did McGilded and the driver say to each other? Is he dead now too? No. He was driving the carriage.
I don't know what happened and stuff like that mainly. That's when McGilded slipped the driver some tin to do a run off to the pawn shop roundabout.
That pawn shop obviously being Windibanks on Baker Street.
Just a moment, counsel. Do you mean to tell me that the driver gave false testimony in that trial as well?
Perhaps the excursion to the pawnbrokery slipped his mind when he was in the stand.
Indeed, Lord Van Zeeks.
McGilded took off his coat and gave it to the driver. He folded it up all careful-like before handing it over. When I saw him do that, I remember thinking, that coat and what's in it, it's gotta be worth a few bob.
Okay. Yes, Gina was sure the disc must be worth more than Bob. Mr. Windibank was suggesting, wasn't she? I remember her quibbling with him over the price that afternoon at the pawnbrokery.
The driver looked pretty happy when McGilded flashed some brass in his face. He went running off at a lick. Then the bog trotter called to me and told me to come out from the drag's cabin. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I seen or heard.
Threatened you how exactly?
Told me I'd only be able to scupper if I did exactly what he said.
Which included giving false testimony in court 2 months ago.
Yeah, that's it. And there was one other thing he said.
Which was?
He told me I have to hang on to the ticket from the pawn shop and make sure not to lose it.
The ticket? Well, I never.
Said that if he didn't show up to get the ticket off me before 2 months passed, I had to go to the pawn shop and pay the money to keep it in lug to stop it being forfeited. He left me with some brass to pay for it.
But really, on earth would Mr. McGilded have done such a thing? Deposited his overcoat with a pawnbroker before the arrival of the police. It makes no sense at all. There would seem to be only one logical explanation, my lord. What McGilded had the driver deposit at Windibanks was something he didn't want the police to see. Something very important that he needed to hide at all costs in orange.
Anyway, after that, he let me go, so I legged it before the coppers showed up.
Well done, Gina. Couldn't have been easy to tell the truth like that.
Ginny's really put her faith in you, Runo.
Yes, and to thank her, she'll have to face a charge of perjury once this trial's over. Well, like I said, better than a charge of murder. Better than getting beheaded. So I need to, well, whatever, I don't know what kind of capital punishment they were doing in that time, but couldn't have been fun. So I need to use the time we have now to get as much information out of her as possible.
It's time to really go for it. Press her on every statement.
I did. I suppose I should. Drawn and quartered.
Oh, and another thing.
What's that?
Take a look at those two. Isn't it strange that they've been whispering to each other the whole time?
Yes, that is strange. Looks like they're having a secret discussion about something. The girls are girling. Not sure I'm completely comfortable with that. Wonder if there's anything I can do about it. Hey! Should I just, like, tell them to fucking stop?
Hold it! Excuse me.
Is there something you'd like to share with the court, Inspector Gregson and Mr. Graydon?
Whoa! Inspector! Mr. Graydon!
Blimey, you trying to give me a heart attack?
You have been whispering to each other for quite some time now. Tell us, what is the discussion about?
Discussion? With this fella? Or the other one, Sunshine?
Well, I don't know. You had your back to the courtroom, and you were whispering to each other, so clearly you were having some sort of conversation.
You think I've got anything to talk about with a shady gent like this?
And I have nothing to say to this uncouth detective after he deprived me of that disc that was rightfully mine. They've clearly been talking the entire time I've been cross-examining Gina. He's giving handies then. It's as if they've been negotiating. Thank you, Miss Lestrade. Thank you, Counsel. Thank you, Kanye. Very cool. I've heard enough. I believe we now have a reasonable understanding of what actually transpired on the omnibus. It would appear on that night 2 months ago, a negotiation was taking place on the omnibus. A negotiation concerning this disc. However, matters did not run smoothly. When the parties involved began to quarrel over price, McGilded took what he won by force, at the expense of the other man's life. Which proves my point. The disc is clearly extremely valuable in some way. Although I don't understand why as yet. 2 days ago, precisely 2 months after the omnibus incident, McGilded's coat and its contents were due to be forfeited.
I didn't know what I should do with the jacket. I mean, the cove died right after his trial, I knew that.
So you decided you would try to claim the articles as your own.
Well, why not, eh? They were gonna be forfeited. Why shouldn't I have got them? Anyway, he can't blame me for thinking about it. Thinking ain't no crime.
Miss Lestrade, it would appear Mr. McGilton was prepared to kill in order to take possession of this disc. Do you know why that would be?
Eh? I ain't got a clue. But I reckon it must be worth a fair bit of brass. He was probably gonna sell it. And you can't blame me for thinking that. Thinking ain't no crime.
No one is doing that. My lord. Sorry. My lord! The evidence your lordship requested has been located and is ready for the court's inspection, sir.
Oh, okay, we're gonna see what's in this box. Finally.
The mysterious little box, deposited by McGilton 2 months ago. There's no doubt in my mind that it's a key piece in this far-reaching puzzle. To be continued. Oh my god. We're on the last part. Rejoice. Fuck it, let's finish. Let's finish this. I'm finishing this case. I'm finishing this case. I'm gonna grab some more water. I'll be right back.
Say thank you for the bits.
Alright. Let's do it. Let's do it, baby. Let's do it, baby. Let's do it, baby. This is it. We're about to find everything out. Hold up. Okay. So this is the article in question, is it? Small box deposited with the pawnbroker by Mr. McGilton 2 months ago. Is it a music box, perhaps? On the night of Mr. Windibank's murder, the only item in the shelves that was touched by whoever broke it in the shop.
Quick, quick, let's open it up and see what's inside.
Those little bumps on the disc? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Oh. It is. It's like those wind up. Yeah. So what's gonna play? What's this music box gonna play on it? Fucking like. It's like, you guys remember when they fucking had the I'll think, you know. Remember when like they had the Bachelor of Science coming, like, yeah, my psychology degree. Definitely. You guys remember when, like, they were playing Single Ladies backwards? And we're like,
the world will bow to Lucifer.
like, she said it. It was, like, very, very, like, like they were really stretching for that.
The world will bow to Lucifer.
Yeah, that's what they were like saying it sounded like. Good gracious, this is no ordinary box. I feel like that was the plot of Josie and the Pussycats. Oh, I'm sure. Good gracious, this is no ordinary box, it seems. Wow. Although in truth, I had an inkling that might be the case. It would appear that the box house is a miniature music box movement. It was supposed to be unreleased. Then is it too much to expect? I think it would be reasonable to assume that it is a device for the playback of this disc, my lord. So here we have the means to play back Mr. McGilted's disc deposited at Windibanks' at much the same time. Are we gonna be using that? Dum dum. Dum dum dum. Are we gonna be putting it with the blood on there? Because that seems kind of gross. Not strictly correct, my lord. It was not McGilted's disc. It was the disc of his victim in the omnibus. But why, for heaven's sake? Are we to understand that the brickmaker was trying to sell this music box disc to Mr. McGilted? I believe the answer will become clear if we listen to the music on the disc, my lord. Yes, very well. Let the court now listen to this curious disc at last. Aren't brickmakers like masons? Yes. Yes, yes, yes. And aren't masons like Illuminati? Wait, what? What is... Wait... What is... What, who said that? Let the court now listen to this curious disc at last. Wait, my lord! Good grief, what is the meaning of this, Inspector? The music box and the disc are, well, they're unrelated to the case. Oh yeah, I'm sure. No need to spoil this somber atmosphere in the courtroom with some silly bit of music. This disc may very well have motivated the culprit in this case to commit murder. Clearly, there's every chance that it's fundamentally important to understanding what happened. Not this song. The prosecution has no objection. But no! That piece of evidence... Clearly, Scotland Yard has some vested interest here. But it is policy of this prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored. And I mean none. Wink, wink. Nudge, nudge. And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening. No further delays, please. Play the disc. It's like 4 p.m. and my wife is gonna kill me. Am I supposed to be gagging right now? Morse, yeah, it might be Morse code. What on earth? Have something you can gag on? That's crazy. certainly not what I would call music. That I wouldn't put that in the that's what I call music compilation. No. It's just the same note playing over and over again in an irregular sequence. Dun 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 dun. Kinda got a beat to it though. Oh. Yo. That's gay. I kinda like it. Mr. Graydon? This really is priceless. After all that, the music box is broken. Broken? It can't be, can it? Well, obviously. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised. It's connected to his love ends. he's like quaking. If the officer sent to fetch it didn't drop it on the way back to the courtroom. Most flamboyant twink I've seen. Well, with much regret, I feel the court must accept that this music box offers little in the way of clues. Are you ready to move on, counsel? Come on. Is he dumb? Yes, alright. It does sound as though it's completely broken, but is it? Could this music emanating from the box possibly be a new clue? No way. It could be a clue. I believe that it could be relevant, my lord. When those communications co-workers know Morse code during that time, well, I mean, yeah, I think Graydon is just pretending like he doesn't know. I think he's like acting like oh, it's broken, you know? Good lord, but how could it be? It's an abomination, counsel, mere noise. I fail to see how it can have any meaning whatsoever. It does sound strange, I agree. The juror, why isn't she flooding her pants right now? Like, oh, I know. I don't know. I think they're not really supposed to, like, come in unless they have come to, like, a conclusion. Because, like, technically the only person who's supposed to be speaking, unless spoken to, is the foreman, the first juror. So, probably, she might be, like, you know, thinking something, but it does sound strange, I agree. But there's one thing bothering me. While Graydon stands there chortling victoriously. That's true, the jurors always just sit there, yeah. The inspector beside him has a rather telling expression on his face. It's as if Gregson recognizes the sound, as if he's familiar with it somehow. And that's making him appear extremely on edge. Isn't true, he's quaking. Fuck. Someone activated my love-ins. If that's the stance of the defense, my Nipponese friend, answer me this. Please don't make the courtroom quake more. Oh? Just what relevance do you propose this woeful chiming has on this case? The edge in them at this point. It's the defense's belief that the sound emanating from this music box is not supposed to be music. Just because this is a music box, it doesn't necessarily mean that the sounds we're hearing are music. Look at that. The smile vanished from Graydon's lips as soon as I saw it. His very kissable lips. I'm on the right lines here. I must be.
Making deductions based on how people react to what you say is really not a great way of conducting yourself as a lawyer. You're acting just like Hurley, Bruno, and that's concerning.
The sounds we're hearing aren't necessarily music. Well, now that you've told us what they are not. I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are. Do enlighten us, my Nipponese friend.
Huh?
Well, surely you have an idea in mind, because if not, I'll kill you. It will be the death of your ill-formed argument. Exactly. The music box is clearly broken. Refusing to accept that fact is pure foolishness. They've got me. I don't know what the answer is. Yet. Yes, you do. What is that face?
Bruno? I've just examined the music box very thoroughly. I'm fairly certain that it's not broken at all.
Really?
Here, I brought a copy of the Sexy Red album.
Why do you have that?
I don't know. Really, the way it's been made, I can only produce a single note anyway.
Thank you, Iris. Alright, well, if the music box isn't broken, must mean that the sounds it's producing have some significance that isn't musical. Uh-huh. Ugh. Could it be? Is that what these sounds are?
Something's just struck me, something's just struck me, Bruno. I feel like recently, in the past few hours even, I've heard another sound very much like the one this music box makes.
Yes, it's a familiar sound. What? What's she talking about? Actually, Iris, I was just thinking exactly the same thing. I'm going to have to press the defense for an answer. Your assertion is that the sound produced by this music box is not in fact music at all. Then what the devil is it, counsel? All the evidence we've seen so far, all the testimony we've heard, it's all pointing to one single answer now. The prosecution demands that my learned Nipponese friend presents proof now. Tangible proof of this latest wild speculation. Alright then. This could be the best chance I'm going to get to fight back in this trial. And if I'm right, it's going to join all the dots together, literally and figuratively. The evidence that explains the true nature of the sounds in this music box is... what? Could this be about the government secrets being leaked to foreign agencies? Today's paper, counsel. The headline is Pawnbroker Perishes in Pig Purse Plunder. Hardly supportive of your cause. What is this even about? Morse code was a big thing back then. True. No, my lord. I was hoping you'd look a little further down the page. Further down? Ministry mole? 10 quick trips? 10 quick tricks to maintain a beautiful beach body? I should really look into this. Gregson is a mole. Oh, interesting. Ministry mole. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Yes, this is a very serious matter, being investigated at the highest level, I understand. I've heard that international transmissions along supposedly secure lines are somehow being intercepted. Top 10 ways to get a bottom. How dare he eat those fish and chips, his country's pride dish. He's LARPing! And leaked to various other countries. And presumably, those transmissions are in the form of wired telegrams? Of course, of course. Juror number 5, your input, please. Stop. Oh, me, sir? Whatever is the matter? I actually wasn't paying attention all this time. You told the court before that you worked at the same communication station as Mr. Graydon, did you not? Yes, that's correct. His auntie. And the particular station where you work. Sorry, I got a little British there. Can you blame me? Everyone else is British. Deals with government communications and newspaper reports. Oh, yes. We're not your run-of-the-mill communication station at all. Our work is extremely important. I want a little British in me? I can't help you with that one, unfortunately. Then tell me, is this not a very familiar sound? Hmm? You don't mean to say, is it? That's right, madam. It bears more than a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap it. I believe it's called Morse code. But I don't believe it. Now correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, there could be nobody more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communications officer. Are you suggesting the music box disc contains stolen government secrets and Morse code? Knows what Morse code is and didn't automatically just say it at the beginning. I know. Such is the nature of this game. Order, order, please everyone, order. But this is high treason, council, deserving of capital punishment. Too much new vocabulary. What is this treason? And what is capital punishment? Oh, how you say shit? Sort of words I'd half expect you to know. For our sovereign government's confidential information, hostile nations would surely pay almost any price. Yes, and on that night 2 months ago, that was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus. Poor Mouse is about to pop from how much he's squeezing. I know. But in the end, McGilded perished, and the all-important disc lay unclaimed in the pawnbrokery. So is this all just like a government conspiracy then? My word! In which case, whoever stole that information in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry. Because if the disc were to be discovered before it found its way out of the country, it would reveal an act of high treason punishable by death. Interesting. You know what? I do stand by the fact that this case has been way too fucking long, but I'm here for it. I am here for it. You know, is this my favorite final case of Ace Attorney? Definitely not. Definitely not. I think this one was a bit middling, to say the least. But you know, I get it. I get it. Does this mean you have played all of them? No, there's one more after this one. One final game. I act like we're finished with this case, but we're getting there. So the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it. I was going to cry. No. Well, even if we did, even when we do finish this, are you playing that one too? Yes. I've been missing streams. Let's go. Oh, thank you. No, I mean, I play a lot of like mystery visual novels like this, so, and there is quite a few of them apparently. Yippee! So the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it. In order to do that, they would have to gain entry to the pawnbroker illegally in the middle of the night, because the article left behind by Mr. McGilded would incriminate him too much if it got into the wrong hands. Whoa! Jesus Christ. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon? You think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous. Absolutely preposterous. So in response to the defense's accusation, you claim complete innocence, do you? Well, of course I do. I've had to stand here in silence while that pretentious foreign lawyer has been prattling away.
Objections!
Then by all means, counter the charges, sir. Oh, Van Zeeks is on our side now. Let's go! He kept his socks on so it wasn't gay. The prosecution demands that the witness testifies in response to the accusations brought by the defense. Delighted, I'm sure. The witness is reminded that the crime under scrutiny in this trial is the murder of the pawnbroker, Mr. Windibank. That being a most flagitious offense. Is kid that rice tonight? For which the law of this land sanctions a capital punishment. The heinous act of high treason is no less serious a crime. I urge you to bear that in mind as you testify, Mr. Graydon. So then, let us proceed. You may... Goodness. Oh, Lord. These guys again. You gotta let us have a rabbit and pork here, Governor. We got things to say. I beg your pardon. Who gives a fuck? Who do you think you are? Name's Nash Skulkin. Occupation is professional baddie. Name's Ringo Skulkin, but we ain't baddies enough to sell out our motherland. That's right. We're what they call the Three Skulkin Brothers. Oh, Lord. So is he really... So are they really related? Bad timing, fellas. Very bad timing. So they're brothers after all? A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. Besides, the sounds produced by that music box aren't even Morse code. It was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with Miss McGilded anyway, was it not? I've no relation to the man. Look, all we done is break into the gaff the other night like what he told us to do. If we'd know there was dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. One Mr. will do, Governor. What's that? They just merge into one person. Fusion! Do I take it that you now admit to the crime? That on the night in question you did indeed gain entry to the premises illegally? And moreover, you did so as a party of 3 in collaboration with Mr. Graydon here. We did, Gov, we did. Whoa. He's like falling off the damn crate over there. Quieten down, please. What say you to that, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these two ruffians are referring to. You little rotter getting us mixed up in all this monkey business. Yeah, they're pissed, dude. They had no idea. They had no idea they were gonna be fucking implicated in a government conspiracy. You never said nothing about no government secrets. It was supposed to be a straight up job. And what about the geezer whose shop it was, eh? Poor old bloke didn't have to die, did he? Ugh. Nice to know who your friends are. Whatever these men say, I deny the accusations. Indeed. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant in the proceedings. However, as it has, I will admit it into the court record as evidence. We just press him. So is this newspaper headline accurate? Government communications are being intercepted? How could I possibly know? I don't know, you're a communications officer, shouldn't you know? What do you mean by that? Any important government communications are handled by high-level officers, by specialists. General members of staff in the station where I work would never be entrusted with sensitive information. Oh no, stop. Must say something, stop. Let me guess. Oh, now she speaks. Juror number 5. We regular communication station officers aren't as lowly as you're being led to believe. Damn, sell him out, Eva. I didn't like working with him anyway. He was a bitch. He stole my lunch at one time. A team of us are responsible for setting up and testing the telegraphs used by the ministry. That's right, I didn't forget. And Mr. Graydon is the team leader. That's fascinating. Not the office drama. Graydon is highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idol. Stop. Oh, wait. Oh, she looks up to him. But she's kind of selling him out. So we had access to the equipment used for the confidential communications, Mr. Graydon. Well, what of it? The transmissions are always made behind closed doors, so they can't be heard. You know, it's crazy to me, they made this whole thing out of, you know, Gina committing perjury, but like, you could argue this guy's done his fair share as well. And they're not, like, coming down on him on it. And this is a grown-ass man, by the way. I feel like misogyny is at play. And in any case, all messages are sent enciphered. Normal employees couldn't possibly understand them. Oh no, stop. Must say something, stop. Mr. Graydon regularly attends meetings with the ministry technicians and the ministry communications team. He assists them in ensuring that there are no errors in the important international communications. She'll not get a pardon for unveiling a government secrets being stolen. Yeah, I feel like she will, yeah. Yeah, that does kind of seem like the angle they're gonna take. He's received the top prize at the cipher cracking convention 5 years in a row now. That's fascinating. It seems like he's being sarcastic, but like, seems important. I mean, he is kind of lying. And his highly skilled operator, stop. Currently in presence of idol, stop. Well, your idol would appreciate it if you keep your mouth shut. She should really pick her idols more carefully. I tell you, this lawyer's accusations are completely unfounded. Besides, the sounds produced by that music box aren't even Morse code. She really is selling him out. Yeah, inadvertently. I don't think she's meaning to, but she certainly is. they're not? To anyone with a brain, that would be blatantly apparent on listening to that music box for even a few seconds. Of course, of course. Facepalm. Surely it can't be that my learned friend is unfamiliar with Morse code. Ouch. He looks genuinely shocked at my ignorance. I would be more than happy to demonstrate the basics for you, sir. A lesson here in court? Are we gonna do some, like, actual Morse code? Because that'd be interesting. Morse code is a continuous series of 2 distinct tones. Tones, you say? Yes, a short dot and a long dash. By combining those in different ways, you construct letters. I see, that kind of hurt my ears. For example, this is A, this is B. But when you listen to the sound produced by this music box, you only hear one tone, don't you? But it sounds so similar. The rhythm of it is the same in everything. There's no discernible meaning to this apparently random sequence of sounds. So your assertion is fundamentally flawed. That is not Morse code. No! Sorry, my Levins is going off again. Really, you shouldn't be so surprised. Ah, I came. What did I tell you? That music box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap. Perhaps you might consider studying your subject matter before casting aspersions in the future. Stop. Nothing to say, but stop. So frustrating, isn't it? I thought that Morse code was short and long sounds. Not tonal? I have no idea.
Oh, it's so frustrating, isn't it? I feel like I'm gonna shoot up a whole courtroom.
Please don't do that, Iris.
Iris? I mean, if the government secrets were somehow being leaked using the music box, so many other things would slot into place so nicely.
Could there still be something I haven't considered? Would it really be impossible to use this music box somehow to play back Morse code? Give it a try. There's still every possibility that this music box was instrumental in the leaking of government secrets. That's the belief of the defense, at least. Does it please you in some way, my Nipponese friend, to repeat the same line of argument ad infinitum? It's already been established that to be Morse code, 2 tones are required, dots and dashes. Yes, I'm well aware of that. Then what? Well, it would appear the defense has a hypothesis to put forward. You had better present your idea at once, counsel. How do you propose that this music box, which appears to produce only a single tone, could have been used to cipher secret messages into Morse code? How? What is this?
Oh. What is it, Runo?
I've just noticed something about this music box. It looks like the bottom of it opens as well. Ah, you're right. You found its belly button. There's some people that are into belly buttons, I've learned. There's like a whole niche of people. And I don't know how I feel about that. You know, whatever floats your boat, I guess, but yeah. There are people that are like into belly buttons. I mean, there are people into everything, right? I guess it's not that surprising. I'm not trying to yuck anyone's yum. Well, hopefully it's at least clean. I mean, I've sold this story before. There was a guy that hooked up with me that was really into like ear fucking, and It was very weird. I will say that. You know, I'm the type of person who will try anything once, but was not a big fan of it. I said, as long as you don't nut inside my ear, I guess it's fine. He was really into it, though. Adventure that must have been. Oh, it was. It was. I mean, I like a nibble to the earlobe, but I'm not trying to dig into your ear canal. No, yeah. He was like... And it's like, it's not one of those things that... It's not like a butthole or a vagina, right? Like, it doesn't have the capability to stretch, so I don't really know how that works, you know? But I guess it's the idea of it. Yeah, no, I mean, I think it's... You know, what got me, I'm not gonna lie, the fact that he was so timidly asking about it, like he was very like embarrassed about it, I think that kind of got me like, this is kind of hot that he's like really being vulnerable. But I regretted those. I regretted that. You little cutesy tease bites. You're such a good top. I mean, the thing is I'm very sadistic when it comes to stuff like that. So like, I will go to lengths if somebody is innocent. There are things that I won't do for sure, but like, you know, I'm open. I'm open.
You're right. Well, come on then. What are you waiting for? Let's open it.
Alright then, here goes. Oh.
Look at that. There's another movement on the underside.
So does that mean you can set another disc to play back on this side?
Yes, I think so.
And it looks like the two movements are linked together. A good guy in general? I try. So only to encourage your bottom, I like that type of openness. It must be the psych degree? Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure that's what it is. Okay, I'm guessing that this is gonna be like they overlap the two. Maybe you flip the disc and then put it on this side, and then you have to overlap. Like, because they were saying it's only playing one tone. So then, if they're playing, maybe this will play the other tone, and then you have to overlap both of those, and then it'll make a message. So you need two, maybe. Or I was just thinking that you could flip it, and then you could just overlap the two of them. But I don't know.
Looks like the two movements are linked together.
They're linked?
So if you had two discs,
like, maybe you're right.
If you had two discs, they would both play back at the same time.
Flip it will be the same sounds in reverse. Yeah, I guess. I guess so. I don't know. I don't know how this works. I'm just here for the ride. So I guess we present this then.
Got it!
He sounds so twinky, dude. Who is riding what? I don't know anymore. So, okay. I don't know. Another movement on the underside of the music box? What? It appears, my lord, that the two movements are linked together. In other words, you can put two discs in the music box, and the sounds of both will play back at the same time. Good heavens! As the court has heard, Morse code comprises of two tones, a short dot and a long dash. With a second disc in place, the music box could be used to generate Morse code and convey a message. But where is the other disc?
This is beyond a joke.
I'm sorry?
This poor excuse for a lawyer has absolutely no evidence to support his claims.
Though, of course, If my learned friend were able to present the court with the second disc, that would be another matter. Well, I can't at the moment. Well, looks like we are fucked. And may I remind the court that as the witness has pointed out, he was not the one in the omnibus with McGilded 2 months ago striking a deal over the disc or discs. Indeed. I preferred Monster or LinkedIn. That was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. Exactly. I had nothing whatsoever to do with it. Huh? Though it has holes, I'm just like me. I must admit the argument, if anyone was wondering. I am currently separated from my wife. I must admit the argument presented by the defense has much promise. I believe the cross-examination should continue. The link between Graydon and the victim of the omnibus case must be there somewhere. But I haven't found it yet.
Oh dear. Looks like you need to give your argument more strength, Bruno.
You'll reiterate your testimony if you please, Mr. Graydon. If I must, though I maintain exactly what I did at the start of this pointless cross-examination. It was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with McGilded anyway, was it not? I've no relation to the man. So 2 months ago in that omnibus, McGilded killed the brickmaker and stole the disc. Mr. Mason was a single man with almost nothing to his name. It seems he lived in Artisan Quarter some years ago. In an Artisan Quarter some years ago. But people there remember little about him. Doesn't make much sense though, does it? How would a humble brickmaker come to acquire secret government information? How indeed. There must have been somebody else involved behind the scenes in all of this. Somebody who acquired that disc and gave it to Mr. Mason in order to take it to the meeting with McGilded and negotiate a deal. Dear me. Wow. You must have it in for me, sir, but I assure you, I have far more class than that. An old brickmaker from an artisan quarter and this well-to-do communications officer. If only I could find some evidence to link the two of them together. Smirks quaintly. If you have nothing more to add on that note, let us return to the witness testimony.
Look, all we done is break into the gaff the other night like what he told us to do.
Like Mr. Graydon told you to do, you mean?
That's it, yeah, who else, eh? See, me thought he was just popping over for a natter.
A natter?
After all them years, but the rot had a dodgy job for us. Ash?
Let me stop you there, Mr. Skulkin. After all them years, you say? Do you mean to tell me that Mr. Graydon is an acquaintance of yours? Oh, he's really giving it up. Number 29 for a personal drop for my trip on Monday. What does that mean? Guess I'll end up calling in sick. Might not get awarded a drop for my trip. Oh, what is a drop? Like a drop off? It means they take away my trip so I don't have to work it? Oh, okay.
We're the
sociable kind of baddies, you know? Sure, let's say greetings in old China? What? I have Osaka on the 15th. I would rather go back to work then. Oh.
Excuse me.
Excuse me. Something wrong, Mr. Skulkin? No, the other Mr. Skulkin.
What? Who, me? My chubby little cheeks? I can fit so many acorns in them.
When your brother was testifying just now, he said something that seemed to cause you to react.
Oh, I was remembering the old days, that's all. We used to have a right old laugh together way back then.
Together with Mr. Graydon, you mean? Yeah. Why the fuck does he just have a pair?
Yeah, with Ash, I mean, you look at him now when he's fancy whistling flute, and that you wouldn't Adam and Eve it. But when he was younger, he was from the poor part of town, just like us.
So he really is a LARPer, bro. Or he's got that new money.
But he was always a leery one. He had the brains, he had the savvy. Ain't coming up with smart ideas like what would never have gone through our heads.
It isn't new money, it's houseboy money. God blimey, ain't that the truth? Remember Milverton and Skulkin's milk run? What the fuck are you guys talking about? That was a corker, eh?
Save it until after the trial. Your reminiscing has no place in the courtroom. And neither does your fruit.
Says the guy with who drinks drinks wine from the bottle. Oh, the geezer asked us a question, didn't he? And we was answering.
Yeah, we ain't done nothing wrong.
Nevertheless, the court is not prepared to accompany you on your trip down memory lane or your emotional support fruit. Counsel, can we turn our attention back to the testimony, please? I don't know. Could that sentimental story be relevant somehow? Add it. My lord? Yes, counsel? The brother's last sentimental statement hold vital information relating to this case. Whatever. We're in like the 11th hour of this case. Very well, counsel. I will permit the brothers to supplement their testimony with that detail. Briefly, I hasten to add.
Say no more. A skulkin's never skulkin'.
Yeah. Milverton and Skulkin's milk run. I'm sure I'm going to regret asking, but what exactly was that? Some kind of business? Just a little scheme we had going back when we was youngsters. A bit of fun, really.
Delivering fresh milk to the locals. That's what it was all about.
That sounds alarmingly legitimate. There must be a catch. I suppose since we're here, I should ask them to elaborate, but on what? The business model. So, how did your little business work exactly? Well, every morning down our way, the milkman would come with his cart to deliver milk, see? If you stuck your empties outside your front door, he would leave you them full again, right?
So we swooped in on the action, got people to sign up with us.
I wonder if that's still a thing, Is the milkman a thing of the past?
Now everything's just Amazon Fresh with my... Amazon Fresh me my milk. We promised to deliver milk for half the price and other geezers doing it.
The milkman lives in my spank bank. People could wait to sign on the dotted line. We're talking about that game? No. I fear I am not.
We were raking it in, we were.
So, did you live on a dairy farm or something?
Gordon Bennett, are you off your rocker? We had nothing. We were too poor to have a farm.
Right. What we had going on was simple once you had the idea. We just switch them over, see? Our customers empties with the full ones from anyone who wasn't on our books. A doddle, right?
I think you meant to say a diddle? And that's a crime. What? They were diddling? What's going on?
Oh my god, dude. It was just an harmless bit of fun, that's all.
Milking the general public in such a fashion. Please don't word it like that.
In such a fashion is most certainly not harmless, as you put it.
What's going on? Are they going around just like milking people? That is a crime. What the fuck is going on right now? It was him what came up with the idea. Ashes the evil genius. I really would love. I hope the sequel there's not as many British cases. I hope they go back to Japan. I can't do like this too British for me. It's too British for me, dude. I thought I could deal with this. Having a British stepdad. But God. My stepfather is a cold-blooded American compared to this. Ash is the evil genius. You mean Mr. Graydon? Fourth drink. Ah, damn. Yeah, Ash always had his head in a book when we was growing up. Said he was gonna get himself an education and get out of the slum that we lived in.
Cool, we all ragged him about that, didn't we? Told him he was soft in the head to even think it. But look at him now. He's only gone and become a blinking communication officer, ain't he? A communications officer. Communications officer, Mr. Skulkin.
Sholmes and Wilson's milk run. No, Iris, don't even think about it. All of a sudden, we seem to be up to our necks in a serious matter of national security. Although all this talk about interception of secret government messages is still just conjecture at this stage. Would explain a number of things though, wouldn't it? The negotiation Ginny overheard on the omnibus 2 months ago, and the break-in at Windibanks. But the trouble is, it wasn't Mr. Graydon in the omnibus with Mr. McGilded. No, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker who was so horribly murdered. If only there was some link between the two men somehow. I know, but Mr. Graydon's testimony seems to be as watertight as ever. I wonder if the key to us making headway with the cross-examination here could be those two brothers.
the business name. What is your evidence? Ugh, so much. Ugh. Some connection. Like, honestly, I don't even know. So this business was just a bit of fun, you say? And it was just yourselves and Mr. Graydon involved? Has to be something. I'm sure there is. I'm sure there is. But I'm curious if I choose this option that, you know, testimony. It was just yourselves and Mr. Grayson involved? Yeah, that's it. Milverton and Skulkin's milk run, was it? Yeah, that's it. And where did the Milverton part come from? Oh, right. I thought clever clogs like you'd... That's why you called them Apple and Pear? Yeah. Enough of this. How much longer are we expected to listen to this drivel? I don't... Let me guess. You don't accept anything these two witnesses are saying? Hmm. How did he know? Tell me, why is it that it was only at the mention of the name Milverton that you decided to interject? Because well... It weren't the happiest homes that one came from. Yeah, did his pair just respawn? It just like removed the bite mark. Yeah, his old man was struggling for money so much, his wife walked out on him. Oh yeah, it is. They definitely do. They just like replenish. She took the name Graydon then, see? But Ash will always be Milverton to us. Milverton. What if these two are just like completely hallucinating? And they've never actually met this guy. Milverton. So that used to be your surname, did it? Milverton? Of course not. This is all bunkum. I've been a Graydon since I was born. Who else is that? Milverton? Nobody that I know. Who was, Oh, was it? Was it? It was Mason Milverton? Wait, where is that? Oh, shit. Is that his dad? Oh, shit. Oh. Wait, so did he murk his dad? What's going on here? This is... Okay, this is interesting. Do you really think you can rely on the testimony of these two thieves? Hmm? Nepo baby? Well, I don't know. I don't know if he was a Nepo baby. Because, I don't think Mason was, like... Was it? Because they already said that he didn't come from, like... He came from a poor household, so... I think his dad just ran like a mom and pop run-of-the-mill masonry. He is LARPing. Yeah, no, he's definitely LARPing. He's got that new money. New money LARPing, bro. You're a communications officer attached to the civil service. As such, your personal details will have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. Money is money? No, true. Would be a very simple matter indeed to subpoena those records, Mr. Graydon. Yeah. Well, it would appear that Mr. and Mr. Skulkin's testimony has been reliable. For once. You were born Ashley Milverton, then. Is that correct? Very well, yes. His name, just like a tiny man, just like walks up to his nameplate and like goes, and then writes over it in Sharpie. So Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. That information could change things, and could turn out to be extremely important. Ashley Graydon, 27. A telegram operator at the Central Communications Station whose last name was once Milverton years ago. He's a childhood friend of the Skolkin brothers.
Hey.
All of a sudden, we seem to be up. She's got that look to her. It's just like, hey. All of a sudden, we seem to be up to our necks in a serious matter of national security. Although all this talk about interception of secret government messages is still just conjecture at this stage.
Can explain a number of things there, though, wouldn't it?
Oh wait, we already went through all this. We got some vital info out of that, though.
Hold it!
I guess we still got a few. We got a couple more parts to press. I don't remember if we did this one. Like Mr. Graydon told you to do, you mean? I said, yeah, who else, eh? Silly me thought he was just popping over for an hour after them years. Oh no, we did this one. We did this one. Wait, did we? This doesn't seem familiar. That's blooming nice in here, you little turncoat. Fine, if that's how you want it. Two can play at that game. We ain't never heard of this geezer before either. Don't know him from Adam. Never spoken to him before in me life. Never even seen him. And definitely don't know that he's into feet.
Don't tell them that!
Well, I'm not saying that he is.
I'm not saying that he is either. Never, Nash, never.
Good grief. Such a blatant lie will not stand in my courtroom.
Well, all I'll say is this.
Get those grippers out. He's got new money.
Brrr. If we'd known there was dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it.
So did you know nothing about this music box?
We didn't know nothing. We still don't know nothing. We ain't planning on knowing nothing about it neither.
But 2 nights ago, you did indeed break into Windibank's pawnbroker, didn't you? Yeah, I mean, it's oddly coincidental that all 3 of them happened to be in the same place, committing crimes. In your original testimony, you said that the door of the shop was ajar.
No, it's a door.
Yeah, it's a door. And then it was like some kind of sign begging you to go in. But the truth is, you were planning to break into Windibank's all along, weren't you?
We were, Quov, we were. You're right there.
Because that's what he told us to do. It was his plan. Why was it Mr. Graydon's plan to break into Windibank's that night? Did you not ask the reason?
Well, he said the place was full of stuff worth nicking. That's what he told us beforehand, anyway. That he was a load of cobblers, didn't it? I weren't best pleased, I can tell ya.
In any case, if they know the real reason, it doesn't sound like they're going to give it away. Okay, I'm thinking we go ahead and present that, the thing that had Mason's name on it. Where was that? I just saw it. Autopsy? No. We just saw it. Milverton. McGilden's report. Where is that one? Case notes? Oh. Yes. Okay. Oh no, maybe I do not this one. But I have no relation to the man.
Objection.
Mr. Ashley Milverton, tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from the court? Because I haven't gone by that name for years. It means nothing to me. No, I don't think that's the real explanation at all. The truth is, you had a reason to hide that name. Yeah. Not as dead name? Yeah, low-key. Explain yourself, please, counsel. I have here the notes from the omnibus case, my lord. And as we all know, the victim, the man who we now understand to have been negotiating with McGilden. Yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. That's right. Only Mason wasn't his surname at all. It was his given name. His full name was Mason Milverton. Milverton? Do you mean to say saints alive? Excuse me. Mr. Ashley Milverton. Is it not the case that the brickmaker, Mr. Mason Milverton, was your father? I don't... As I believe I mentioned earlier, your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you joined the civil service. And if it really would take no time at all, it really would take no time at all for the court to subpoena these records. Subpoenas. Grr. The truth is, you have been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information and selling it onto McGilden in collaboration with your father. Ooh. Okay, shit. You can saw my penis. Maybe after the stream. Yeah. Ah! The new facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of the witness, too many drinks, all come together to reveal the truth. The truth, you say? that you collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in illegal dealings with Magnus McGilded. Dint of this music box, you mean, Counsel? Yes, stealing information being sent in secret government communications and selling it to Mr. McGilded. Mr. Graydon concocted the elaborate scheme of using 2 music box discs to encode the information, as presumably a safety measure against the information falling into the wrong hands. And a very effective one. I shouldn't have given the scheme any credence whatsoever. But the deal with McGilded went sour, and the brickmaker met his end. Oh my god, I feel like I see the light at the end of the tunnel. Yes, but before he was arrested, McGilded managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the pawnbroker. Then, having learnt of the situation, you appeared at the Windibanks 2 days ago, in an attempt to recover the 2 articles McGilded had placed in pawn there. But that attempt failed. One of the discs was seized by the police and the other you never found. So that same night, you enlisted the help of the Skulkin brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. I'm tired, but we're so close, I know. This time determined to recover the second disc. Are you suggesting that the second disc was inside the music box? We never knew nothing about that. The night that Mr. Windibank was killed, the intruder to the pawnbrokery touched one item, and one item alone, the music box. That's rather ingeniously demonstrated using the 2 prints from the security camera indeed. So, the question that naturally begs answering is this: why was only that one article disturbed? The answer is obvious, because it contained the second disc, which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since, if it were to fall in the hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. Well, Mr. Graydon, do you deny that all of this actually began on the fateful night 2 months ago? Oh shit. Are we about to get the... Is this the moment where we get the unwinding? If you've never played an Ace Attorney game, we might be getting a crazy reveal. I refuse to accept any of this nonsense. Okay, maybe not yet. Sir, there appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket. An Ace Attorney virgin? Oh shit. What? 2 nights ago, we know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime in Windibank's pawnbrokery. 1 took the life of the pawnbroker himself. 1 struck the pouch around Mr. Shulm's waist. And the final bullet struck the calendar on the wall of the shop, having first pierced the arm of one of the intruders. Mr. Graydon, let me get the poppers first. That wound on your arm that you seem to be trying to hide, it's a bullet wound, isn't it? He's got you now, me old China. Time to call it quits and croak, I reckon. Tisk. Don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstances whatsoever. Those were my terms, remember, and I paid you handsomely to comply. Clearly, I was a fool to think I could trust some common backslummed thieves. Garbanzo is like China? He is Chinese. This is true. That's a nightmare. I think that should be the least of his concerns right now. Fine, I admit it. I was there in Windibanks that night. I paid this pair 10 guineas to accompany me. And as you've noticed, I sustained an injury in the course of my adventures. But that is all. I admit to nothing more. Stealing government secrets, negotiating with Mr. McGilded. 10 whole guinea pigs? As God is my witness, I'm sure I recall nothing of the sort. God, like, you just hear God's voice. I want nothing to do with that shit. He's not going down without a fight. Not until I can show hard evidence, I suppose. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact. Which is... well, we know that one bullet was fired from each of the 2 firearms we have in existence. Evidence. The bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun hit the pouch around Mr. Sholm's waist. And the bullet from Mr. Windibank's gun clearly must have been the one that caught Mr. Graydon on the arm. Indeed it must. We can rule out that possibility that the man shot himself. And that leads us to only one conclusion. Mr. Windibank was shot by a 3rd gun, which can only have been fired by the 3rd intruder. Goodness. Huh? That's right, Mr. Graydon. The only person who could possibly have shot Mr. Windibank that night is you. You little upstart. You made a grave mistake when you summoned me here. What? What's that supposed to mean? Yes, as you rightly say, I was there at the pawnbroker's. I did my best to hide the fact naturally. I had no intention of ruining the distinguished career I'd built for myself at the communication station. But did the thought never cross your mind? Did you never consider the possibility? What do you mean? What thought? What possibility? The possibility that if I was there at the scene, I may have witnessed the crucial moment, you see. This makes me a key witness in this case, and I have my hands firmly around the neck of your client. What? Oh, come on, man. You're saying this now? Are you suggesting... I saw it all. I saw the very moment that pickpocket girl pointed the gun at that poor defenseless pawnbroker and shot him. You... what? Order, order, order. Well, it would seem we are finally entering the last act of this theatrical trial, thank God. Mr. Graydon. Yes. I trust you are fully aware of the implications here. If it is shown that your claim is false, you will have incriminated yourself as the killer. Oh, I didn't think about that. Shit. Oh, I understand fully. I mean, he's got nothing to lose. If he's gonna be offed for killing somebody, then I guess, you know. He arches back, like, give it to me. Then I must ask you to give your formal testimony once more. You'll explain to the court precisely what you saw the moment the defendant allegedly shot the victim. And Drosera will be having a little bag of Cheeto Puffs, if you don't mind. Because Daddy is hungry. I'll turn on the turn on the noise gate for this. You will explain to the court precisely what you saw at the moment the defendant allegedly shot the victim. Nothing would give me greater pleasure, except this lovingness that's inside of me right now. Plain hot, crunchy, regular, or puffs? Well, I'm eating puffs right now. But I think the crunchy regular ones are probably my favorite. I might have to get a Lovin's now. I've never are they just like they're just like vibrating dildos that you put in and then like other people or like somebody has like a control of them? I don't deal much in toys, so I got a hand and that's about all I need. I think they have BPs and dildos and sleeves. Or flashlight. Man, I can't do a flashlight, dude. Flight attendants are notorious for carrying toys with them. Interesting. Well, I mean, I guess that makes sense. Yeah, I get that. I hate flashlights. They just seem so dirty. I don't know. And it's also like, what? I don't want to own something like that. What would my mom think? But I will say, we did float around the idea of Prisma branded Prisma branded Ona holes. We were like, if we make merch, we gotta go crazy with it. What is a BP? The Battle Pass? The Fortnite Battle Pass? Let's see. What do I have? I did have like one of those vibrating things, but it stopped. Oh, a butt plug. Okay. But I didn't really like it. And then I had like some clamps. Why am I sharing this information with y'all? For the nips, yeah. Yeah. And then also like the suction things. I had a lot of nipple stuff. Well, that's it. That's actually all that I have. And then I also had one of those like not anal beads, but it was like one of those dilduses that have like the balls. So it's kind of like anal beads, but yeah. I'm a tit guy. What can I say? My own. The prostate plugs? Not those types. I don't know about any of that. I'm on my last Cheeto, dude. I might have a salad after this. I know it's late, but I got like a lemon basil salad or something. It's pretty good. The food bank gave me so much salad, dude. I have so much salad because of, you know, the parasite. I'm like, you know what? It's fine. I'll take the chance because I do love a salad. And I've been okay. Haven't had explosive diarrhea yet. It's amazing that we currently live under an not to be political, but like, it's amazing that we live under an administration that is just like, that's just normal now. Every week now you see like, oh, this got recalled. But the weight loss, right? Yeah, for real. We just like live under an administration now where it's like I might get explosive diarrhea. That's fun. Awesome. Thanks. Thank you. RFK. I found a raccoon on the street and I harvested its penis. Why did he do that? That's weird. I taxidermied a raccoon's penis and framed it and put it on my wall. The moment of the shooting. I'll leave Jimothy alone. Not Jimothy. While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop. When Windibank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shot himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. The accused in a black coat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. I saw the blood splatter all over the wretched girl. Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. Good gracious, this is quite extraordinary testimony. I am okay. I know I said I was going to finish this case. I do want to. I'm going to just take a quick look-see at the full case here and see where we are right now. Because if it's like 30 minutes, I'm chill. If it's longer, I'm getting a little speepy. So, Ace Attorney. Great Ace Attorney. Case 5. Yeah. It's been pretty long. Oh my goodness. Yeah. 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 I'm afraid we got another 3 hours of this case, so I think I'm gonna call it. Next time. Yeah, no, it's crazy, dude. It's crazy. It's crazy. I thought we were like reaching the conclusion. And that's me being generous, because it probably will be longer, but yeah. Thanks everybody for hanging out. I know this was a pretty long stream. Tomorrow, what are we doing tomorrow? I think we might do Silk Song finale. I think it might be time to finish Silk Song. So lots of finales this next week. So look forward to it, I guess. Finales mean new games, right? Hee. Love you guys so much. See you tomorrow. And as always, what you doing Tuesday? Girl, I haven't thought that far. Maybe we'll have a schedule. We'll see. Something. Love you guys as always. Ciao. Oh, it's your birthday. We'll do something. I don't know. Good night, everybody. Ciao. Bye, everybody. Goodness gracious.